In Love's Embrace, emotions collide as a diverse group of artists comes together to share their stories and navigate the complexities of creativity and connection. Set in a vibrant community art center, this poignant tale follows Marissa, a passionate artist with a drive to inspire and forge meaningful relationships through her work. When she leads a mentorship workshop, Marissa discovers the power of vulnerability as artists confront their insecurities and embrace their unique identities. As tensions rise and doubts surface, they must learn to support one another, transforming their fears into artistic expression. Amidst the backdrop of an upcoming art fair, the stakes are higher than ever. With critics lurking and personal stories at the forefront, Marissa must face her own anxieties while empowering her peers to trust in their narratives. Will they rise together and create something breathtaking, or will the fear of judgment overshadow their ambitions? Love's Embrace is a heartfelt exploration of the bonds formed through shared experiences, the courage to express oneself authentically, and the beauty of vulnerability in art. Join Marissa and her fellow artists on a transformative journey that will resonate long after the last page is turned. Prepare to be captivated by a tale that celebrates the strength of community and the depth of human connection. Welcome to the audiobook of Love's Embrace. In this poignant story, we delve into the lives of artists navigating their struggles, fears, and triumphs as they share their personal narratives. Marissa leads them through the complexities of creativity, embracing vulnerability and fostering connections that unite them. As we embark on this journey together, prepare to explore the depths of human emotion woven through the art they create. Each chapter invites you to witness the power of storytelling and the strength of community, reminding us that art is not just about the canvas, but about the shared experience of being human. So settle in, embrace the world of Love's Embrace, and let the brushstrokes of these artists' lives paint a story that will linger with you long after the last note fades. Chapter 1, Love's Awakening. Marissa stood in her vibrant studio, surrounded by the familiar chaos of paint-splattered canvases, scattered brushes, and tubes of color. The air was thick with the fragrant mix of turpentine and creativity. She focused intently on her latest piece, a large canvas capturing the swirling emotions of her recent experiences. Her fingers worked deftly, mixing hues that mirrored her feelings, an explosion of passion and uncertainty. The soft sound of a car door closing outside broke her concentration, and she turned her head just in time to see Theo entering the studio. He flashed a teasing smile, his eyes darting around the room as if taking in the beautifully chaotic atmosphere that had become second nature to Marissa. "Are you sure you can find your way out in this mess?" he quipped, stepping over a stack of canvases laid haphazardly on the floor. Marissa grinned, her heart lightening as their familiarity washed over her. "Maybe I'm just waiting for inspiration to find me." Theo chuckled, shaking his head as he made his way to her side. "Inspiration or a major catastrophe?" "Both, hopefully," she replied playfully, dipping her brush into the paint. Their banter flowed easily, a reflection of the years spent as friends navigating the unpredictable waters of art and ambition. The dynamics of their relationship felt charged, and beneath the playful exchange lay an undercurrent of unspoken feelings, a tension that simmered just below the surface. With her fingers working unconsciously, Marissa felt the warmth of his presence beside her, urging her to voice the aspirations she had kept tucked away in her heart. As she painted, the strokes became infused with not just color, but with the weight of longing and dreams yet to be fully realized. As they adjusted to the comfortable rhythm of their conversation, Marissa shared her excitement about the upcoming local art showcase. "I really think this could be my big break," she said, her eyes shining with a mix of hope and determination. Theo leaned against the cluttered table, crossing his arms. "You've worked hard for it. Your pieces deserve to be seen." "Thanks, Theo. I just hope I can make an impression." She glanced at her unfinished canvas, filled with swirling colors and bold strokes. "I want to capture something real, something raw." He nodded, his expression serious for a moment. "What do you have in mind? You know you can always push the boundaries a little more." Marissa hesitated, biting her lip. "I've been thinking about exploring themes of connection and vulnerability, the kind of feelings that make us human. Theo's eyebrows raised in intrigue. That's powerful, but aren't you worried about how that will be received? People can be critical of emotional work. That's exactly why I want to do it, she replied fiercely. I think it's time for art to be a bit messy and not just pretty. It needs to evoke something. Just remember to stay true to yourself. That's what makes your art special, he encouraged, laying a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Feeling emboldened by his words, Marissa took a deep breath and returned to her canvas, her brush moving with renewed fervor. The conversation sparked something deep within her, fueling her desire to create boldly and authentically. Just then, a customer stepped into the studio, breaking the intimacy of their conversation. Marissa turned, her heart quickening slightly. The customer was a gallery representative, someone whose opinions weighed heavily in the local art scene. Hi there, I'm looking for Marissa, the representative said, scanning the room with a keen eye. That's me, Marissa replied, trying to mask her apprehension with a practiced smile. The representative introduced herself, complimenting Marissa's earlier work on display at a smaller venue. I've been eager to see what else you're creating, she noted, glancing at the chaotic energy in the studio. Marissa's pulse raced at the acknowledgement, a mix of excitement and anxiety flooding her veins. This was the moment she had been waiting for, a chance to engage with someone who could help propel her career forward. I'm actually preparing for the upcoming local showcase, Marissa said, her voice steadying. I want to showcase pieces that represent emotional connections. The gallery representative nodded thoughtfully. That's a bold choice. Have you considered how critics might respond to such vulnerability? Marissa felt the weight of the inquiry. For a moment, her confidence wavered, echoes of self-doubt trickling in. I think art should explore those depths, she replied. I want to create work that resonates on a personal level, even if it's not just pretty on the surface. The representative studied her, and for a moment, the tension was palpable. I admire that approach, but just so you know, when hanging work in a public space, you must be prepared for responses that could be mixed or even harsh. Marissa swallowed hard, feeling the tension spiral for a moment before she regained her composure. I understand that, she said, determination bubbling up, but I believe it's worth the risk. The exchange hung in the air, thick with anticipation, as they both gauged each other's reactions. With a reflective pause, the gallery representative leaned closer, lowering her voice slightly. I've seen many artists struggle when they open themselves up like that. It can be beautiful, but it can also lead to vulnerability that's hard to reconcile with. Marissa felt a pang of recognition in her chest. The unspoken fear of failure loomed over her like a shadow. What if her work was rejected? Art is meant to be personal, though, Marissa replied, her determination flaring. It's in those raw moments that we find connection. That's what I want to explore. The representative nodded, but her expression was thoughtful, indicating the cautious nature of the industry. You're ambitious, and that's commendable, but just be prepared. If critics don't get it, they won't hold back. I know, Marissa admitted, a quiet resolve settling within her. But if I don't take that risk, I'm not being true to myself. I'll never know what I can achieve. Before the representative could respond, Theo interjected from across the room, overhearing their discussion. Marissa's been pushing boundaries since day one. If anyone can pull it off, it's her. The representative's gaze shifted to Theo, a flicker of surprise softening her features. So you're supportive of this direction? Absolutely, Theo replied confidently. Art that speaks truths will always have value, regardless of some negative critiques. Marissa glanced at Theo, a warmth spreading through her at his unwavering belief in her. The representative seemed to analyze their dynamic carefully, weighing their confidence against the norms of the art world. I hope you're both right, she finally said, her tone a mix of concern and respect. I'll be looking forward to your showcase. As she left, Marissa felt a conflicted rush of gratitude and pressure. This encounter was a test of her resolve, and she was determined to embrace it. As the door closed behind the gallery representative, Marissa felt a tumult of emotions swirling within her. Theo observed her closely, sensing her turmoil. You okay? He asked, stepping closer. Yeah, I think so, Marissa replied, but the uncertainty in her voice was evident. It's just A lot to think about. That was a tough conversation, Theo acknowledged, leaning against the table filled with her supplies. But you handled it well. I know it's easier said than done, but don't let her words shake your confidence. You're on the right path. Marissa nodded, but doubt crept back in. What if I'm not prepared for the backlash? What if they don't understand what I'm trying to say? Then you adapt, he replied, his gaze steady. You're already taking big steps by putting your heart into your work. You've got this. She took a deep breath, trying to absorb his encouragement. You really think so? Absolutely, and I'll be there every step of the way, he assured her, offering a comforting smile. With a renewed sense of determination, Marissa looked back at her current piece, visually scanning it for the emotions she wanted to convey. She felt a surge of inspiration, realizing that these were the moments that truly mattered. Okay, she said, firming up her resolve. I need to push forward. I want this showcase to be a true reflection of who I am. And it will be, Theo affirmed. Just stay true to yourself and keep that vision clear. With his support bolstering her confidence, Marissa returned to her easel, ready to immerse herself back into the artistry that fueled her dreams. Determined to channel her fears into her work, she picked up her brush and set to work with renewed vigor. With her brush poised in hand, Marissa felt a palpable energy coursing through her as she approached the canvas. Each stroke brought forth a sense of clarity she hadn't experienced before. The colors blended vibrantly, swirling into a chaos of emotions, passion, vulnerability, and hope. As she painted, her fears began to dissipate, replaced by a fierce determination to express herself authentically. She closed her eyes for a moment, envisioning the reactions of others, the conversations that her art could ignite. She realized that this was not merely about showcasing her work. It was about sharing a piece of her soul with the world. Theo watched quietly, sensing the emotional shift. That's it. You're capturing something real, he encouraged, a grin spreading across his face as he saw the artwork coming to life in front of him. Marissa opened her eyes, glancing at him with a newfound confidence. I want them to feel what I feel, she said, pouring her heart into each brushstroke. The studio buzzed with creative energy, and for the first time in a long while, Marissa felt a deep connection not only to her work, but also to her goals. She was not just painting. She was crafting a narrative that spoke truths about connections, the struggles of vulnerability, and the beauty that emerged from it. As she continued, the weight of uncertainty lingered at the edges of her mind, but she brushed it aside. She would face whatever challenges came next with tenacity. Today marked a turning point, not just in her art, but in her journey as an artist. Let's make this showcase unforgettable, she declared, her voice filled with resolve. Theo nodded, matching her enthusiasm. And let's do it together. In that moment, as collaboration flowed and creativity flourished, Marissa understood that her journey was not just about herself. It was about creating a community where stories and art intertwined, inviting everyone to feel, connect, and be transformed. Chapter 2, The Path of Unity. The sun spilled its golden light over the city as Marissa prepared for the art showcase. She stood in her studio, the air electric with anticipation and a hint of anxiety. Everywhere she looked, vibrant colors collided on canvases, reflecting the emotional essence of her work. Each piece held a story, a feeling, a fragment of her journey that she was eager to share. Today was the day she would finally take a leap onto the public stage, and the weight of that realization both thrilled and terrified her. She moved with purpose, carefully arranging the artworks she would display, ensuring that each piece was positioned to invite viewers to connect with her vision. As she adjusted one of the canvases, a sense of urgency swept over her. She needed to finalize everything before the doors opened to the public. It wasn't just about showcasing her art. It was about making a statement about vulnerability, connection, and the power of artistic expression. Marissa glanced at her phone, checking the time. With just an hour left until the event began, she felt the adrenaline kick in. She quickly grabbed a few supplies, some last-minute touch-up paints and brochures she'd printed for the audience, eager to make the best impression. Her thoughts drifted to the conversations she hoped to spark, and the reactions she yearned for. Would they understand her journey? Would they feel the connection she tried to convey? With each passing moment, her determination grew stronger. She was ready to embrace the chaos of the upcoming exhibition, confident in the bond she had forged with her art and her growing community. Today would mark a significant step in her journey, a pivotal moment of discovery set against the backdrop of her vibrant world. As Marissa stepped into the bustling art district, the vibrant atmosphere enveloped her like a warm embrace. Colorful banners flapped in the breeze, and the sound of laughter and conversation filled the air. She felt both exhilarated and slightly overwhelmed, the energy of creativity igniting her spirit. Navigating through the crowd, she took mental notes of her surroundings. A gallery across the street displayed bold installations, while a small pop-up booth featured local artists selling their work. Each corner unveiled a new opportunity, and she felt a tug at her artistic heart, fueling her determination to make a mark. Marissa paused to speak with a few artists setting up nearby. She introduced herself, sharing laughs and exchanging ideas. They provided tips on engaging viewers and maximizing exposure, their encouragement weaving a sense of camaraderie amidst the competition. With each interaction, Marissa gathered valuable insights and resources, feeling her confidence swell. She observed how different artists showcased their pieces, taking notes on techniques and strategies that resonated with her own vision. This exchange of knowledge reinvigorated her sense of purpose. As she approached her assigned booth, a pang of anxiety hit her. Would her work stand out among the talent surrounding her? Shaking off the doubt, she reminded herself of the journey she had undertaken and the growth she had experienced. It was time to step into her power, embracing the risks that came with exposure. Determined, she set up her display, carefully adjusting each canvas to invite viewers in. With a deep breath, Marissa felt a surge of anticipation. She was no longer just an artist in a sea of others. She was ready to take her place in the spotlight, ready to share her story and connect with the world. As Marissa busied herself arranging her artwork, she felt the weight of anticipation grow heavier. Just then, the gallery manager approached her booth, clipboard in hand. A sharp smile crossed his lips as he evaluated the layout. "Looks great, Marissa. Your work truly stands out," he remarked, nodding appreciatively at her pieces. "Thank you. I wanted to convey a sense of connection through my art, to really invite people in," Marissa replied, her voice steady despite the fluttering in her stomach. The manager studied her for a moment. "I can see that. But remember, it's not just the art itself, it's how you engage with the audience. Make sure you're ready to speak about your work." Marissa felt a flash of anxiety at the thought of explaining her pieces to strangers. "I will. I have some points I want to share," she assured him, though she felt the uncertainty creeping back in. Just then, Mia entered the booth, her expression one of mild surprise. "You're already getting feedback? That's fast." "Yeah, just gearing up for the show," Marissa replied, forcing a smile as she observed Mia's demeanor. She felt a mix of camaraderie and old rivalry bubble up again. Mia looked around at the display and nodded slowly. "It's impressive, but all this talk about engaging the audience makes me question if you're really ready for this. The pressure can be intense." Marissa's heart sank slightly, but she refused to let doubt take hold. "I've come too far to back down now. This is my moment." Mia tilts her head, a mix of skepticism and curiosity in her gaze. "Just make sure you keep your expectations realistic. Not every artist hits it big after their first showcase." "I know that, but this is what I've been working toward," Marissa said, emotional resolve strengthening her voice. "I believe in my vision, and I'm ready to share it." Mia shrugged, but the tension in her expression didn't fully fade. "Just keep your guard up. Not everyone here has your best interests at heart." As Mia stepped away, Marissa turned back to her setup. The support from the gallery manager shored up her resolve despite Mia's lingering doubts. She would prove that her voice mattered in this space, and she was prepared to engage fully with anyone who wanted to understand her journey. With the exhibition in full swing, Marissa felt a mix of excitement and apprehension as guests began to circulate through the gallery. The atmosphere was electric, and she could hear snippets of conversations about the art hanging on the walls. As she stood ready by her display, she noticed a few familiar faces from the local art community, including Jamie, and some other artists she had met previously. They approached her booth, and Jamie leaned in with an encouraging grin. "Your pieces look amazing, Marissa. I'm excited for you. This is your chance to shine," Jamie said, genuine enthusiasm lighting up their words. "Thanks. I hope I live up to the expectations," Marissa replied, feeling the weight of their praise bolster her confidence. Suddenly, a group of critics walked by, pausing to examine a piece that depicted a vibrant, emotional scene. Marissa's heart raced. This was the moment she had dreamed of, an opportunity to engage with those who could impact her artistic career. But amidst the excitement, she spotted Lucas at the edge of the crowd, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized her work. Marissa felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Would he say something to undermine her efforts? Determined not to be distracted, she straightened her back and took a step forward. "Hello, I'm Marissa. Thank you for stopping to look at my pieces." They explore the connection between emotion and experience. The critics exchanged glances, and one of them smiled politely. "Interesting angle. Can you tell us more about your inspiration?" Marissa paused, taking a breath. This was her moment to articulate her vision. She explained the underlying themes of vulnerability and connection, recounting her journey in creating the pieces. To her surprise, they listened intently, nodding and asking thoughtful questions. As the conversation progressed, Lucas moved closer, unable to resist interjecting. "You really think emotional work can resonate with a larger audience? Isn't that a risky approach?" Marissa met his gaze, feeling the slight sting of his challenge, but also recognizing it as an opportunity. "I believe it's those very emotions that create lasting connections. People crave authenticity in their art." The critics shifted, intrigued by the back and forth. Lucas remained skeptical, but the doubt in his voice was less pronounced than before. Marissa's confidence grew as she continued to present her ideas, noting the critics responding positively to her openness and passion. As the group dispersed, Jamie and Theo returned, beaming with pride. "You handled that brilliantly, Marissa. You owned that discussion," Jamie exclaimed. "Yeah, you really showed him," Theo added, nudging her playfully. Marissa felt a swell of gratitude wash over her. In that moment, she recognized how her commitment to her art and her ability to engage with critics had transformed. Despite the lingering shadows of competition, she was carving out her own place in the art world, one that felt authentic and true to herself. As the evening wore on, Marissa took a moment to step away from the booth, seeking a quiet corner of the gallery to collect her thoughts. The buzz of the event rang in her ears, but her mind raced with the mixture of excitement and anxiety that came with showcasing her work publicly. She glanced around the room at the clusters of people engaged in dialogue, judging, connecting. A hint of doubt crept into her mind as she recalled Lucas's earlier skepticism. What if her art didn't resonate? What if she had laid herself bare for nothing? Marissa shook her head, dispelling the negative thoughts. She was determined to focus on the positive feedback she had received and the connections she was building. Just then, Theo found her, a knowing look on his face. "You did great in that discussion, you know," he said, leaning against the wall beside her. "You really held your own against the critics." "Thanks," Marissa replied, her voice a mix of gratitude and lingering tension. "But what if I'm still not good enough? What if I've overexerted myself?" Theo shrugged, his expression earnest. "You're not going to know until you keep pushing forward. Art is subjective. Some will love it and others won't. What matters is that you're being true to yourself." Marissa nodded slowly, feeling encouraged by his words, yet still uncertain about the path ahead. "You're right. I just need to stay focused on my vision. I can't let fear dictate my decisions." With renewed ambition, she decided to head back to her booth and engage with more guests. Just as she turned to leave, Mia approached, an unfamiliar expression on her face. "Hey," Mia ventured. "I wanted to talk about some of the feedback you got. I'm not sure if it's relevant, but..." Marissa interjected, sensing a potential conflict. "Is it constructive? Because I really want to hear what people think." Mia hesitated, then nodded. "It's just that some comments echoed what Lucas said. I think you might need to consider the balance between emotion and broader accessibility in your work." Marissa bit her lip, fighting the urge to feel defensive. "I've heard that before, but I believe art should stir something deeper. I don't want to compromise my message. Mia crossed her arms, her expression softening. I get that, but just think about the audience. It's a different game once you put yourself out there. I just don't want to see you get hurt. Marissa took a deep breath, appreciating Mia's concern, even if she felt a slight sting from her words. I hear you. I'll keep it in mind, but I can't lose sight of what I truly want to create. As they returned to the booth together, Marissa felt a stirring of resolve. She was ready to face both support and skepticism with an open heart, knowing that her journey as an artist was only just beginning. With renewed determination, Marissa stepped back to her booth, her heart pounding with purpose. As she surveyed her artwork, she realized that this moment, this exhibition, was about more than just validation. It was a chance to share her story, to connect with others in a meaningful way. As guests approached, she welcomed them with an open smile, ready to engage and encourage dialogue. Hi, thank you for stopping by. I'd love to share the inspiration behind my work, she said, her enthusiasm pouring through each word. They began to ask questions, and as Marissa spoke passionately about her pieces, she noted how their expressions shifted from curiosity to intrigue. This piece reflects the struggles we all face when trying to connect deeply with one another, she shared, allowing her vulnerability to shine through. The conversations flourished. People leaned in closer, captivated by her insights and the emotions threaded through her creations. With each discussion, Marissa felt her confidence build, reinforced by their reactions. Just then, Marissa spotted Mia watching from a distance, her arms crossed. The skepticism on her face prompted Marissa to reflect inwardly, but she refused to let it cloud her moment. Today was about connection, about celebrating art and community, and she was ready to embrace it fully. As guests continued to engage, their feedback resonated with her goals, improving that her artistic vision was worth pursuing. Marissa felt invincible, empowered by the support surrounding her. She was no longer just creating in isolation. She was stepping into a larger narrative of collaboration and shared experience. Determined to keep the momentum, Marissa glanced around, noting the mix of excitement and engagement from her allies. Today marked a pivotal shift not only in her art, but in how she perceived her role within this vibrant community. With boundaries blurred and connections strengthened, she was ready to seize every opportunity that lay ahead. Chapter 3: Embracing Change. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow across the art district, Marissa found herself at the heart of the collaborative exhibition. The venue buzzed with energy, filled with an eclectic mix of art enthusiasts and artists from the community, each corner showcasing vibrant displays and lively conversations. Marissa stood at her booth, reflecting on how far she had come since her first showcase. The weight of anticipation mingled with excitement as she prepared to unveil her latest pieces, a culmination of her growth and evolving artistic vision. The air was thick with possibility, and the atmosphere invigorated her spirit. She carefully adjusted the arrangement of her artwork, ensuring that each piece told a story and invited viewers to linger a little longer. The colors seemed to shimmer in the soft lighting, each canvas alive with the emotions she had poured into them. This was her moment to connect with others, to share her journey without reservation. As guests began to filter in, she exchanged smiles and greetings with familiar faces, artists she respected and admired. Each interaction fueled her confidence, and she welcomed them to engage, ready to articulate the passion behind her work. Suddenly, Marissa spotted Lucas across the room, deep in conversation with another gallery owner. A wave of uncertainty washed over her as she recalled their previous encounter. Would he challenge her again today? With a determined breath, she refocused her energy back on her display. Feeling empowered by the support of her fellow artists and the positive feedback she had already received, Marissa embraced the challenges ahead. This showcase was not just about exposure. It was a chance to build connections and strengthen the community she loved. In this moment, as the crowd began to grow, Marissa knew she was ready to step into the spotlight, showcasing her art and her authentic self, fully aware of the transformative journey she had undertaken, one that would continue to unfold as she ventured further into the world of art. As the evening progressed, Marissa found herself surrounded by guests who admired her work. She engaged in conversations, eagerly explaining the narratives behind her pieces, the emotions woven into every brushstroke. The excitement in the air was palpable, and she drank in the positive energy, feeling the connection with each viewer. But just as the momentum built, Marissa overheard a conversation between a couple nearby, their tones shifting to skepticism. "Did you see that one over there?" one of them remarked. "I don't get it. It feels so forced." Marissa's heart sank at the words, and for a moment she felt exposed, the weight of self-doubt creeping back in. She hesitated, torn between defending her work and wanting to simply enjoy the event. Inhaling deeply, she reminded herself of the progress she had made. Determined not to let negativity cloud her evening, Marissa focused on the voices of those who appreciated her art. She scanned the crowd for familiar faces, seeking the support of her allies. With renewed resolve, she approached a small group huddled around her most recent piece, an expressive canvas filled with vivid colors and complex forms. "What do you think?" she asked them, her voice steady despite the lingering echoes of doubt. One viewer smiled widely. "This one really speaks to me. I love how raw and emotional it feels." The others nodded in agreement, and Marissa felt a wave of relief wash over her. Encouraged, she continued to engage with the group, sharing her inspiration and experiences that informed the artwork. Each compliment reinforced her belief in her vision, slowly pushing aside the negativity from earlier. Marissa realized that not everyone would understand her journey, and that was okay. What mattered was that she remained true to herself and the art she wanted to create. As she moved from one conversation to another, she began to feel a deeper sense of confidence stirring within her, guiding her through the interactions as she embraced both praise and criticism alike. As Marissa continued to engage with the audience, she suddenly spotted Mia in the distance, her arms crossed and a skeptical expression on her face. The contrast between the positive energy surrounding Marissa and Mia's demeanor caught her attention. Determined to bridge the gap, Marissa approached her, a warm smile on her face. "Hey Mia, what do you think of the exhibition?" Mia glanced around, her expression guarded. "It's fine, but I wonder if maybe the focus on emotion is too much for some people. Not everyone wants to dive into feelings." Marissa felt a twinge of frustration, but kept her tone light. "But isn't that what makes art impactful? That it pushes us to confront our emotions, even if it's uncomfortable?" Mia shrugged, her skepticism still evident. "It's noble, sure, but not everyone will appreciate that. You have to consider the audience, too." Marissa noted the hints of doubt in Mia's voice. "I get that," she replied earnestly, "but I think if we connect with just one person in a meaningful way, it's worth it. Isn't that what we're aiming for as artists?" Mia paused, clearly torn. "I guess I just want to make sure we don't limit ourselves or get labeled. This is a competitive scene, after all." Feeling the weight of Mia's concerns, Marissa took a deep breath, searching for common ground. "What if we can incorporate both our styles? Your ideas could complement the emotional aspects I'm representing. We could create a narrative that resonates with a wider audience." Mia's expression softened slightly, but uncertainty remained. "Maybe. I just want to be seen as relevant, you know?" Marissa nodded, recognizing the fears behind Mia's skepticism. "Let's work together on this. Our strengths can create something special that honors both of our visions. I believe in us as a team." As they spoke, Marissa felt her own confidence swell, understanding the importance of collaboration. Mia's hesitance still lingered, but the conversation had opened a door to possibility. With a renewed sense of optimism, Marissa was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, arms outstretched for both connection and creativity. As the evening progressed, Marissa felt the energy in the gallery shift. The crowd swelled, and she took a moment to observe the interactions around her. Artists were discussing their works, critiques ricocheting across the room, a blend of excitement and competition palpable in the air. Just then, the gallery manager stood up to announce an impromptu artist talk, a chance for a few selected artists to share insights about their pieces. Marissa's heart raced. This could be a pivotal moment. She glanced around, hoping to be chosen, and her gaze landed on Mia. "Mia, what do you think? Should I try to get up there?" Marissa asked, an edge of eagerness in her voice. Mia, now animated by the atmosphere, shrugged off her previous reservations. Definitely, this is too good of an opportunity to pass up. As the manager called for volunteers, Marissa raised her hand, adrenaline surging. The manager pointed her way, and the crowd applauded her enthusiasm. Nervous but determined, Marissa took her place at the front, glancing back at Mia for encouragement. Taking a deep breath, she began to articulate the emotions behind her work, describing the journeys of vulnerability and connection that inspired her pieces. The audience listened intently, and she felt a wave of support wash over her. However, as she spoke, she noticed Lucas among the crowd, his expression skeptical. He leaned to whisper to a fellow artist, prompting a ripple of murmurs through the audience. Marissa wrestled with a rush of insecurity, but reminded herself of the strength she had cultivated. In that moment, she paused, addressing the crowd directly. Art is only as real as our willingness to share our truths. I invite you to consider how emotional connection transforms our experiences. The crowd shifted, engaged by her sincerity. Lucas continued to whisper, but his words were lost in the atmosphere, diffused by a sense of shared understanding that bloomed between Marissa and the audience. As she finished speaking, the applause was louder than she expected, a powerful affirmation of her journey and her voice. Stepping back, she caught sight of Theo and Mia standing proudly among the crowd. Their support invigorated her, solidifying her belief that her art and her message mattered. Marissa realized that this was not just an opportunity for exposure. It was a declaration of her commitment to express herself authentically, setting the stage for her growth as an artist and a leader in the community. After the talk, Marissa stepped off the small platform, her heart still racing from the adrenaline. She felt a wave of relief wash over her as attendees began to approach her booth, excited to discuss her work. The confidence from her earlier speech lingered in the air, allowing her to engage with even more enthusiasm and authenticity. "Your pieces are incredible," one guest said, eyes wide with appreciation. "I felt so much emotion in your presentation." "Thank you. I really aimed to connect with everyone on a deeper level," Marissa replied, her smile genuine. As the conversations flowed, she caught sight of Mia talking with a group of attendees, their eyes bright and animated as they engaged with her insights about the artworks. For a moment, Marissa felt a pang of pride for her friend. They were both carving out their places in the art community, supporting each other, and redefining their paths together. However, as another conversation began, Marissa overheard Lucas speaking with a critic nearby, his voice low yet tinged with condescension. "She's playing it safe with her emotion. It's not enough to make a lasting impact unless she diversifies." Marissa felt her confidence waver for a fraction of a second, the shadows of doubt creeping back in. Yet she quickly reminded herself of her earlier decision to embrace authenticity. Taking a deep breath, Marissa approached the critic, her heart pounding but her resolve firm. "I appreciate your insight, but I believe that emotional honesty can resonate on its own merit," she interjected. "Art should evoke feelings, even if it means stepping away from the conventional." The critic turned, intrigued by her passion. "That's a bold stance. Are you prepared for the backlash of that choice?" "I think it's worth it to communicate what's real." The critic nodded slowly, and as Marissa spoke, she could feel her earlier resolve solidifying. She was willing to take the risk of vulnerability in her art, understanding that her voice mattered. As she walked back to her booth, the initial tension soon dissipated, replaced by a feeling of empowerment. Marissa realized that despite the challenges ahead, she had the capability to navigate difficult situations and inspire those around her. Her journey was just beginning, and she was ready to embrace everything that came with it. As the crowd continued to ebb and flow, Marissa welcomed each interaction, her confidence visibly evident. The fears that had once weighed on her seemed to dissipate in the vibrant energy of the event. She engaged with guests, explaining her pieces with passion, observing their reactions closely. Then, just as she was about to grab another glass of water, she spotted Mia across the room, deep in conversation with a few attendees who appeared captivated. A sense of pride welled within her as she realized Mia had embraced her role in this collaborative journey. As Marissa leaned against her booth, soaking in the atmosphere, she felt a tap on her shoulder. It was Theo, looking invigorated. "Looks like you've made quite an impression tonight," he said, nodding towards the guests surrounding her. "I'm just glad they're connecting with the work," Marissa replied, her heart swelling with gratitude. "It means everything to me." "Let's not forget the impact you've made, too. You really stood your ground earlier, especially with Lucas and that critic." Marissa chuckled softly, still feeling the adrenaline from the earlier conversation. "I didn't want to shy away from being authentic. I owe it to myself and to everyone who's been supporting me." Theo's eyes sparkled with pride. "Exactly. And you've shown everyone that your voice matters. I'm proud of you." Just then, a member of the organizing committee approached. "Marissa, we've had amazing feedback about your pieces. We'd like to feature you in an upcoming profile on local artists," they announced. Marissa felt a wave of shock and joy wash over her. "Really? That's incredible," she exclaimed, beaming with pride. "Absolutely. It's well-deserved," the committee member replied, their respect evident. As the news sank in, Marissa took a moment to process the significant shift from doubt to recognition. The encouragement from Theo, the opportunity from the committee, the positive engagement with attendees. It was all solidifying her belief in herself and her journey. In that moment, she understood that she was not just an artist, struggling for acknowledgement. She was becoming a voice in the community, someone whose perspective mattered. With renewed purpose, she embraced the night ahead, ready to continue this journey with her allies beside her. Chapter 4, A Leap of Faith. The day after the exhibition buzzed with a palpable energy, as Marissa awoke to the sun streaming through her studio window. Excitement and nervousness filled her as she prepared to meet with the gallery manager to discuss the upcoming collaborative project. This was a chance not just to showcase her art, but to solidify her place within the community. Dressed and ready, she double-checked her portfolio, ensuring that everything was in order. Each piece represented a part of her journey, and it was crucial to communicate her vision effectively during this pivotal meeting. Arriving at the gallery, Marissa felt a rush of anticipation. The walls, adorned with vibrant artwork, seemed to welcome her back with open arms. As she stepped inside, she noted the gallery manager was already there, reviewing notes at a table. The sight made her pulse quicken, reminding her of the importance of this meeting. "Marissa, it's good to see you again," the manager greeted warmly, gesturing for her to sit down. "Thank you for meeting with me," she replied, settling into the chair across from him and visibly gathering her thoughts. The manager glanced at her portfolio and then back at her, his expression serious. "I've been hearing good things about your recent exhibition. Your pieces resonated well with the audience." Marissa smiled, her heart lifting at his words. "I really appreciate the feedback. I want to build on that momentum and contribute to this collaborative project in a meaningful way." "Good to hear," he continued, flipping through her artwork. "But there are some logistical challenges we need to address. With several artists involved, we must ensure everyone is on the same page." Marissa nodded, her mind racing as they discussed potential challenges and strategies. She felt the old nerves creeping in, overshadowed by her desire to succeed. Yet, as the conversation deepened, she reminded herself of the lessons learned from her recent experiences and how they had prepared her for this moment. With each suggestion she offered, Marissa felt more confident. Her past moments of vulnerability were being transformed into proactive solutions. She encouraged open communication among all participating artists, emphasizing the importance of collaboration, a value she had come to prioritize. As the manager listened, his approval became evident, and Marissa could see that her ideas were gaining traction. The initial nervousness began to fade, replaced by a strong sense of purpose. "Let's set a timeline for our next steps, and I can introduce you to the other artists in our group," he suggested. "Absolutely," Marissa replied, thrilled at the prospect of building connections with her peers. This was the start of something meaningful, and she was ready to embrace the challenge ahead. As Marissa dove deeper into the planning discussion, she felt the richness of collaboration unfold. The gallery manager laid out a detailed timeline for the project, indicating key dates for meetings and showcases. Marissa took notes avidly, her mind racing with ideas on how to infuse her vision while integrating the contributions of her peers. First, we'll hold a series of brainstorming sessions, the manager noted, flipping through his planner. This will help us align our artistic concepts and make sure everyone's voice is heard. Marissa nodded, mentally cataloging potential topics and themes they could explore together. She envisioned a cohesive exhibition that highlighted the diverse yet interconnected experiences of all participating artists. What about including interactive elements, she suggested, her enthusiasm bubbling over. We could create opportunities for the audience to engage directly with our work, maybe even involving them in the process. The manager raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Interesting idea. We'll need to consider logistics, but it could set us apart from other exhibits. Just then, Theo entered the room, having arrived early for their meeting. He leaned against the doorway, smiling encouragingly at Marissa. She felt a rush of comfort seeing him there, knowing he believed in her vision. Perfect timing, Marissa said, motioning for him to join them. We were just discussing collaborative strategies for the upcoming showcase. As Theo settled in, he listened attentively. Marissa could see the wheels turning in his mind, and she welcomed his input. I think your idea about audience engagement is great, he said, nodding. It'll make the experience more memorable for everyone involved. Marissa beamed at his support, buoyed by the collaborative spirit in the room. But she also felt a twinge of anxiety as she glanced at the manager, wondering how he would respond to their enthusiasm. The gallery manager considered their suggestions, then replied, "Let's take it one step at a time. Once we hash out the artistic concepts, we can brainstorm how to incorporate audience interaction effectively." Marissa felt a mix of relief and determination wash over her. She was ready to navigate any challenges the process presented. With Theo's support and a collaborative mindset, she was confident they could not only succeed but thrive creatively. As the meeting progressed, Marissa's excitement grew, each idea sparking new possibilities in her mind. This was a defining moment, one that reinforced her commitment to her work and the partnerships she was forging in the art community. As the discussion moved forward, Marissa observed the gallery manager closely, noting his mix of enthusiasm and skepticism. His attention shifted to Theo, who had just shared an idea about their exhibition timeline, suggesting specific milestones for each artist to ensure accountability. The manager leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. While I appreciate the structure, we must remember that creativity can't always be confined to a schedule. We need to allow room for inspiration to flow organically. Marissa felt a spark of tension as she recognized the underlying tone of uncertainty. This was a critical point. They needed to balance creativity with a practical approach to succeed. Absolutely, she jumped in, eager to contribute. We can set broad goals and check in regularly, but we should encourage flexibility in the process. If someone feels inspired to deviate from the plan, we should welcome that too. The manager nodded, but Mia, who had been quiet until now, interjected. But how will we know if we are still meeting our overall objectives? Art needs direction, she said, a hint of challenge in her voice. Marissa took a breath, sensing the weight of Mia's doubt. What if we use our check-ins to discuss both our progress and any new inspirations? That way, we can keep the structure but still be open to exploring fresh ideas. Theo chimed in, adding, a hybrid approach could work. By establishing checkpoints while fostering creative exploration, we can maintain control while also embracing spontaneity. Mia considered their suggestions, her expression softening slightly. Okay, I see your point. It could help keep our individual styles intact without sacrificing our collective vision. The gallery manager leaned forward, intrigued by the collaborative discussion. I think we're onto something here. If everyone is on board, let's draft a flexible framework that encourages both accountability and creativity. Marissa felt a wave of relief wash over her. The shifting dynamics were reinforcing a sense of unity in the team, and she appreciated how each member's perspectives could contribute to their collective outcome. As the conversation flowed, Marissa realized that her ability to navigate challenges as a leader was evolving, fueled not just by her own ambitions, but by the support and collaboration of those around her. With renewed determination, they fine-tuned the plans, ready to embrace the path ahead together. As the meeting progressed, Marissa noticed the energy in the room shift, a subtle tension creeping back in as they began discussing specific logistics for the exhibition. Theo was detailing timelines when Mia unexpectedly raised a concern about the gallery space, claiming that it wouldn't adequately showcase their combined work. What if we don't get enough foot traffic? It's important that we draw people in, especially if there are bigger names exhibiting nearby, she asserted, concern lacing her voice. Marissa turned to Mia, sensing her anxiety but also realizing that this concern could open up a chance for deeper dialogue about their collective vision. I understand where you're coming from, Mia, but we can also use this as an opportunity to create a buzz. If we market our exhibition well and focus on our strengths, we can draw people in even without the biggest names. Mia crossed her arms, appearing unconvinced. That sounds good in theory, but our execution has to be flawless. We can't leave anything to chance. Marissa held her gaze, her heart racing slightly at the challenge. You're right. We need to ensure everything is top-notch, but we should also focus on what makes our work unique. If we present ourselves as a cohesive unit, we can stand out. Seeing the conflict in Mia's expression, Marissa decided to invite the group into the discussion. Let's brainstorm ways to engage the audience. We should utilize our diverse styles to create a narrative that resonates. Theo nodded, chiming in. What about a series of events leading up to the exhibition? Workshops or live demonstrations could pique interest. Mia's arms unfolded as she considered the idea. That might actually work. If we can make it interactive, it could attract a crowd. Marissa felt a sense of relief as the conversation shifted toward collaboration. She recognized that Mia's initial skepticism stemmed from a place of care for their collective success. This realization tightened the bond between them, fueling her desire to ensure everyone's voice was valued. As the discussion flowed, Marissa felt a surge of confidence. Each member was contributing actively, and she could see how her leadership was fostering an environment of innovation and unity. The reality of the upcoming exhibition crystallized before her, and she was ready to tackle any challenges that awaited. As they wrapped up the brainstorming session, Marissa felt the weight of their collective energy, a mixture of excitement and purpose that invigorated the group. She glanced around the room, her heart swelling with appreciation for her friends and allies who had rallied together for this exhibition. All right, everyone, Marissa began, her voice steady and confident. Let's outline our action items and assign responsibilities so we can hit the ground running. She moved to the whiteboard, scribbling down notes as her teammates contributed ideas and tasks, eagerly stepping into roles that played to their strengths. The organized chaos of the meeting translated into a clear plan, each person energized by the collaborative spirit. Theo suggested, I can handle the marketing materials. We'll need eye-catching flyers and social media posts to draw attention leading up to the event. I'll coordinate logistics and ensure we have everything set up properly at the gallery, Mia offered, her earlier anxiety lessening as she engaged in the process. I want to make sure our space maximizes visibility. Marissa couldn't help but smile at Mia's enthusiasm, appreciating the contrast to their previous conversations. Perfect, and I can organize the interactive workshops to get people excited, she added, her heart racing at the thought of their joint efforts. As their plans solidified, Marissa noticed an unexpected shift in two of the other artists, who had been somewhat quiet during the discussion. They exchanged glances before one of them spoke up cautiously. I'm not sure about all of this. What if nobody shows up? What if they don't like our work? Marissa felt a flicker of tension return, but she quickly responded, I understand the concern, but we can't predict everyone's reaction. We can only control what we put out there. If we believe in our vision and showcase our best work, we've already won half the battle. The atmosphere in the room shifted slightly as her confidence resonated with others. Building blocks had been laid, and slowly but surely fears began to fade, replaced with a sense of collective determination that they could rise to meet any challenge before them. As the team finalized their tasks, Marissa reflected on how far she had come. The ability to manage differing perspectives and harness each member's strengths filled her with pride. She knew that their upcoming exhibition was more than just a display of art. It was a testament to their growth together and a chance to redefine their place in the community. With each plan they set in motion, she felt more prepared to lead them through the impending challenges ahead. As the meeting came to a close, a tangible air of excitement filled the studio. Marissa looked around at her team, each person brimming with a renewed sense of purpose. The collaborative spirit they had fostered filled her with gratitude and hope. "Let's make sure we check in regularly," she suggested, her voice steady. "I want everyone to feel supported as we move forward." With nods of agreement, the team began to disperse, discussing their tasks with vigor. Marissa felt a sense of pride swell within her, a stark contrast to the self-doubt she had experienced earlier in her journey. "I'll take care of the flyers tonight and draft some social media posts," Theo said, pulling out his phone to set reminders in their group chat. "Great, I can review the logistics schedule tomorrow morning to ensure we're on track," Mia added, her demeanor now significantly more positive than before. As they exited, Marissa paused to reflect on the collective energy that had shifted within the group. She realized that the strength of their collaboration was going to play a crucial role in the success of their exhibition. Just then, two other artists approached her, their expressions earnest. "We really appreciate the openness in the meeting today," one said. "It felt good to be included in the plans." Marissa smiled, feeling the warmth of their appreciation. "That's what this is all about. We're all in this together, and I want everyone's voice to be heard." As she prepared to leave, Marissa took one last look around the studio, her sanctuary that had evolved with her. The shifts in dynamics and her own growth reminded her that this journey was not just about achieving success in the art world, it was about building a meaningful community. With a determined heart, she stepped out into the world, ready to tackle whatever challenges lay ahead, supported by her peers and confident in her vision. Chapter 5, The Art of Negotiation. As the day of the exhibition approached, Marissa found herself immersed in a whirlwind of preparations. The studio buzzed with energy, her teammates bustling around as they finalized the last details of their artwork and planned their promotional strategies. Marissa stood at her easel, adding the finishing touches to her latest piece, a vibrant canvas that encapsulated her artistic vision. The colors danced under her brush, each stroke a representation of her journey, full of vulnerability, connection, and newfound confidence. Just then, Theo entered the studio, a stack of flyers in his hands. "Look at these," he exclaimed, excitement in his voice. "I had them printed up with the details for the exhibition. They look fantastic." "That's amazing. Great work," Marissa replied, genuinely impressed. She felt a surge of gratitude for his dedication and support. As Theo spread the flyers out on the table, Mia arrived, carrying a clipboard filled with logistical information. "I've checked off our schedules and assigned roles for the day. We need to make sure everyone knows what to do when we set up," she said, her focus unwavering. Marissa leaned in, intrigued by Mia's organization. "Perfect. That'll help keep things running smoothly. I want us all to feel prepared and supported." In that moment, the atmosphere shifted slightly. Marissa noticed a flicker of doubt in Mia's eyes as she reviewed the schedule. "What if we're not ready? What if we don't draw a crowd?" Mia's voice conveyed an underlying concern. Marissa stepped closer, sensing the urgency in Mia's tone. "We've prepared so much together. Trust in each other and in our vision. This is about more than just the exhibition. It's about showcasing the strength of our community." Theo chimed in. "Exactly. We're all in this together, and we've got each other's backs. Let's focus on that as we head into the final stretch." Their encouragement seemed to bolster Mia, whose expression slowly shifted from doubt to determination. Marissa felt a renewed sense of purpose as they worked together, realizing that, despite the uncertainties, they had built a solid foundation of teamwork and trust. As the day drew closer, Marissa embraced the responsibility of leading her team, recognizing that this was a pivotal moment in their journey. Her heart raced with anticipation as she prepared to step into the spotlight, ready to showcase not only her art, but the collaborative spirit they had cultivated together. As the day of the exhibition finally arrived, the gallery buzzed with anticipation. Marissa arrived early, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and nerves. The venue was a canvas of creativity, filled with bright lights and the scent of fresh paint, invigorating her spirit. She quickly organized her booth, ensuring that each piece was positioned just right to capture the attention of attendees. A few other artists were already setting up, exchanging greetings and sharing last-minute ideas. Marissa took a moment to soak it all in, feeling a shared sense of purpose in the air. Moments later, she pulled out her checklist, meticulously reviewing each item to ensure everything was in place. As she adjusted the lighting on her artwork, she noticed a distant buzz of chatter growing louder. Marissa turned toward the entrance, realizing that guests were beginning to arrive. She took a deep breath, summoning her confidence. Remembering her earlier discussions with her team about engaging the audience, she decided to move toward the entrance to greet arriving guests, inviting them to her booth. "Welcome. Thank you for coming. I'd love to share the inspiration behind my work," she began, her voice bright and inviting. As guests approached, she quickly engaged them in conversation, masterfully weaving stories about her artistic journey and the emotional connections she hoped to evoke with her pieces. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and she noticed people nodding along, some even sharing their own experiences in return. But just as the energy in the gallery peaked, Marissa spotted Lucas entering the space, a confident smirk on his face. Her stomach tightened. She couldn't shake the earlier tensions. Would he challenge her again, attempting to undermine her work in front of potential supporters? Marissa shook off the anxiety and refocused on the guests that surrounded her. She refused to let Lucas's presence shake her resolve. "Art is not just what is seen, it's the feelings it provokes," she asserted passionately, drawing in her audience. With every positive reaction she received, Marissa's confidence blossomed. As Lucas moved through the gallery, she could see the intrigue in the faces of those around her. This was her moment to shine, and she was determined to make her mark, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. While Marissa was deep in conversation with a small group of guests admiring her work, she felt a sudden presence looming nearby. She turned to find Lucas watching her intently, arms crossed, a smug grin on his face. The confidence he exuded instantly clashed with Marissa's earlier excitement, sending a ripple of doubt through her. "Nice turnout, but let's see if the quality matches the quantity," Lucas said, his tone dripping with feigned cordiality. His comment hung in the air, sharp and piercing, eliciting unease from the guests surrounding her. Marissa took a deep breath, refusing to let his words deter her. "My work speaks for itself," she replied, maintaining her composure. She could feel the weight of his gaze, challenging her to defend her artistic choices. "Sure, if you're into emotional displays," he continued. "But don't you think that veering so far from traditional styles limits your audience?" Feeling a surge of determination, Marissa stepped closer, unwilling to back down. "Art is meant to challenge perspectives. If I never push boundaries, I'll never grow. Isn't that what being an artist is all about?" The guests around her exchanged glances, intrigued by the escalating exchange. Lucas's facade cracked slightly. He realized his critique had not landed as intended. Marissa's confidence was infectious, drawing in the spectators and shifting the power dynamic. In a calculated move, she turned to the guests. "Art is about connection, about what we feel internally. I want to invite you to experience that with my pieces." Lucas opened his mouth to retort, but paused, weighing his words. As others chimed in, sharing their experiences, Marissa recognized the shift. They were engaging with her work, validating her vision, the very validation that had once felt so elusive. Feeling empowered by the support, Marissa held her ground. This confrontation was not just a battle of opinions. It was a moment of transformation for her. The energy shifted, and as she engaged further with her guests, the earlier tension with Lucas began to dissipate, replaced by a collective excitement that he could not ignore. The effective defense of her art had solidified her amongst her peers, fueling her resolve to stay true to her path. As the evening continued, Marissa felt a sense of anticipation building in the room. The crowd buzzed around her display, and she was consumed by a whirlwind of conversations, each interaction celebrating her artistry and passion. Just when the atmosphere seemed perfectly charged, an unexpected complication arose. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Lucas engaging with a group of critics, some of whom had turned their attention back toward her booth. Whispers swept through the air, and Marissa sensed the murmurings surrounding her work shifting ever so slightly. She clenched her jaw, ready to maintain the positivity she had fostered. Seeing the critics approach, Marissa's heart raced. She stepped forward, eager to defend her creations. The lead critic, a reputable figure in the art world, addressed her directly. "I hear there are mixed reviews about your emotional approach. Can you give us more insight? What are you trying to achieve with your latest works?" Marissa swallowed hard, feeling the pressure amplify. This was her moment to solidify not just her artistic vision, but also her newfound confidence. Remembering her earlier conversations about authenticity, she took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts. "I aim to explore the depths of human connection and vulnerability in my work," she replied passionately. "Art should evoke feelings and provoke conversation. My pieces reflect both the struggle and beauty in embracing our emotions." The critics looked intrigued but skeptical, exchanging glances, prompting Lucas to chime in with a dismissive tone. "But does that really resonate with the audience? Aren't you risking alienating potential buyers?" Determined not to let his cynicism derail her, Marissa faced him, her voice steady. "I believe that genuine art creates a lasting impact. It invites empathy and reflection. If one person connects with my work, it's worth pursuing." The critics seemed engaged now, nodding. The atmosphere shifted as Marissa's conviction ignited a spark among the gathering. She could see the interest in their eyes, the realization that perhaps her emotional approach had merit. As she continued to articulate her artistic journey, Marissa felt the earlier tension dissolve. With each positive response, her confidence swelled further. The words flowed more freely, bolstered by the support she had cultivated among her peers and the viewers around her. With Lucas quieted by her assertive passion, Marissa took a step back, feeling a sense of victory wash over her. This encounter, filled with challenges and doubts, had transformed into an opportunity for growth. She was not just an artist. She was carving a space for herself within this vibrant community, determined to embrace her journey fully. As the exhibition progressed into the evening, Marissa felt a surge of excitement coursing through the atmosphere. The gallery was alive with energy, and guests mingled, discussing the art that surrounded them. She took a moment to stand back and absorb the scene, a smile creeping onto her face as she noticed the admiration for her work from both strangers and friends alike. While engaging in conversation with a couple of attendees who were captivated by her pieces, Marissa felt a tap on her shoulder. It was Jamie, looking slightly out of breath. "Marissa, we need to talk," Jamie said, pulling her aside slightly away from the crowd. "I overheard some of the critics discussing your work. There was mixed feedback." Marissa's heart sank for a moment. "What do you mean? Is it negative?" Jamie hesitated before continuing. "They appreciate the emotional depth, but some feel that you're focusing too much on that at the expense of broader appeal. They worry it might alienate potential buyers." Marissa felt a wave of frustration wash over her, mixed with the doubts that had begun to bubble back to the surface. "I can't let that get to me. I need to stay true to my vision." "But what if they're right?" Jamie pressed, concern etched on their face. "You don't want to miss opportunities just because you insist on pursuing an emotional angle." Marissa shook her head, her resolve strengthening as her passion ignited. "If I compromise now, what's the point? I've fought too hard to express my true self through my art. I have to trust that someone will connect with it deeply." Jamie regarded her thoughtfully, the tension between them palpable. "I get that, but sometimes a little flexibility can help strengthen your position. Just consider it." Before Marissa could reply, Theo approached, sensing the heaviness in the air. "Hey, everything okay?" he asked, concern in his voice. "Yup," Marissa replied, forcing a smile. "Just discussing some feedback." Theo turned to Jamie, looking for clarification. "What kind of feedback?" Jamie started to explain, but Marissa interjected. "I appreciate the concern, really, but I need to stick to my guns on this one. I know the direction I want to take." Theo nodded slowly, visibly supportive, but still concerned. Just make sure you're not isolating yourself, Marissa. There's a balance to be struck. As they returned to the crowd, Marissa felt the weight of the conversation linger in her mind. The tension in the air reminded her of the stakes, but it also ignited a determination within her. She would embrace the feedback, but wouldn't let it dictate her vision. The experience was shaping her more than ever, reinforcing the notion that her journey would be filled with both challenges and opportunities. With her heart set on authenticity, Marissa resolved to move forward with confidence, ready to meet whatever lay ahead. As the evening drew closer to its peak, Marissa found herself back at her booth. The energy around her pulsed with excitement, but beneath it lay an undercurrent of tension sparked by the earlier conversation with Jamie and the critics. Determined to not let uncertainty hinder her, she refocused her attention on the guests who approached her display. With each positive interaction, her feelings of doubt began to ebb away. "Your artwork is stunning. What inspired this piece?" one visitor asked, gesturing toward her most recent creation. Marissa smiled, her mind clearing as she fell into a rhythm of sharing her story. "I wanted to capture the complexities of human connection, how our emotions weave together." The guest nodded, visibly moved by her passion. "You've definitely succeeded. It feels so genuine." Encouraged, Marissa felt a wave of confidence wash over her. She engaged in conversation, drawing viewers into deeper discussions about their interpretations of her work. Each connection rekindled her spirit, reminding her of the importance of authenticity in her art. But as she spoke, she caught sight of Lucas lingering at the edge of the gathering, whispering to another critic and occasionally glancing her way. A flicker of anxiety threatened to rise again, but she steadied herself. Marissa took a deep breath and turned her focus back to the guests in front of her. The positive reception was an affirmation of her journey, and she couldn't allow negativity to overshadow that progress. With renewed determination, she stepped back into the lively atmosphere, sharing her insights and encouraging others to contribute their thoughts. This wasn't just about her art, it was about creating a space for dialogue, for connection. The experience gave her strength, solidifying her belief that despite external circumstances, she could navigate these complexities with grace. As the crowd continued to engage, Marissa felt her fears subside, replaced by a sense of belonging and purpose. Her journey was unfolding in unexpected ways, and she was ready to face each challenge with unwavering resolve. Chapter 6, The Trust Test. Marissa woke the next morning to the sound of rain tapping against her window. The soft patter contrasted sharply with the excitement she had felt the night before at the exhibition. As she pulled herself out of bed, she felt an unusual heaviness in the air. With a sense of determination, she brewed a cup of coffee, using the quiet of the morning to reflect on her experiences. The previous day's interactions replayed in her mind. The support from her peers, the skepticism from Lucas, and the unexpected weight of responsibility that had fallen upon her shoulders. After breakfast, Marissa walked to her studio, her heart racing with a mix of vulnerability and grit. She needed to address the lingering doubts that had emerged, particularly from Mia and the critics. Setting her coffee down, she picked up her notebook and began writing out her thoughts. What had she learned from the exhibition? What could she do to strengthen both her art and her relationships? Lost in her reflections, she remembered Roger's advice about staying true to her vision while being open to collaboration. She scribbled down a plan to reach out to Mia and the other artists, intending to bridge any disconnect that might linger from their earlier conversations. Suddenly, her phone buzzed on the table, pulling her from her thoughts. It was a message from Jamie, expressing excitement about collaborating on an upcoming workshop to engage local artists. Marissa felt a spark of enthusiasm. "I'd love to help out," she typed back, her fingers flying across the screen. With Jamie's message in mind, she began formulating ideas for the workshop, eager to take a proactive step in building relationships within the artistic community. Marissa felt empowered and ready to tackle the day. The rain outside became a backdrop to her renewed sense of purpose, amplifying her resolve to create a vibrant, creative space where everyone could thrive together. Marissa arrived at the community art space, her heart pounding with excitement. The walls were adorned with colorful murals, and the hum of creativity filled the air. It felt alive, much like the energy she now brought into her art. As she stepped inside, she immediately spotted Jamie setting up tables and easels for the workshop. "Hey, Marissa, so glad you could make it," Jamie exclaimed, a bright smile lighting up their face. "Wouldn't miss it for the world," Marissa replied, returning the smile. She moved to help Jamie, adjusting the tables to create an inviting layout. As they set up, the door swung open, and a few local artists filed in, their expressions animated with curiosity. Marissa could feel the excitement growing in the room. She introduced herself to newcomers, making an effort to engage each person with genuine interest. "Welcome. I'm really looking forward to seeing what everyone brings to the table," she said, her enthusiasm infectious. Once everyone was settled, Marissa transitioned into leading the workshop, sharing her vision for a collaborative project that would not only showcase their talents but also highlight shared stories through their art. She encouraged the artists to share their backgrounds, sparking thoughtful discussions about their journeys. As they brainstormed ideas, Marissa noticed a few artists whispering among themselves, casting skeptical glances her way. An unsettling feeling began to rise in her chest. "What if we could each create a piece that reflects our personal narratives?" she suggested, trying to engage everyone. One of the whispering artists, a seasoned painter named Lucas, finally spoke up. "That sounds great, but will it really resonate with an audience? Individual stories are one thing, but do we have something meaningful to say together?" Marissa felt the tension. "Art is about connection. If we share our truths, it can create a powerful collective experience," she responded, her voice steady despite the hesitation she felt inside. "Maybe, but how do we ensure that mixes well?" he challenged. Jamie jumped in to support her, advocating for collaboration and emphasizing the strength in their diversity. Marissa appreciated the support but couldn't shake the doubts lingering in the air. Taking a deep breath, Marissa reiterated her commitment to fostering an inclusive and supportive environment. She encouraged the group to take risks in their expressions and to trust in the collaborative process they had begun. As the workshop kicked off, Marissa remained determined to navigate the challenges and doubts, ready to adapt and lead her peers as they explored their art together. Marissa continued to facilitate the workshop, moving from table to table, encouraging discussions and guiding artists as they began to sketch their ideas. The energy in the room pulsed with creativity, but she could still sense the hesitation lingering with some of the artists, particularly from Lucas, who had raised doubts earlier. With an open-minded approach, Marissa walked up to his table, her heart steadying. "How are you feeling about your piece?" she asked, genuinely interested. Lucas looked up from his work, pencil paused mid-stroke. "I'm still not sure how to incorporate my story without it feeling forced. It's a tough balance," he admitted, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through his guarded exterior. Marissa leaned against the table, open and relaxed. "What if you let go of the pressure to make it perfect? Focus on what you want to express and let the art flow naturally. Sometimes the rawest emotions create the strongest connections." He considered her words, his expression softening. "I guess that makes sense, but how do you handle the fear that it won't resonate?" "I think everyone experiences that fear, even if it's unspoken. For me, it's about embracing that risk and trusting that if you're genuine, someone will connect with it. That's what art's all about, right?" The discussion shifted the mood in the room slightly. Lucas nodded, appearing more open as he returned to his sketch, inspired by her encouragement. Marissa felt a sense of accomplishment knowing she had helped another artist step closer to vulnerability. As the workshop progressed, she noticed Mia engaging with a couple of other artists, offering her insights and suggestions earnestly. The camaraderie was palpable, and Marissa allowed herself a moment to appreciate the unity forming among them. She called the group together for a brief check-in, asking everyone to share their ideas and progress. As they took turns speaking, the atmosphere filled with collaboration, with everyone feeling empowered to share their creative journeys. Marissa felt her confidence grow as she listened to the stories and artistic ambitions around her. This environment was a stark contrast to the prior doubts she had faced. Each artist's journey merging into a tapestry that exemplified the strength of community. In that moment, she knew her leadership was blossoming, shaping a nurturing space in which they could all thrive together. As the workshop continued, the energy in the room was charged with creativity and collaboration. Marissa observed closely as each artist made strides with their work, sharing sketches, making adjustments, and offering feedback. But just as the atmosphere began to shift toward a productive hum, Lucas raised a concern. "I'm worried that if we push our stories too hard, we might end up alienating our audience instead of connecting with them," he said, his brow furrowed. Marissa felt a ripple of tension at his words, and moments of silence followed. The previous discussions around vulnerability and connection felt suddenly fragile. She recognized the fear underlying his objections, anxiety that had once consumed her as well. "We're not here to please everyone," Marissa began, choosing her words carefully. "Our goal is to be authentic in our expressions. If we water down our art because of fear, then we lose what truly makes it special." Mia, standing nearby, hesitated before speaking. "But there's a fine line, right? I don't want to be cast aside because my story doesn't fit into a neat little box." Marissa turned to Mia, sensing an opportunity for empathy. "I completely understand that fear. When I was preparing for my first showcase, I struggled with the same doubts. But it's the messy, imperfect parts of our stories that are often the most relatable. Let's embrace that challenge together." As she expressed her thoughts, Marissa could feel the room's energy shift. The artists began to nod, reflecting on her insights. The vulnerability that had felt like a burden transformed into a shared strength, easing the weight of their earlier anxieties. Looking at Lucas, she continued, "If we can encourage each other to take those risks, we create an exhibition that feels alive. The journey is just as important as the outcome." Lucas appeared contemplative, weighing Marissa's words. "I see your point. Maybe if we highlight the stories without fear, it could resonate with the audience more than we think." "Exactly," Marissa replied, her resolve firm. "Let's trust ourselves and each other in this process." The tension eased as they returned to their work. The conversation had unlocked a deeper understanding within the group. Marissa felt invigorated by their discussions, realizing that her ability to navigate their fears and encourage authentic expressions would shape their collaborative efforts. As they all resumed their work with renewed energy, Marissa understood that this workshop was not just an event. It was a demonstration of their collective growth, and she was at the helm, guiding them all toward a shared artistic vision. As the workshop reached its peak, the atmosphere buzzed with creative energy and collaboration. Marissa moved from table to table, engaging with each artist as they shared their evolving pieces. The dialogue flowed freely, filled with encouragement and constructive feedback. Each artist seemed to thrive in this environment, pushing boundaries and exploring new concepts. Marissa felt a swell of pride, recognizing how far they had all come together. The camaraderie was infectious, and she knew that this shared experience would carry forward into their future endeavors. However, the palpable shift in dynamics wasn't without its complexities. Over at the corner table, Mia was deep in discussion with another artist, her voice rising slightly in frustration. Marissa caught snippets of their conversation, noticing that Mia was expressing doubt about her own piece, echoing concerns about its emotional depth and its appeal. Determined to address the situation, Marissa approached Mia, her heart pounding slightly. "Hey, I heard you talking about your piece. What's on your mind?" Mia looked up, clearly torn. "I'm just not sure if it connects like I want it to. I feel like I'm missing something, and I don't want to let the team down." Marissa sat down beside her, mindful of the vulnerability in Mia's voice. "You're not letting anyone down. Remember, this is a collective effort. Let's figure this out together." As they began to dissect Mia's artwork, Marissa used her collaborative ethos to guide the discussion, encouraging Mia to articulate her emotions behind the piece. They discussed various techniques to enhance its impact, with Marissa offering suggestions from her own process that had helped her overcome similar hurdles. The moment felt transformative for both of them. Mia's doubts began to fade as Marissa's supportive guidance illuminated potential paths for her to explore, reigniting her passion for her work. As the discussion unfolded, Marissa recognized the power of gentle encouragement. This experience wasn't just about creating art. It was about nurturing each other's dreams and building a foundation of trust. With renewed clarity, Mia smiled and nodded. "You're right. I just need to trust my gut, even if it feels risky." Marissa felt a sense of fulfillment as she watched Mia regain her confidence. Here, in this space of collaboration and support, they were all growing artistically and personally. Marissa knew that these victories, both big and small, would pave the way for their future endeavors. As the workshop drew to a close, Marissa felt a renewed sense of purpose radiating among her fellow artists. Ideas had flowed freely, and she could see the emotional growth reflected in their work and interactions. Gathering everyone for a final check-in, she stood at the front, her heart full of pride. "I want to thank each of you for your openness today. This is what our art community is all about, supporting each other and pushing our boundaries." The group murmured in agreement, and Marissa noticed the change in their demeanor. There was a shared excitement, a promise of collaboration that felt palpable. "We've come together to create something truly unique," she continued, her voice steady. "Let's make sure we keep this momentum going as we prepare for the exhibition. I want everyone to feel empowered and inspired to take risks in their art." Theo smiled, encouraged by her words. "We're all fortunate to have such a dynamic leader among us," he noted, eliciting nods and smiles from the others. Feeling the warmth of their support, Marissa took a deep breath. "Remember, we're not just showcasing art. We're creating a space for connection and dialogue with our audience." Mia chimed in. Her earlier hesitation faded. "Absolutely. Let's keep pushing each other to explore new ideas and celebrate our individuality." As the team made plans for additional collaborative sessions, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and anticipation. Marissa reveled in the moment, acknowledging how far she had come. In this space, she had transformed from a tentative artist into a confident leader, unafraid to embrace vulnerability as a strength. She could see her journey reflected in the faces of her peers, and she knew that facing the future together was the most powerful tool they all possessed. Emboldened by this realization, Marissa felt ready to take on the world ahead, knowing that their connection would carry them through any challenges they encountered. Chapter 7, Strategies in Conflict. Marissa stood at the entrance of the art fair, her heart racing with anticipation. The venue was buzzing with energy, artists and attendees milling about, each corner alive with creativity. She took a deep breath, allowing herself to soak in the vibrant atmosphere that always filled her with inspiration. She looked down at her carefully packed portfolio, ensuring that her pieces were ready to be showcased. This was her opportunity to not only present her work, but also to connect with other artists and potential allies within the community. With a determined stride, she navigated through the throngs of people, scanning the artwork on display and listening to conversations echoing around her. Marissa felt a thrill at being part of this lively environment, but the pressure of standing out among so many talented individuals loomed heavily in her mind. As she approached her designated area, Marissa caught sight of her fellow artists setting up their booths, a mix of familiar faces and new ones. She exchanged excited greetings with Jamie, who was hastily arranging her colorful pieces. "Ready to show the world what we've got?" Jamie exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. Marissa smiled back, buoyed by the camaraderie. "Absolutely. Just need to make sure everything is perfect." Suddenly, Lucas appeared, making his way through the crowd with an air of confidence. Marissa's stomach tightened slightly at the sight of him. She knew their past encounters had been strained, but she also recognized this was a chance to redefine their dynamic. "Hey, Marissa," he called out, his tone casual. "Nice setup. I see you've been busy." "Thanks, Lucas. I have been," she replied, keeping her voice steady. "How about you?" "Same here. Just trying to make an impression," he said coolly, glancing at her work with a calculating gaze. As they exchanged pleasantries, Marissa felt the weight of their rivalry linger in the air. She reminded herself that she was not here to compete but to connect and grow. With a final look at her booth, she gathered her resolve. it was time to engage fully with this opportunity and embrace whatever challenges lay ahead. Today marked another important step in her artistic journey, one that she was ready to navigate with confidence, supported by her allies and strengthened by her experiences. Marissa quickly got to work, setting up her booth and arranging her artwork with meticulous care. Each piece was a reflection of her journey, each brushstroke telling a story of growth and vulnerability. As she positioned them, she thought about the impact she wanted to create, a connection with viewers that would resonate beyond the surface. Feeling a rush of excitement, she turned to the supplies she brought along, ready to enhance her display. She neatly placed flyers about her upcoming workshops and a guest book for people to sign. "I want them to feel involved," she said softly to herself, imagining conversations that could emerge from their interactions with her art. As she worked, she glanced around at her fellow artists. Jamie was nearby, engaging with a small group of guests, her smile bright as she shared her inspiration. The sight lifted Marissa's spirits. It reminded her of the power of community. However, the atmosphere was not without its tensions. She could see Lucas at his booth, observing her setup, a discerning look on his face. There was no doubt he was strategizing, and the thought stirred a flicker of anxiety in her chest. Just then, Mia approached, a determined look in her eyes. "Marissa, can we talk for a minute?" she asked, pulling her aside. "Of course," Marissa replied, sensing the seriousness in Mia's tone. "I think we should discuss how we're going to present our work to the guests. I feel like we need a cohesive narrative that ties all of our pieces together," Mia stated, her brow furrowed in concentration. "That's a great idea," Marissa said, eager to hear more. "We can create a sense of unity that captures our collective vision. How do you envision doing that?" Mia began to detail her thoughts, but her insecurities seeped through. "I just don't want us to be overshadowed by Lucas and his group. I think we need to push hard to make a real impact." Marissa recognized the undercurrent of fear in Mia's voice, but also felt a resolve growing within her. "Let's collaborate on our presentation and really emphasize our collective strengths. We can highlight each artist's journey while weaving them together into a unified story." Mia considered Marissa's suggestion, a spark of hope igniting in her expression. "You're right. Let's showcase the unique voices we all bring to the table together." Marissa felt encouraged by Mia's response, recognizing that together they could navigate the pressures of competition while fostering a supportive environment. She gathered her supplies, ready to dive into the collaborative process with renewed commitment, ensuring that this exhibition would be a true reflection of their hard work and creative spirit. As the hours passed at the art fair, Marissa noticed the increasing amount of foot traffic around her booth. Guests admired her work, and she felt the energy build with excitement. Conversations flowed, each interaction reinforcing her confidence and commitment to her vision. Just as she was beginning to feel fully immersed in the experience, Lucas made his way toward her booth, a confident smile on his face. "I see your work has drawn quite the crowd," he remarked, his tone casual, yet Marissa could feel an underlying challenge in his words. "Thanks, Lucas. I'm excited to share my art with everyone," Marissa replied, keeping her voice steady, deliberately not allowing his presence to intimidate her. "Let's see if that holds up under scrutiny," he continued, a provocative smile lingering. "Don't you think there's a risk in taking such an emotional approach? Might not resonate with everyone." Marissa felt a surge of determination blossom within her. Art is meant to evoke. If it connects with even a few individuals on a deeper level, that's a success in my book, she countered, meeting his gaze without flinching. Their exchange drew the attention of nearby guests, who paused to listen. Marissa realized this was an opportunity to not only stand firm in her beliefs, but also to showcase her growth in the art community. She turned slightly to the audience, opening the discussion to them. "What do you all think? Is it important for art to challenge you emotionally?" Several voices chimed in, expressing their agreement with her perspective, which bolstered her resolve. Lucas, somewhat taken aback by the collective support, found himself on the defensive. "Well, if that's the case, then you might have to be prepared for negative feedback too," he said, trying to regain control of the conversation. "That's part of being an artist. Marissa replied confidently. The risk of failure or criticism is outweighed by the opportunity to connect authentically. I've learned that creating from a place of honesty helps build deeper relationships, not just with the audience, but with fellow artists as well. As the discussion continued, Marissa sensed the shift in how others perceived not only her work, but also her role as a leader in the community. The conversation slowly moved away from Lucas's critique, focusing instead on the diverse ways art could resonate emotionally with different people. Her confidence surged as she engaged further with the crowd. The affirmation from those around her reinforced her belief that staying true to her vision, regardless of external criticisms, was the path she wanted to pursue. Marissa understood that each moment of vulnerability only added to her strength, solidifying her place within the artistic community. As the exhibition progressed, the atmosphere in the gallery buzzed with energy and excitement. Marissa watched as guests gathered around her booth, engaging in lively discussions about her artwork. The earlier tension with Lucas began to fade, replaced by a shared enthusiasm for creativity and art. Feeling emboldened by the positive feedback, Marissa decided to lead an impromptu interactive session with her audience. Would anyone like to share their thoughts or feelings about what resonates with them in the pieces? She asked, inviting participation and creating a welcoming space for dialogue. A few hands shot up and attendees began to share their interpretations, each voice adding to the rich tapestry of conversation. Marissa listened intently, captivated by how different perspectives breathed new life into her work. Just then, a couple approached the booth, their expressions curious yet skeptical. "We're curious about your approach. Do you think it's too emotional?" one of them asked pointedly, echoing earlier doubts. Marissa felt a slight tightening in her chest, but she took a deep breath and reminded herself of her earlier resolve. "I believe that emotion is what connects us. If we shy away from vulnerability in art, we miss the chance to foster deep, meaningful connections." The couple exchanged glances, and slowly, their demeanor shifted. They nodded, engaging with her response, clearly reconsidering their initial skepticism. As the audience continued to connect with her pieces, Marissa noticed Mia leaning against a nearby wall, watching with a mix of pride and contemplation. The earlier conflict between them seemed to dissolve as they both navigated the challenges of the exhibition together. Feeling the momentum build, Marissa turned to Mia, who stepped forward. "You really know how to command a room," Mia admitted, a genuine smile breaking through her earlier reticence. "Thanks. I couldn't have done it without your support," Marissa replied, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie between them. As discussions flowed, Marissa recognized how her growth allowed her to embrace both praise and criticism, influencing the perception of her work while enhancing her leadership within the community. With each conversation, she solidified her presence as an artist and a connector, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with unwavering resolve. As the evening wore on, Marissa felt the buzz of the exhibition wrap around her like a comfortable blanket. Conversations flowed, and the energy was palpable, but there remained a shadow in the corner of the gallery, Lucas still observing with a calculating gaze. Marissa shook off the tension and refocused on the guests who surrounded her. They seemed more engaged than ever, asking questions and drawing connections between her work and their own experiences. Each interaction fueled her confidence, reminding her of why she had chosen this path. Then, just as she began to feel completely immersed in the moment, Lucas approached her booth once more, this time flanked by a couple of critics she recognized. The energy shifted, and Marissa braced herself for potential conflict. "Your work has stirred some conversation," Lucas started, his tone almost teasing. "But I wonder how it stands up to the heavyweights in today's show?" Marissa met his gaze, undeterred. "Art is subjective, Lucas. If my pieces connect with even a few people, I've accomplished something meaningful." The critics exchanged glances, intrigued by the exchange. Lucas pressed on. "But are the pieces technically strong enough to hold their own? Emotional depth is one thing, but craftsmanship matters too." Taking a deep breath, Marissa chose to address the critique head-on. "Every brushstroke carries intention. My goal is to evoke emotion, and if that resonates with my audience, then I've succeeded." She noticed the critics leaning in, their interest piqued as they observed the dynamics of the conversation unfold. In that moment, Marissa felt a surge of strength, bolstered by the support of those around her. This was her opportunity to redefine her narrative in real time. "I have complete faith in my craft," she added, her voice steady, "and I invite you all to engage with the story behind each piece. It's not just about the visual, it's about the connection it creates." Lucas appeared momentarily taken aback, the skepticism in his eyes wavering as the critics seemed to nod in agreement with Marissa's passionate defense. The tide was shifting in her favor, and she could feel the energy of the room turning toward her. This confrontation was a test, and she was rising to meet it. As the conversation continued, Marissa fully realized the impact of her earlier experiences on her confidence today. She was ready to navigate both support and challenge, knowing each moment contributed to her growth as an artist and leader. As the night progressed, Marissa felt a surge of exhilaration as she witnessed the positive reactions to her work. Guests continued to engage, and conversations flowed about the deeper meanings behind each piece. She started to feel a profound connection with the audience, a validation of her artistic choices that filled her with warmth. In the midst of this, she caught sight of Mia, who had been chatting with a group of attendees. Mia's laughter rang out, and for a moment, Marissa felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Their earlier discussions had paved the way for a newfound collaboration, and she was grateful that the tension between them was beginning to dissolve. Marissa approached Mia, who greeted her with a beaming smile. "I just talked to some gallery owners who love your work. They're really interested in what you have to say," she exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. "That's great," Marissa replied, feeling a jolt of excitement. "I was just discussing how important it is to create an emotional connection through art. It sounds like they're starting to see that perspective." "Absolutely," Mia agreed, her confidence visibly bolstered. "I think you should really think about expanding this to create a community event. We could invite other artists in to join us." As Marissa considered the idea, a realization washed over her. This opportunity to deepen their collaboration not only showcased their work, but also fostered connections within the broader artistic community. "That could really work, but we'll need to plan how to present it collectively. Let's involve everyone and make it a true reflection of our voices." Mia nodded eagerly, and the two began brainstorming ideas, their conversation bubbling with creativity. The synergy between them was palpable, and Marissa could feel the collaborative spirit igniting a spark in the room. As they continued discussing potential timelines and themes for the event, Marissa glanced around at her fellow artists. They were engaged and absorbed in their tasks, but she sensed an underlying current of anxiety from some. "Let's make sure everyone feels included in this process," Marissa said, her leadership instinct kicking in. "I want to ensure that we're creating something that resonates with everyone involved." Mia smiled, impressed by Marissa's commitment to collaboration. "I love that idea. It shows how far we've come as a team." In that moment, Marissa recognized that her journey was not just about personal success. It was about fostering a supportive environment for all artists. She felt empowered by her growth, knowing that together, they could create something extraordinary. With her resolve strengthened, she was ready to face the challenges ahead, confident in her ability to lead and inspire. Chapter 8, A Pivotal Choice. Marissa stood at the edge of the gallery, heart pounding as the preparations for the community event intensified around her. The atmosphere was charged with excitement and a hint of anxiety, making the air feel alive. Artists moved about, busy with last-minute arrangements, their faces reflecting the mix of anticipation and uncertainty that hung in the space. She took a deep breath, grounding herself as she glanced at the colorful displays that surrounded her. This was the culmination of weeks of planning and collaboration, and she was determined to ensure it resonated with everyone present. With a determined stride, she approached Jamie, who was busy setting up an interactive element for their display. "Hey, how's the setup going?" Marissa asked, noticing the organized chaos unfolding around them. Jamie looked up, a spark of enthusiasm igniting in their eyes. "It's almost ready. I've got some art supplies for the visitors to engage with. We want them to feel like they can contribute to the experience. That's fantastic, Marissa replied, feeling their energy bolster her own. Let's make sure we get the word out so everyone knows what to expect. I want this to be inclusive, like we talked about. As they arranged the area together, Marissa felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. The success of the event depended not just on her vision, but on the collective effort of everyone involved. She moved efficiently, coordinating with others to ensure everything was prepared on time. But as the setup continued, she noticed a subtle tension rising among the artists. A few whispered amongst themselves, casting glances at illustrated pieces hanging on the walls. Marissa's gaze followed theirs, recognizing a lingering doubt in Mia's expressions as she discussed adjustments with others. "Is everything okay over there?" Marissa called out, concerned but willing to address the unease head-on. Mia turned, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "I just think we need to maintain a clear message. If we get too scattered with our ideas, it might confuse the audience." Marissa nodded, acknowledging Mia's perspective while feeling a surge of determination. "Let's focus on presenting our diverse styles while still highlighting the connections we share in our work. That way, we can show that unity comes in many forms." As the conversations shifted, Marissa felt a renewed sense of clarity. She was ready to face the challenges presented, and her ability to navigate these dynamics was a testament to her growth. The flickers of doubt that had once constrained her were now replaced with a newfound strength built from collaboration and resilience. With the preparations underway, Marissa felt the excitement begin to pulse through her body. The collaborative exhibition was no longer just a dream. It was rapidly approaching reality. She made her way to the communal workspace where artists were gathering, the room filled with vibrant colors and animated conversations. As she entered, Marissa noticed a large whiteboard covered in ideas and visions for their upcoming project. It was a jigsaw puzzle of creativity, with each artist's style represented in chaotic harmony. Her heart raced with pride at what they were building together, and she felt a surge of excitement at the possibilities that lay ahead. "All right, everyone, let's get started," Marissa called out, clapping her hands to draw attention. The artists turned toward her, faces bright with anticipation. "Today, we're going to dive into our unique stories and figure out how to weave them into a cohesive narrative for the exhibition." Theo stood nearby, nodding enthusiastically. "We've got to make sure we communicate what distinguishes each of us while emphasizing our collective theme," he suggested, his excitement palpable. Marissa encouraged the group to break into smaller teams to brainstorm individual narratives that could contribute to the overarching project. "Let's share our ideas and see how our experiences intersect," she urged, eager to foster collaboration among everyone. As they broke into discussions, Marissa moved between the groups, listening intently and providing guidance. She witnessed the blossoming of ideas, each artist growing more confident in sharing their personal experiences. However, not everyone was on the same page. Mia, working with another artist, voiced concerns about losing their individual essence in the group narrative. Marissa recognized the shift in Mia's demeanor. The earlier camaraderie had given way to hesitation. "Let's ensure that our individual stories shine through," Marissa interjected, stepping up to support Mia. "We can keep our uniqueness while still forming a powerful connection. It's about balance." As discussions continued, Marissa's encouraging words seemed to resonate, igniting a sense of camaraderie among the artists. With each suggestion and insight shared, she felt the collective energy in the room surging. Marissa realized that her role had evolved. She was no longer just an artist concerned with her own presentation, but a leader guiding her peers toward a united vision. Her commitment to nurturing an inclusive environment had taken root, reinforcing her newfound confidence and resolve as they prepared for the exhibition ahead. As the brainstorming session continued, Marissa felt the atmosphere begin to shift. The energy was high, filled with creative chatter, but she sensed an underlying current of uncertainty among some of the artists. Lucas, having been quiet during the earlier discussions, suddenly raised his hand, his tone serious. "I think we need to be honest about our strengths and weaknesses. We don't want to paint over the reality of our skills." Marissa felt the tension rise as others exchanged glances. Mia's expression tightened, and Marissa realized that his words had struck a nerve. "Lucas has a point," Mia conceded, her voice wavering. "We can't overlook our individual abilities just because we're putting together a group narrative. It's important that we don't dilute our essence." Marissa stepped forward, sensing the weight of the moment. "I agree that recognizing our strengths is crucial," she said, her voice steady. "But rather than viewing this as diluting our work, we should see it as an opportunity to enhance our message. Our differences can create a richer narrative." A few artists nodded, but others still seemed hesitant. Marissa noticed the mixed responses, realizing the challenge of balancing individuality with the collective vision they were striving to achieve. "Let's take a step back," she suggested. "Why don't we each identify a personal story to share that aligns with the theme? We can then explore how those stories can complement one another." A murmur of agreement flew through the room, and the tension began to ease. Lucas thought for a moment before responding. "Okay, I can see that working, but how do we ensure it doesn't become disjointed?" Marissa smiled, grateful for his engagement. "We'll integrate our narratives during the next session. Feedback from all of us can help shape a cohesive presentation. Collaboration doesn't mean losing our voices, it means amplifying them together." As the group resumed discussions, Marissa noticed a renewed sense of enthusiasm pooling in the room. The willingness to share ideas and stories became a bridge, narrowing the divide of doubt that had briefly emerged. In that moment, Marissa recognized that trusting this process would yield not only a stronger outcome, but also help foster relationships. Her growth as a leader became evident. She had the power not just to express herself, but to unify her peers, setting the stage for their success ahead. With the group re-energized by their discussions, Marissa guided everyone to take some time to write down their personal stories and how those could weave into the collective narrative. The atmosphere was alive with rustling papers and the sound of pens scratching against surfaces, each artist diving into their thoughts with newfound focus. Marissa moved among the tables, casually engaging with each artist, asking questions that encouraged reflection about their experiences. "What moments have shaped your artistic voice?" she prompted, her interest genuine. As she approached Mia, who was deep in thought, Marissa noticed Mia biting her lip, pencil hovering above the page. "What are you thinking?" Marissa asked softly, leaning in slightly to get a glimpse of her notes. "I just don't know if my story feels strong enough compared to all of this," Mia admitted, frustration lacing her voice as she gestured to the vibrant chaos around them. "I'm worried it won't resonate like everyone else's." Marissa felt an urge to reassure her friend. "Your story matters, Mia. It's unique, just like your art. Remember, every emotion is valid, and that's what connects us." Mia raised her eyes, and for a moment, hesitation flickered there. But what if it doesn't connect with the audience? What if they don't get it? "We can't control how people perceive our work," Marissa replied, her tone steady. "But what we can control is the authenticity behind it. If we share our genuine experiences, we invite others to connect, regardless of how it's received." Mia nodded slowly, visibly processing Marissa's words. "Maybe you're right. It just feels different to put myself out there." Before the conversation could deepen, a few artists called for Marissa's attention, presenting their drafts with enthusiasm. Marissa quickly shifted her focus, giving them constructive feedback, her confidence bolstered by the support around her. As they continued to share their stories and ideas, Marissa felt a growing sense of unity in the room. Everyone was building on each other's narratives, reinforcing the interconnectedness that she had envisioned. Returning to Mia, Marissa offered one final encouragement. "Let's pair our stories in a way that showcases both of our styles. Together, we can create something truly impactful." Mia's eyes brightened as she considered the possibility, feeling reassured by Marissa's unwavering belief in their collaboration. In that moment, Marissa recognized the transformative power of vulnerability, not just for herself, but for her peers too, and resolved to guide them as they embraced their unique journeys. As the workshop carried on, Marissa felt the tide of creativity swelling within the room. Ideas were flourishing, and voices mingled in a symphony of artistic expression. She moved through the space, engaging with different groups, each artist eager to share their progress. When she reached Theo, he was excitedly discussing an interactive element they could incorporate into their exhibition, an idea to allow visitors to contribute their own experiences alongside the artwork. "Imagine how impactful it could be," he said, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. "It would highlight community while showcasing our individual stories." Marissa's heart raced at the thought. "That sounds incredible. It aligns perfectly with what we're trying to do. It could create even deeper connections," she replied, feeling a surge of determination. However, in the midst of their brainstorming, the flicker of doubt returned as some artists expressed concern about the added complexity. "What if the audience doesn't engage? What if it falls flat?" one artist asked, anxiety lacing their tone. Marissa paused, considering the apprehensions in the room. She could feel the pressure of the expectations building around them, memories of past doubts bubbling up. "What if we think of it as an experiment rather than a final product?" she suggested, shifting the perspective. "This is our chance to explore together. If it doesn't work out as planned, we'll learn and adapt." The group leaned into her words, and a renewed energy filled the air as they began to rethink their approach. The idea of embracing failure as part of the journey resonated with them, releasing some of the tension that had built. As the discussions flowed and plans solidified, Marissa glanced at the diverse faces around her, each artist a unique blend of excitement and anxiety. She understood intimately what it felt like to navigate those conflicting emotions. With each idea shared, her confidence grew stronger. Marissa had stepped into a leadership role, guiding her peers through uncertainty while fostering a collaborative spirit. This was their moment to redefine not only the exhibition, but also their paths as artists. In that space, surrounded by creativity and support, Marissa felt a profound connection with her fellow artists. This was not just about showcasing art. It was about building a community that thrived on shared experiences and vulnerability. She was prepared to navigate whatever challenges lay ahead. As the workshop finally came to a close, Marissa gathered everyone for a final reflection. The room radiated with excitement, filled with sketches, notes, and animated conversations. There was a palpable sense of accomplishment among the group, as they had not only shared resources, but also forged deeper connections. "Thank you all for your hard work and creativity today," Marissa began, her voice steady with conviction. "I believe we've created something special here, and I'm excited to see how all of our individual stories come together." She noticed the artists exchanging glances, a mixture of pride and newfound confidence evident in their expressions. It felt like they had built a solid foundation that could weather any upcoming challenges. Theo spoke up. "I think we've established a unique direction that truly reflects our collective essence. This is just the beginning." Marissa nodded in agreement, but she also sensed some lingering doubts from a few artists in the room. "I know some of you expressed concerns earlier about audience engagement and the impact of emotional storytelling. It's understandable. We're all navigating this together." One of the artists, still hesitant, raised a hand. "What if we fail to connect with the audience or receive harsh criticism? It's a risk." Marissa felt the weight of those words, but leaned into the moment, determined to reinforce the importance of their journey. Every artist faces the fear of failure. What matters is how we respond to it. If we approach this project with courage and authenticity, we're already building something meaningful. Let's embrace whatever comes next together. As the discussion continued, Marissa felt the energy in the room shift once more. The earlier doubts were being replaced with resolve as the artists began to vocalize their shared excitement and commitment. She realized the true power of their collaboration rested not just in the work they produced, but in the strength they drew from one another. With every conversation, Marissa saw her own evolution manifesting, not only as an artist, but as a leader, fostering an inclusive and supportive community. With confidence shining in her eyes, Marissa concluded the meeting, uplifting spirits and setting a clear vision for the future. She knew they were ready to face the upcoming challenges, confident in their abilities to navigate the complexities of the art world together. Chapter 9, Rallying the Forces. The morning of the collaborative exhibition dawned bright and clear, the sun casting a warm glow over the gallery. Marissa arrived early, the hum of excitement palpable in the air as artists prepared their displays. She felt a whirlwind of anticipation as she stepped through the doors, taking in the vibrant energy around her. As she approached her booth, Marissa's heart raced at the sight of her artwork on display, each piece a testament to her journey and growth. She took a moment to appreciate the collective effort that had gone into the exhibition, knowing that this was more than just a chance to showcase her art. It was a collaborative celebration of their shared stories. Surveying the setup, she noticed a couple of her peers engaged in last-minute adjustments. Jamie was discussing the placement of their interactive elements with another artist, ensuring that everything would encourage audience engagement. Marissa felt gratitude for Jamie's enthusiasm and commitment. "I've got this covered, Marissa," Jamie said with a grin as she adjusted the display. "Just focus on your part. The audience is going to love this." Marissa smiled in return, feeling the excitement bubbling in her chest. "Thanks. I just want to make sure everything is perfect." As the minutes ticked closer to the opening, Marissa began to feel the pressure building. Would the audience connect with her work? Would they resonate with the emotional narrative she aimed to portray? Just as her thoughts began to spiral, she caught Theo's reassuring gaze from across the room. "Hey, don't worry. You're ready," he said, striding over to her. "You've poured your heart into this. They're going to feel it." Taking a deep breath, Marissa nodded, trying to anchor herself in his confidence. "Right. I just need to trust my vision." Suddenly, the gallery manager clapped their hands, gathering everyone's attention as the doors opened. "Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us at this special collaborative exhibition. We invite you all to explore the unique stories behind each piece." With that, Marissa felt a surge of momentum as attendees began to filter in. The energy was electric. This was the moment she had been working toward, where art and community would collide in a vibrant display of creativity. She stepped forward, ready to share her story and embrace the connections that awaited her. As the event unfolded, Marissa felt the buzz of excitement enveloping her. Guests began to flood the gallery, mingling and eagerly absorbing the array of artistic expressions showcased around them. Conversations swirled about the space as curious attendees engaged, admiring the diverse works on display. Marissa positioned herself near her booth, encouraging attendees to interact with her pieces. With each visitor who approached, she felt her confidence grow as they asked about her art and shared their interpretations. "This piece speaks to the complexity of human emotions and connections," she explained, passion radiating from her words. But amidst the excitement, Marissa noticed a few of her peers glancing at the nearby walls, murmuring anxiously. A sudden wave of uncertainty washed over her as she overheard comments about how the exhibition was unfolding, with comparisons to larger galleries that seemed to dominate the scene. "Are we really making an impact here?" one artist whispered to another, casting a doubtful gaze at the crowd, who appeared more engaged with the larger displays across the room. Feeling the tension, Marissa took a step back to evaluate the situation. She recalled her earlier conversations about the power of vulnerability in art. Rather than allow doubt to overshadow their efforts, she decided to address the unease outright. "Hey, everyone," Marissa called, gathering her fellow artists' attention. "I know we've all worked so hard, and it's easy to feel overshadowed, but let's not forget why we're here. Our stories matter." She approached the artists, her eyes meeting each of theirs as she spoke. "This exhibition is about connecting with our audience and showcasing our unique voices. Let's focus on fostering those connections, regardless of how big or small our pieces are in comparison." Theo joined her side, emphasizing her point. "Every artist here has something valuable to offer. It's about the collective experience we create together." The atmosphere shifted as Marissa's encouraging words resonated with her peers. She watched as some artists nodded, their confidence visibly renewed. As the exhibition continued, she realized that her vulnerability and willingness to confront challenges enriched not only her art, but the environment surrounding them. In reaffirming their purpose, Marissa could see the impact of her growth reflected in the dynamics of their interactions, solidifying her belief in the importance of collective authenticity. As Marissa continued to engage with the audience, she felt a rush of adrenaline sweep over her. The excitement in the gallery was infectious, and she noticed that more guests were gravitating toward her booth, drawn in by the emotional narrative of her pieces. With each conversation, her confidence deepened, nourishing the connection she felt with her artwork and the visitors. Amid the clamor, she spotted Lucas once again, maneuvering through the crowd with a charismatic flair. He seemed to be showcasing his work with an entourage of admirers, laughing and discussing the techniques behind his latest piece. Marissa felt a pang of discomfort as she recognized the stark difference in their presentation styles. While she had been focused on emotional depth, Lucas was leaning heavily on his technical skills and broad appeal, securing his place as a clear contender in the competitive scene. As he glanced over at her booth, their eyes met for a moment. Marissa held her ground, refusing to let his presence shake her resolve. Just then, one of her guests interjected. "What do you think about the competition? Do you feel pressure to adjust your style to fit in?" Marissa hesitated for a moment, her heart racing at the weight of the question. She understood the implications underlying the inquiry. "Art is subjective," she replied, her voice steady. "While it's natural to feel pressure, I believe it's important to remain authentic to what drives you as an artist. Adjusting for others might stifle your voice." Lucas overheard the exchange and interjected with a smirk. "But don't you think that's a bit naive? Sometimes you have to give the audience what they want to succeed." Marissa felt the challenge in his words, but also the opportunity to stand firm in her convictions. "Success doesn't only mean pleasing the audience," she shot back, meeting his gaze. "It's about creating something that resonates and speaks truths, even if it's not immediately mainstream." The room fell silent for a moment, a mix of tension and curiosity swirling in the air. Marissa could see several guests considering her words thoughtfully, a growing admiration for her honesty bubbling within them. With that, she took a step closer to the crowd, ready to re-engage and draw everyone back into the warmth of the discussion. "Art should spark conversation, evoke emotion, and challenge us," she continued, her voice rising with conviction. "That's where its true power lies." Feeling the shift in the room as others nodded in agreement, Marissa trusted her instincts. Despite moments of self-doubt, she realized that standing firm in her beliefs was integral to her growth as an artist, one that valued authenticity and connection over mere acceptance. As the conversations began to shift back toward the art itself, Marissa felt a surge of energy. She watched as guests engaged more enthusiastically with her work, some even stepping closer to delve into the emotions she had captured. It was as if the earlier tension had evaporated, replaced by a collective curiosity and appreciation. Then, out of the corner of her eye, Marissa noticed a small group of critics, their voices rising above the rest as they gathered near Lucas's display. She could see him basking in the attention, confidently discussing his pieces with an air of authority. "It's so refreshing to see artists like him standing firm in the tradition while others flounder with emotional narratives," one critic remarked loudly, catching Marissa's attention. Marissa instinctively felt a mix of determination and frustration. She turned to her guests, ready to continue sharing her vision. "Art is not just about adhering to traditions. It's about exploring new territories and expressing the full range of our human experience," she advocated, her voice carrying across the gallery. One of the attendees nodded, intrigued. "But people do respond to what they know, right? Isn't that part of maintaining a connection?" Marissa considered the question, recognizing the validity in their concern. "It certainly is. But think about what resonates. The art that often sticks with us is the work that challenges our perceptions, that makes us feel deeply." Just then, Theo approached, having overheard the discussion. "I think Marissa is right. It's easy to stick with what is familiar, but the greatest art often pushes us out of our comfort zones. That's where real conversation begins." Marissa smiled, grateful for Theo's support. She felt the atmosphere shift yet again as others chimed in, affirming the importance of emotional engagement in art. Marissa's confidence began to swell as she witnessed this subtle transformation in the crowd. The critics, faced with growing dissent, exchanged glances. Lucas, visibly annoyed, attempted to regain control of the narrative, but Marissa could see that his confidence was wavering in the face of their engagement. Marissa took a deep breath, ready to seize this moment. Art is about the connection we establish with others through our vulnerabilities. It's powerful, and it's necessary. As the crowd responded with nods and murmurs of agreement, Marissa recognized the impact of their collective support. This was more than just an exhibition. It was a powerful platform for dialogue, and she was at the center of it all, ready to lead with conviction and compassion. As the exhibition continued to unfold, Marissa felt a resurgence of confidence flowing through her, powered by the support and engagement of those around her. Guests were leaning in, captivated by the depth of the stories behind her pieces. The earlier doubts that had taunted her faded with each positive response she received. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the gallery manager arrived, taking note of the buzz surrounding Marissa's display. He approached her, an impressed look on his face. "You've created quite the buzz, Marissa. People are really resonating with your work." Her heart swelled at the recognition. "Thank you. I really aimed to create a connection that would invite conversation." Just then, she caught sight of Mia, speaking animatedly with a group of visitors. Marissa felt a surge of pride. Mia had stepped into her own, sharing her insights and contributing to the narrative they were building. However, Lucas still lingered, observing from the sidelines. He leaned toward a couple of critics, whispering, and Marissa couldn't help but feel a flicker of unease return. She was determined not to let his presence dampen the energy surrounding her booth. With a fresh wave of courage, she made her way to Mia, actively engaging with the guests around them. "You're doing great," Marissa encouraged, her words filled with support. Mia turned, a smile breaking through her usual reserve. "I really appreciate that. It feels good to share our experiences, doesn't it?" "Absolutely," Marissa replied, grateful for their growing collaboration. Just then, a voice cut through, the critic who had questioned her earlier. "Marissa, I'm curious, how do you envision evolving your style after this showcase?" Concerns about audience reception linger. Marissa felt a pulse of tension, yet she refused to retreat. "Every artist needs to evolve, but not at the expense of authenticity. I want to continually challenge myself while staying true to the emotions that drive my work." The critic seemed taken aback by her confidence. A few nearby guests nodded in agreement, and Marissa realized the power of her words resonated beyond just this moment. As she continued to articulate her thoughts, she felt the energy shift. Their audience was engaging with her art, no longer just assessing it on a surface level. Confidence blossomed within her as she recognized this pivotal moment of connection. With the room alive with conversation, Marissa understood that her journey as an artist was not just about personal validation, but about fostering a community. The realization reinforced her commitment to embracing every challenge and opportunity for growth that lay ahead. As the evening wore on, Marissa felt a wave of excitement mingled with exhaustion wash over her. The gallery buzzed with conversation, the vibrant energy reflecting the passion she had poured into her work. With each session of dialogue about her pieces, she witnessed viewers recounting their own stories, creating connections that extended beyond the art itself. Amidst the celebration, the gallery manager approached her once more, a look of admiration spreading across his face. "You've made quite an impact tonight, Marissa. The way people are engaging with your work is truly inspiring." "Thank you. I couldn't have done it without the support of everyone around me," she responded, glancing around at her peers, feeling a deep sense of camaraderie. Just then, Marissa noticed a few artists gathered together, casting sideways looks at her booth. A pang of uncertainty flared within her. Would jealousy begin to stir among her peers? Stepping forward, she decided to address the group's dynamic. "Hey everyone, thank you so much for your support tonight. I'd love to hear how you all felt about the responses so far." One artist chimed in. "It's been amazing to see how deeply people connect with the emotional aspects of your work. That inspires me to explore those elements in my own pieces." While the supportive comments buoyed her confidence, she couldn't ignore the undercurrent of tension. Lucas had quietly moved back to earshot, crossing his arms, a skeptical expression on his face. Marissa squared her shoulders, determined not to let his presence overshadow her achievements. Art is about sharing our journeys, and I hope my pieces encourage everyone to embrace their personal narratives, she declared, her conviction ringing clear. The atmosphere shifted slightly as a couple of artists nodded, bearing expressions of dawning respect and understanding. Lucas remained the anomaly, his brow furrowed in apparent contemplation. "Just remember," he finally said, his voice low yet cutting through the camaraderie, "not every narrative will resonate. It's a big risk to take." Unfazed, Marissa met his gaze with newfound confidence, understanding that risks were part and parcel of any creative journey. But every risk is worth taking if it leads to authenticity. I trust our community to embrace those stories. As the conversation continued, Marissa felt her heart swell with gratitude. The connections she had fostered were transforming not just her art, but also her relationships with her peers. Her words now held weight, resonating with others as she navigated the intricacies of the art world, ready to forge ahead with a sense of purpose. Chapter 10: The Search for Support. The days following the exhibition were a whirlwind of activity as Marissa settled back into her routine. She found herself energized by the positive feedback and connections she had made, yet there was also a nagging feeling that she needed to capitalize on the momentum. In her studio, she surrounded herself with sketches and notes, meticulously planning her next steps. The atmosphere buzzed with the faint smell of paint and inspiration. Each piece reflected the lessons learned, not just about art, but about collaboration and community. Marissa opened her laptop and began drafting ideas for the upcoming workshops she had proposed. She wanted to create an environment where local artists could come together, share experiences, and push their boundaries. As she typed, excitement coursed through her veins. This was what she had longed for, a chance to nurture others while continuing her artistic pursuit. With a determined focus, she mapped out schedules and potential themes, wanting to ensure that each session was both engaging and impactful. She envisioned spaces where vulnerability could thrive through artistic expression, a concept that had taken root during the past exhibition. Just then, her phone pinged with a message from Jamie, asking if they could meet to discuss their plans further. A smile spread across her face as she texted back her agreement, feeling grateful for the continued support of her friends and allies. Marissa began gathering materials to show Jamie, excited to share her ideas and elated at the prospect of collaborating on something meaningful. As she tidied her workspace, she glanced at her latest piece, a vibrant canvas filled with swirling colors and emotional depth. It represented not just her journey, but the evolution of her relationships within the community. Strengthened by the experiences of the past weeks, Marissa felt ready to lead the charge into this new phase, confident in her belief that their shared stories would create something extraordinary. It was a pivotal moment, one where her aspirations transformed into tangible action, sparking the potential for growth within the artistic community. Marissa arrived at the community art space, her heart fluttering with excitement as she entered the brightly lit room. It was abuzz with anticipation, fellow artists setting up their workstations and chatting animatedly about their ideas for the upcoming workshops. The walls adorned with vibrant murals seemed to pulse with creativity, amplifying her enthusiasm. She quickly made her way to the central table, where Jamie was already laying out supplies for the first workshop. "Hey, I'm so glad you're here," Jamie greeted, their eyes sparkling with energy. "I was just organizing everything for our kickoff session." "Let's make this something special," Marissa said, rolling up her sleeves and diving into the preparations. They arranged canvases, paints, and materials, making sure everything was easily accessible for their participants. As they worked, Marissa encouraged Jamie to share their vision for the session. "What do you think would resonate most with the artists joining us?" she asked, genuinely interested. Jamie suggested incorporating a segment on collaborative art where participants could build off each other's ideas. "It'll create a sense of community right from the start," they exclaimed. Marissa felt a warm sense of pride in their shared vision. "That's perfect. We can also include discussions on vulnerability and artistic expression. It's what really connects us all. Just then, a few more artists began to arrive, their presence adding to the dynamic energy in the room. Marissa greeted them warmly, welcoming them into their space of creativity and openness. However, one artist seemed hesitant, lingering near the door. "I'm not sure if I belong here," she said, uncertainty marring her expression. Marissa stepped forward, her heart sympathetic to the woman's feelings. "Everyone has a place here. This workshop is about exploration and finding your voice. We're all learning together," she encouraged, hoping to lighten the mood. The woman's expression began to shift as she stepped further inside, cautiously joining the circle of artists. Marissa noticed this exchange, fueling her own sense of purpose. Each interaction, each shared experience, was a testament to the community they were building. She felt her leadership skills growing as she encouraged the artists to express themselves openly, creating a safe space for them to collaborate and connect. With the room filled with eager participants, Marissa felt a surge of anticipation for what was to come, ready to embrace the adventure of guiding others through their artistic journeys. As the first workshop began, Marissa felt a wave of excitement wash over her. Artists of various backgrounds were seated around the tables, a mixture of curiosity and nervousness evident on their faces. She exchanged encouraging glances with Jamie, who stood beside her, ready to facilitate the session. Marissa cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention. "Welcome, everyone. I'm so glad you're here. Today, we're going to explore our unique stories through art and see how those stories can connect us." A few artists nodded, while others leaned in, eager to engage. Marissa initiated the session by asking each participant to share a brief snippet of their artistic journey, opening the floor for dialogue. She encouraged vulnerability, emphasizing that every shared experience mattered. As the first artist spoke about their struggles with self-doubt, Marissa noticed a ripple of resonance through the group. Each person's story echoed some element of the others, creating a bond that felt almost palpable. However, as the sharing continued, one artist hesitated, her expression revealing a mix of fear and uncertainty. "What if my story isn't interesting enough?" she murmured, looking down at the table. Marissa quickly stepped in, her voice warm and reassuring. "Your story is valuable because it's yours. Every experience shapes who we are as artists, and that uniqueness is what matters." Moments later, a few participants began to share their self-doubts, creating an atmosphere of trust and camaraderie. Marissa guided the conversation skillfully, helping participants delve deeper into their emotions and experiences. As they transitioned into the art-making portion of the workshop, Jamie encouraged everyone to bring elements of their stories into their pieces. Marissa watched as artists began to sketch and paint, excitement growing as they channeled their experiences onto the canvas. In this environment of support and openness, Marissa felt her own confidence blossom. She had stepped into the role of facilitator, finding joy in the connections forming around her. Each brushstroke became not just a representation of their individual narratives, but a part of a collective journey toward understanding and creativity. As the workshop progressed, Marissa knew that these moments were leading to something greater than just art. They were forging interpersonal bonds that would last long after the paint dried. As the workshop unfolded, Marissa felt the creative energy ripple through the room, punctuated by bursts of laughter and focused silence as artists delved into their work. The supportive atmosphere was palpable, and each person was deeply engaged in their art, pouring their experiences onto the canvas in front of them. Marissa moved around the tables, offering guidance and encouragement. She stopped by Jamie, who was experimenting with color in a way that mirrored their shared inspirations. "That's beautiful, Jamie. The colors really pop," Marissa praised, her eyes lighting up at the vibrancy of Jamie's piece. "Thanks. I'm trying to capture that feeling we talked about," Jamie replied, their voice filled with excitement. Marissa felt the warmth of their collaboration and decided to share a few techniques she had learned in her recent experiences. "You know, sometimes layering colors can really add depth. Want to try that?" Jamie nodded enthusiastically, eager to learn and grow. However, an unexpected voice broke through the creative reverie. Lucas had entered the workshop, a skeptical expression crossing his features. "I hope you all realize that pouring your emotions into art won't guarantee success," he remarked, his tone critical. Marissa felt tension rising again. She took a deep breath, reminding herself of all the lessons she had learned about resilience and the value of support. "We're not here just to sell art, Lucas. We're here to explore and connect, to share our stories." When Lucas challenged her again, suggesting that art should primarily cater to an audience rather than express personal narratives, Marissa felt her heart race. "Art should evoke something real. It's about authenticity," she insisted firmly, determined not to let his comments sway her team. As the others listened, some started to nod in agreement, reinforcing her stance. Mia piped up, "Exactly. We're all learning and growing together. That's what matters." Marissa surveyed the room, witnessing how each artist was interpreting the workshop in their own way, unearthing new layers of confidence as they engaged with the process. In that pivotal moment, she recognized that navigating conflict was part of growth. Marissa's leadership was tested as she stood firm, committed to fostering an environment where every voice could be heard, even when facing skepticism. This experience reaffirmed her belief that their journeys should remain intertwined as they all sought to express their truths through art. The atmosphere in the workshop was electric, filled with the hum of creativity and evolving connections. Artists moved about, mingling and discussing their works as the session progressed. Marissa felt a swell of pride watching them engage with their art and with each other, a clear synergy forming in the room. Suddenly, a guest artist who had been quietly working in the corner spoke up. "What if it's not enough to just share our stories? What if we need to appeal to a broader audience?" The room went silent, and Marissa felt the weight of the questions settle over the group. A familiar tension coiled in her stomach as she recognized the echoes of doubt that had surfaced before. Marissa took a deep breath, her heart racing as she approached the artist. "I believe our stories are what will resonate the most," she said, her voice steady. "If we can connect on a personal level, it will create a stronger impact than tailoring our work just to fit someone else's expectations." Lucas, who had been listening nearby, leaned in, grinning. "But if you don't connect with the broader audience first, isn't that a risk? What's the point if no one shows up?" Marissa felt the tension in the room again, but she refused to let it intimidate her. She glanced at her peers, each one watching the exchange with keen interest. "Art is about dialogue, not just marketing. If we share our truths, we invite authentic connections. That's what builds lasting relationships," she countered. Theo nodded in support, stepping forward. "Exactly. If we focus solely on pleasing everyone, we lose what makes our art unique. This isn't just about the exhibition. It's about expressing ourselves and creating a space for others to feel inspired." The guest artist considered their words, slowly nodding. A few others began echoing support, recognizing the validity of Marissa and Theo's sentiments. Feeling a resurgence of confidence, Marissa pivoted back to the group. "Each of you has a unique vision. Instead of diminishing each other's strengths, let's embrace them and learn from one another." As she spoke, there was a visible shift in the collective energy. The earlier doubts seemed to dissolve, replaced by a burgeoning sense of potential and camaraderie. Marissa saw light in her peers' eyes, an acknowledgement that they could achieve something truly meaningful together. With the conversation reigniting, Marissa felt proud of how her leadership had enabled a powerful dialogue. She understood that navigating complexities would be essential for their future, and with each shared experience, she was forging a path that honored both individuality and collaboration. As the workshop drew to a close, Marissa felt the palpable energy in the room shift. Ideas had flowed, and uncertainty was giving way to newfound confidence among her peers. She gathered everyone together for a moment of reflection, eager to reinforce the connections they had built. "Thank you all for your participation today," she began, her voice warm and inviting. "I believe we've started something truly special, and I'm grateful to each of you for sharing your stories and experiences." The group shared nods and smiles, a sense of pride blossoming among them. Marissa could see that the atmosphere had transformed into one of mutual support and encouragement, reinvigorating her own spirit. Jamie, standing at the front, chimed in, "It's amazing how much we've learned from each other today. I feel like we're ready for anything." Another artist, a bit more reserved, added, "Creating this network feels powerful. It's a reminder that we're not alone in this journey." Marissa smiled, her heart swelling with appreciation for the growing camaraderie. Exactly. We're all in this together, and that's what makes our art meaningful. Let's keep lifting each other up. As discussions turned to next steps, Marissa noticed Mia step forward. Her demeanor noticeably improved. "I think we should organize regular meetups to keep building on what we've started. It's vital to maintain this creative momentum." Marissa's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "That's a fantastic idea. Let's brainstorm themes for our next gathering to ensure it stays engaging and relevant." The group began to buzz with excitement again, sharing possible topics and formats. Marissa felt invigorated by their enthusiasm, realizing how far they had all come together. This wasn't just a workshop, it was the foundation of a supportive community where artists could thrive. As she led the conversation, Marissa felt a deep sense of purpose. The experience reinforced her understanding of the importance of collaboration in the creative process. No longer was she just an artist navigating her own path. She was part of a movement, ready to embrace the adventures and challenges that lay ahead, alongside the community they had built together. Chapter 11, The Trust Test. Marissa stood in her studio, the tranquil morning light filtering through the windows. The familiar scent of paint hung in the air, a comforting reminder of her creative sanctuary. As she prepared for another productive day, she felt a sense of purpose driving her forward. She took a moment to review her plans for the upcoming mentorship workshop. The idea had blossomed into an exciting project, and now it was time to bring it to life. She carefully gathered materials, her mind racing with thoughts of how to structure the sessions and what resources would be most beneficial for the aspiring artists she hoped to reach. As she organized her notes, a knock at the door pulled her from her concentration. It was Jamie, a bright smile lighting up their face. "Hey, I just came by to help finalize the workshop details. I can't wait to see how it turns out." Marissa returned the smile, feeling the infectious energy of her friend. "Thanks. I've been thinking about how to engage everyone and make it memorable." They settled down at the table, and Marissa started outlining the topics they would cover. Jamie contributed ideas, suggesting interactive exercises that would encourage participants to share their personal journeys. The synergy between them was undeniable, and together they began drafting a schedule that balanced learning with hands-on experience. As they worked, Marissa felt a surge of excitement about the potential impact of the workshop. But as she glanced up from her notes, she noticed the worry etched on Jamie's face. "What's bothering you?" she asked softly. "I just hope we can really connect with the artists," Jamie replied, a hint of doubt in their voice. "I don't want to let anyone down." Marissa nodded, understanding the pressure they both felt. "We've put so much thought and care into this. The most important thing is to be genuine. If we share our own experiences and show that we believe in them, they'll feel that." With that reassurance, Jamie brightened, and they continued building on their plans. Together, they navigated the intricacies of organizing a workshop, balancing structure with the flexibility that creativity demanded. Marissa realized that this partnership was a reflection of her growth. She was no longer just focused on her own artistic journey, but was actively helping to nurture the paths of others. As they wrapped up their planning, Marissa felt a deep belief in their mission, ready to embrace the challenge of guiding aspiring artists toward their own successes. As the day of the mentorship workshop approached, Marissa felt a surge of excitement mixed with a hint of anxiety. She arrived at the community art space early, the bright colors of the building lifting her spirits. The room was already buzzing with energy as artists set up their materials, an array of supplies and canvases filling the tables. Marissa took a moment to gather her thoughts, reviewing her notes and visualizing the flow of the workshop. She wanted it to be a welcoming environment where everyone could explore their creativity safely. As participants began to filter in, Marissa greeted them with bright smiles. "Welcome. I'm thrilled to see so many familiar faces, and new ones too," she said, her enthusiasm melting any tension in the air. Jamie joined her, handing out name tags and promoting a sense of community right from the start. "Let's break the ice. How about we start with introductions?" they suggested, glancing at the group of artists. Marissa nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of camaraderie form in the room. "Let's go around and share our names and a little about why we're here today. It will help us connect right from the beginning." As the introductions began, Marissa listened intently to each person's story, their hopes and aspirations pouring out into the open. Some mentioned feelings of doubt or fear, while others expressed excitement and eagerness to learn. Each narrative added texture to the gathering, weaving comfort into the environment. However, a shadow fell over the discussion as one artist expressed skepticism. "I'm just here because I was told to come. I doubt anything will change for me," they said, a hard edge in their voice. Marissa felt the weight of their words and stepped forward, ready to address the concern. "I understand where you're coming from," she replied, her voice steady. "But change often starts from within. If you're open to it, you might discover new perspectives that can spark inspiration." The artist shrugged, but remained quiet, clearly unconvinced. Marissa sensed the tension between them and realized that not everyone would easily embrace the workshop's objectives. With determination, she turned to the group. "Let's create a space where everyone feels safe to explore and express themselves. No pressure, just an opportunity to share and grow together." The atmosphere shifted slightly as others nodded in agreement, showing that they valued her words. Marissa could see the potential for deeper connections forming, even amid skepticism. Fueled by the promise of collaboration, she reinforced her commitment to make this workshop a meaningful experience, ready to navigate any uncertainties that came their way. As the workshop progressed, the atmosphere grew more relaxed, but Marissa could still sense that some hidden tensions lurked beneath the surface. She decided it was time to address the group again and emphasize their collective journey. "Let's take a moment to reflect on our goals for today," she suggested, gathering everyone's attention. "I want us to openly share our thoughts and inspire one another." One of the newer artists, a quiet but observant individual named Alex, raised a hand. "I appreciate the positive vibes, but honestly, I'm still feeling unsure about my style. What if I can't keep up with everyone else?" Marissa could see uncertainty in Alex's eyes, and it struck a chord within her. She remembered feeling similarly lost in her own journey. "I totally understand that fear," she replied, her tone empathetic. "Remember, everyone is here to learn and grow at their own pace. There's no competition in this space, only support." Mia, who had been listening intently, chimed in. "Exactly. We are all at different stages in our journeys. Let's collaborate instead of comparing ourselves to one another." Marissa noticed some heads nodding, a testament to the growing camaraderie among the group, but also caught a look from Lucas standing at the back. His expression was skeptical, arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips as if he felt indifferent to the encouragement flowing through the room. "I just caution against too much softness in your styles," Lucas said, his voice cutting through the positivity. "This is the art world, after all. Strength and marketability matter. Emotional resonance can be a risk." Marissa felt a wave of frustration at his dismissive attitude, but reminded herself of the importance of promoting unity. While marketability is important, emotional depth can create lasting bonds between artists and audiences. It's about finding that balance, and that can only happen when we allow ourselves to explore freely. As the group began to engage in deeper discussions, Marissa felt the energy in the room shift slightly. Even though some still held doubts, there was a noticeable openness to the idea of shared journeys. Marissa realized that the varying perspectives among her peers, especially Lucas's skepticism, were opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. She encouraged the artists to reflect on their individual styles and share how they could weave together, solidifying the idea of community in their art. By the end of the session, she could see a palpable shift in dynamics, with team members more willing to share and support one another. Marissa felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she guided the discussions, her leadership skills blossoming as they collectively embraced the power of vulnerability and creativity. As the workshop continued, Marissa took a moment to observe how her peers embraced the discussions. The energy in the room was buzzing with an eagerness to share and connect, and she felt grateful for the transformation that had occurred since the beginning of the session. Marissa decided to introduce a new exercise, one that would encourage everyone to actively engage with their artistic narratives. "Let's try something different," she announced, her enthusiasm spilling over. "I want each of you to pair up and share the story behind your favorite piece. Dig deep and explore the emotions that drive your work." Excited whispers broke out as artists began to find their partners. Marissa watched as they eagerly delved into discussions, each pair revealing vulnerabilities and aspirations. She felt a wave of warmth at witnessing the connections forming. It was everything she had hoped for in fostering a supportive environment. But then, Marissa noticed Lucas standing to the side, arms crossed, watching without participating. A flicker of concern passed through her. Would he disrupt the powerful momentum they had built? Taking initiative, Marissa approached him. "Hey, Lucas, why don't you join in? It might help you connect with others and share your creative journey." He raised an eyebrow, hesitating for a moment. What's the point if they're all too busy focusing on feelings? Marissa took a step closer, meeting his gaze firmly. "Art can be emotional, but it also brings us together. Sharing our stories strengthens our community. If you want your voice to matter, you need to engage with others," she replied, her voice steady. Lucas shifted, considering her words. "I suppose there's something to that," he admitted reluctantly before finally joining a group. Encouraged, Marissa returned to her team, her heart swelling with pride as she saw how they embraced the exercise wholeheartedly. The dynamic in the room was shifting, each artist exchanging not only ideas but also encouragement and support. With every interaction, Marissa felt her confidence solidifying. They were truly evolving together, transforming into a community that recognized the strength in collaboration. As she facilitated the conversations, she realized that her earlier experiences of doubt and hesitation had equipped her with the skills to inspire others, guiding them through emotional landscapes with both empathy and determination. Marissa settled into her role as a leader, knowing that this journey wasn't just about her artistic expression, but about cultivating a space where all voices could thrive. As the final moments of the workshop approached, Marissa felt a sense of accomplishment wash over her. The discussions had evolved from nervous hesitations to passionate exchanges, and she could see the visible growth in her peers. Each artist had embraced the opportunity to share their stories, creating a rich tapestry of experiences that filled the room. Marissa stood back, observing the energy flowing between the artists. They were engaged with one another, offering encouraging words and feedback. It was a transformation she had dreamed of, and it ignited a sense of pride within her. She knew that this gathering was not just a workshop, it was the foundation of a supportive community. "Thank you all for being so open today," Marissa said, her voice carrying warmth. "We've created something special here, and I'm so proud of every single one of you. Watching you all grow has been incredible." As the group responded with smiles and nods of appreciation, Marissa noticed Lucas conversing with Mia nearby. He seemed more engaged than ever, actively discussing the ideas they had explored together. It filled her with hope that perhaps their earlier tensions were beginning to resolve. But just as she was about to approach them, Mia caught Marissa's eye and motioned her over. "You need to see this," Mia urged, her tone excited yet earnest. Marissa joined them, curious about what had captured Mia's attention. "What's up?" Lucas grinned, illuminating an unexpected shift in his demeanor. "I was just saying that I appreciate what you brought to this workshop, Marissa. It's refreshing to see artists willing to dive into their emotions and stories." Marissa felt a rush of validation from his words. "Thanks, Lucas. It's important for us to push those boundaries," she replied, her voice filled with sincerity. Mia nodded in agreement. "I think this collaboration is really going to take us places. We need to keep this momentum going." Marissa considered their enthusiasm cautiously, but felt a newfound determination. "Absolutely. Let's plan regular meetings and keep supporting each other. Just because today was a success doesn't mean we stop here. We're just getting started." As they stood together, a cohesive unit, Marissa recognized how far she had come. She was no longer merely a participant in this artistic journey. She was a leader. The evolution of her relationships and her commitment to authenticity had reshaped these dynamics into something powerful. With her heart full, Marissa knew that moving forward, they could navigate whatever challenges lay ahead as a united front, ready to embrace the future while holding on to the lessons they had all learned together. As the workshop came to an end, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment washed over Marissa. She watched as her fellow artists packed up their supplies, their faces reflecting a mixture of contentment and renewed purpose. The earlier worries that had lingered seemed to dissipate into the vibrant atmosphere filled with laughter and shared ideas. "Can you believe how much we've all grown?" Jamie said, their voice filled with excitement as they gathered their materials. "I honestly feel like we're ready to take on anything." Marissa smiled, feeling the warmth of camaraderie envelop them. "I agree. We've created a supportive space that encourages everyone to share and explore their art without fear." Theo chimed in, reinforcing the spirit of collaboration. "I loved how we all shared our stories. It's powerful to see how our individual experiences can create a larger narrative together." Just then, Mia approached, her expression one of newfound confidence. "I appreciate how you handled everything today, Marissa. You really brought us together." Marissa felt a swell of pride and gratitude at Mia's acknowledgement. "Thank you, Mia. I couldn't have done it without everyone's support. It really is a team effort." As the team started to head out, Marissa took a moment to reflect on the experience they had just shared. The journey had transformed her from a hesitant artist into a confident leader, forging connections that felt genuine and supportive. She had learned that vulnerability could be a strength, and that their experiences could empower them all. With the night drawing closer, Marissa gathered her belongings, a sense of anticipation building. She was ready to dive into the next chapter of their artistic adventure, buoyed by the relationships they had developed. Each step toward the door carried the promise of new possibilities, and as she turned to look back at the space filled with their collaborative energy, Marissa felt ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead, firmly grounded in her purpose and the community she had helped foster. Chapter 12. The Triumph and the Threat. Marissa awoke the next morning to the sound of her phone buzzing relentlessly beside her. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she glanced at the screen to find a series of messages from Jamie, each one brimming with excitement about their upcoming workshop. She sighed, a mixture of excitement and exhaustion washing over her. The previous day had been a whirlwind of ideas and emotions, and though she felt proud of their accomplishments, the pressure of keeping that momentum alive weighed heavily on her mind. After a quick breakfast, she pulled together her notes and materials for the workshop, mentally preparing herself for the challenges ahead. The community they had built felt fragile, yet invigorating. She wanted to ensure that the workshop lived up to their shared vision. Once at the Community Art Center, Marissa saw familiar faces bustling about, artists participating in discussions or setting up spaces. A vibrant energy pulsed through the room as she moved through the crowd, exchanging greetings and encouraging words. However, as the excitement built, her thoughts drifted back to her recent interactions and the lingering doubts she felt from critics like Lucas. Would the workshop connect with everyone? Would her approach resonate as intended? Determined to counter the self-doubt, Marissa steered her focus toward the preparations. "Let's ensure everyone feels involved today," she called to Jamie as they began setting up the tables. "We need to create an inviting atmosphere for creativity to flow." Jamie nodded, visibly enthusiastic. "Absolutely. Let's make sure we highlight the individual stories while still emphasizing the collective." As they arranged supplies, Marissa couldn't shake the sense of responsibility resting on her shoulders. She wanted this workshop to inspire, to connect everyone through their unique perspectives. Just then, she noticed a new artist gazing at the bulletin board, looking uncertain. Marissa approached, ready to lend support. "Hey, are you here for the workshop? I'd love to talk to you about what to expect." With every interaction, Marissa reminded herself of the importance of forging connections in this creative space. Today was not just about her leadership, but about empowering others to share their stories and embrace their artistic journeys. With each task completed and every smile exchanged, she felt her confidence strengthen, preparing her to face whatever challenges lay ahead in the workshop. As the workshop began, Marissa felt a sense of urgency propel her forward. She gathered the participants, inviting everyone to take seats and settle into the space. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation, and she could see a mix of excitement and apprehension on the faces of the artists around her. "Welcome, everyone. I'm thrilled to see you all here," Marissa said, her voice warm and inviting. "Today is about exploring your individual stories and how we can weave those experiences into our art." As she moved around the room, Marissa encouraged each artist to introduce themselves briefly, sharing what they hoped to gain from the workshop. The responses flowed, revealing a rich tapestry of backgrounds and aspirations. Her heart raced as she listened, feeling the weight of their expectations. Yet she held on to her desire to create a supportive environment. Remember, every story matters, yours included. Let's embrace vulnerability together. Dividing the group into smaller pairs for sharing, Marissa felt a rush of hope. She wanted them to delve deep and explore the emotional connections within their art. But as her peers began discussing their personal journeys, she noticed a few hesitant faces, including Mia's. "Mia, is everything okay?" Marissa asked, sensing the hesitation in her friend's demeanor. "I'm not sure if my story is compelling enough to share," Mia replied, her voice quiet but filled with doubt. Marissa approached her, offering reassurance. "Your story is significant because it's yours. Embracing those doubts is part of the process. We're all here to support one another." With a nod, Mia seemed to gather her thoughts. However, uncertainty lingered in her eyes. Marissa felt the pressure of responsibility for not just her own journey, but for everyone's growth within the group. Determined to uplift the energy, Marissa encouraged the pairs to use each other's feedback constructively. "Let's create a safe space to explore these feelings together. If we share, we can support one another through the journey." As the discussions unfolded, Marissa moved between pairs, listening, guiding, and facilitating connections. She offered insights from her own experiences, weaving her narrative into theirs, showing that everyone's contributions were essential to the collective artistic expression they were building. In that moment, the realization hit Marissa deeply. The true power of art was not just in the final pieces, but in the shared experiences and connections formed along the way. With every interaction, she felt her leadership grow stronger, ready to embrace the challenges that awaited. As the pairs delved deeper into their discussions, the room began to fill with a palpable sense of vulnerability and openness. Marissa watched as some participants moved from hesitant shyness to animated conversation, their stories unfolding like the layers of a painting. However, as the energy surged, one artist, Alex, raised a hand to pause the dialogue. "I appreciate everyone sharing, but what if we're not prepared for the realities of showing our work? What if they don't resonate like we hope?" Marissa felt the tension rise again, her heart quickening. She recognized the fear in Alex's voice, a fear she had felt herself not too long ago. "I understand the concern," Marissa replied, her voice calm and encouraging. "Art can be so personal, and the idea of criticism can be daunting, but that's part of why we're here, to confront those fears together." Mia, still processing the earlier discussions, chimed in thoughtfully. "It's true. Facing criticism can be tough, but it can also lead to growth. Still, I think we should think strategically about what we share." Marissa nodded, appreciating Mia's perspective. "Absolutely. Each story we tell can diversify our exhibition, but we don't have to do it all at once. Let's start small and see how we can support each other's narratives." Lucas, who had kept a quieter presence in the group, spoke up. "Are we prepared to challenge the critics? What if they think our pieces are weak?" Marissa felt a mix of anxiety and determination as she addressed him. "If we're authentic and confident in our stories, we can handle anything. What matters is having each other's backs and growing from this experience." The group murmured their agreement, a sense of collective strength developing. Marissa felt encouraged. This was not just her journey to navigate alone. As they resumed their discussions, Marissa relished the connections forming. Each artist began to engage with the fear of their narratives, discovering empowerment throughout the shared process. This moment reaffirmed her belief that vulnerability and authenticity were the keys to their collective success, preparing them all for the journey ahead. As the discussions progressed, Marissa noticed a shift in the room. The earlier tensions began to dissolve, replaced by an eagerness to explore their artistic identities. Artists moved between tables, sharing sketches and insights, their voices filled with newfound energy. During a break, Marissa took a moment to step aside, allowing herself to reflect on how these moments of vulnerability had reshaped the dynamics within the group. She felt proud of each individual who had faced their fears and opened up, acknowledging the collective journey they were all on. In that moment, Mia approached her, an expression of genuine appreciation on her face. "Thank you for creating this space, Marissa. I didn't realize how much I needed to connect with others until today. It's helped me see things differently." Marissa smiled, her heart warming at the compliment. "I'm glad to hear that, Mia. It's important for us to lift each other up and embrace these moments together." She recognized that this was the essence of what they had built, a community where artists could thrive. Meanwhile, Lucas, who had been working quietly at a nearby table, looked up with a hint of approval. "I didn't think I would enjoy this type of collaboration, but it's refreshing. I realize my approach could use some of this openness too." Marissa felt a flicker of hope at his acknowledgement. That's the beauty of collaboration. We can all learn from one another and grow stronger together. As the conversations resumed, Marissa felt her role solidifying. The feedback and trust were flowing, and she could see their collective vision merging into something powerful. With each shared experience, Marissa recognized that her confidence was rooted in the community they had nurtured. As she watched the artists connect and evolve, she understood that this journey was not solely hers. It was a shared mission to create and inspire together. With renewed determination, Marissa was prepared to tackle whatever challenges awaited them, ready to embrace the journey of self-discovery and artistic collaboration that lay ahead. As the workshop progressed, Marissa moved from group to group, encouraging each artist to share their insights and creations. The energy in the room surged with enthusiasm, but she could still feel an undercurrent of anxiety lingering among a few participants. With the materials around them, Marissa initiated an exercise designed to help the artists integrate personal narratives into their work. "Let's take what we've shared so far and create a piece that reflects both our stories and our collective vision," she suggested, her voice full of encouragement. As the artists began sketching and discussing their ideas, Marissa noticed Lucas working quietly, his focus intense, but his expression somewhat strained. She sensed an opportunity to bring him back into the fold. "Lucas, how are you feeling about your piece?" Marissa asked, gently nudging him to share. He looked up, hesitating for a moment before responding. "I'm trying to connect my story, but it feels forced." Marissa felt a flicker of challenge but remained open. "What if you shared the essence behind it instead? Sometimes the heart of the story reveals itself when you least expect it." Lucas pondered her words, and she could see the wheels turning in his mind. Just then, Jamie chimed in, offering support. "You've got a unique voice, Lucas. We all just want to see you express that. Don't overthink it." With the encouragement from his peers, Lucas began to loosen up, experimenting with his sketches. Marissa watched as he shifted from insecurity to a more comfortable engagement, drawing inspiration from their collective energy. As the session continued, she felt a sense of achievement and relief wash over her. Marissa remembered her own challenges during the exhibition and recognized the importance of this supportive atmosphere in overcoming obstacles. In those moments, she gathered a newfound determination, realizing that maintaining this community spirit was essential for everyone's growth. They were not merely artists showcasing their work. They were a collaborative force, ready to navigate the complexities of their art together. As the workshop drew toward its end, Marissa felt confident that her role as a leader had deepened. She was prepared to face the uncertainties of their shared journey, committed to fostering an environment that celebrated both individual and collective creativity. As the workshop wrapped up, Marissa looked around at the vibrant energy in the room, filled with laughter and animated conversation. Each artist animatedly shared their work, and the atmosphere pulsed with a sense of accomplishment and growth. Feeling a surge of pride, Marissa gathered everyone together for a final reflection. I want to express my gratitude to each of you for your openness today. We've built something special together, and I'm honored to share this space with such talented artists. Nods of agreement and beaming smiles identified the bond they had formed. Marissa noticed that Mia, who had once hesitated, now stood confidently among the group, her work receiving praise from fellow artists. The shift was magnificent, a testament to the supportive environment they had cultivated. Theo stepped forward, clearly proud of Marissa's facilitation. You really brought everyone together, Marissa. It was inspiring to witness. Thank you. I couldn't have done it without all of you, she responded, grateful for their collective effort. Just then, Lucas joined the circle, a rare look of humility on his face. I didn't think this would work, but seeing everyone's stories and how they connect has changed my perspective. Marissa felt a sense of closure, recognizing that the challenges they had tackled together had deepened their relationships. She welcomed Lucas's newfound openness, grateful for the opportunity to build bridges instead of barriers. As the workshop came to a close, Marissa felt a whirlwind of emotions. She thought back to her own insecurities, understanding that this journey was about much more than just personal success. They were all artists navigating a landscape of vulnerability and connection. I'm excited about what we can achieve moving forward, Marissa said, her heart filled with hope. Let's continue to support each other and embrace the unknown as we grow. The artists began discussing plans for their next meeting, a shared excitement filling the air. Marissa recognized how her journey had set the stage for future collaborations, her leadership skills blossoming through the experiences they had shared. With a renewed sense of purpose, Marissa left the workshop feeling strengthened by her community, ready to face whatever opportunities and challenges awaited her on this artistic journey. Chapter 13, The Art of Negotiation. Marissa arrived at the art fair, feeling a pulse of excitement thrumming through her veins. The atmosphere was electric, filled with vibrant colors and animated conversations, a celebration of creativity that seemed to glow under the bright lights. She stepped into the space, momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer volume of artistic expression surrounding her. As she navigated through the aisles, Marissa absorbed the sights, the diverse array of paintings, sculptures, and installations showcased by fellow artists. Each piece told a story of its own, and she felt a thrill at being part of this dynamic community, knowing that her own work would soon join the ranks of visible creativity. Determined, she pulled out her checklist and began to assess her setup. Okay, let's make sure everything is in order, she murmured to herself, glancing over her materials and ensuring her pieces were arranged to draw the eye. As she worked, Marissa noticed a small commotion building nearby. A few artists were gathered, discussing a competitive showcase that was being lined up for the weekend. Their expressions were animated, but Marissa caught snippets of tension in the air, a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Curiosity piqued, she stepped closer to listen in. The competitive nature of the art scene hung over their conversation, and she felt a twinge of apprehension as she recognized the pressures they all faced. The unspoken rivalry echoed the doubts she had experienced before, but she was determined not to let that fear deter her. Taking a deep breath, Marissa decided to approach the group. "What's going on?" she asked, her voice genuine and engaging. One of the artists turned to her, a mix of enthusiasm and worry visible on their face. "They're discussing how to prepare for this weekend's showcase. It's a big deal, and we need to stand out to get noticed." Marissa considered their words, the implications settling in. "I see, but standing out might mean redefining how we present ourselves, right? What if we focus on our unique narratives instead of conforming to trends?" The group exchanged glances, uncertainty mingling with curiosity. Marissa felt the challenge in their responses, recognizing that her voice had the potential to spark a shift in their approach. "Exactly," she encouraged. "Our individual stories can create a powerful impact. It's about forging connections, not just seeking validation." In that moment, Marissa felt the weight of her own growth reaffirmed. She was no longer the hesitant artist, but a confident voice in the community, ready to inspire and lead through the challenges of the competitive world they were navigating. Marissa shifted her focus back to her own booth, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension as the conversation about the upcoming showcase lingered in her mind. She knew that how she presented her work would play a crucial role in how she connected with her audience. With purpose, she began to organize her display, adjusting the lighting and ensuring each piece was positioned to highlight its unique story. As she worked, she replayed her discussions from earlier, focusing on how to convey her artistic vision clearly and authentically. "Okay, Marissa," she murmured to herself, "time to show them what you're made of." Just then, Jamie approached, carrying an assortment of flyers for their upcoming workshop. "Hey, I wanted to share these with the crowd today. Let's get people excited about what we're doing together," Jamie said, their enthusiasm infectious. Marissa smiled, grateful for Jamie's commitment to their collaborative efforts. "Absolutely. The more we can engage the community, the stronger our presence will be." As they thumbed through the flyers together, they spotted Mia entering the area, looking apprehensive. Marissa could sense the doubt radiating off her friend, and she gestured for Mia to join them. "Mia, come over here. We're planning on maximizing our outreach for the workshop today." Mia hesitated for a moment, but eventually approached, her brow furrowed. "I just feel nervous about how we'll be received today. What if people don't want to collaborate?" Marissa took a step closer, maintaining eye contact to reassure her. "That's precisely why we're here, to create a supportive environment. Let's offer them the chance to share their experiences and be part of something larger." As Mia considered Marissa's words, the atmosphere shifted. Marissa felt the pressure mounting as she recognized the importance of their presentation, not only of their work, but also of their commitment to fostering a community of artists. With the others gathering nearby, Marissa took a deep breath and prepared to step fully into her role, ready to guide everyone through their collective journey. She was focused on transforming any tension into creativity, and she was determined to navigate whatever challenges came their way. As Marissa and her team prepared to engage with attendees, she felt the anticipation building in her chest. The energy of the gallery was palpable, filled with a mix of excitement and uncertainty, as artists and guests mingled throughout the bustling space. With their booth finalized, Marissa glanced at the other artists nearby. She noticed Lucas speaking with a group of critics, gesturing animatedly about his latest work. A pang of anxiety shot through her as she considered how his presence could sway the opinions of the attendees. "Let's make sure we get in there and show them what we've got," Marissa encouraged her team, her voice filled with resolve. Moments later, they began their outreach, approaching small groups of visitors. Marissa led the charge, opening up conversations about their shared goals and the purpose behind their upcoming workshop. "Hello, we're excited to invite you to our collaborative art workshop, where we'll explore personal narratives through creative expression," she said, her energy infectious. As they spoke, a few attendees expressed eagerness to participate, but Marissa sensed hesitation from others who seemed uncertain about joining a community-focused event. "What if it feels like a competition?" one guest asked, concern evident in their voice. Marissa took a breath, ready to address the doubt head-on. "This workshop is about collaboration, not competition. We want to create a space where everyone can share their stories and learn from one another without pressure," she reassured them, her conviction shining through. Just then, Mia chimed in, sharing her own experiences as an artist and emphasizing the value of connection in their work. "We've all been where you are. It's okay to feel uncertain," she said, her tone warm and inviting. With her supportive words, the atmosphere began to shift, and Marissa felt the tension in the air dissolve as more participants started to engage with their proposal. The conversations began flowing more freely, and Marissa noticed a sense of solidarity among the attendees, a reflection of the collaborative spirit they had fostered. Marissa's confidence grew as she observed the team dynamics shift positively. This was more than just a workshop. It was a collective journey that encouraged growth and vulnerability in a supportive environment. The challenges ahead now felt surmountable as they collectively embraced the path to creativity and connection. The atmosphere in the gallery was charged with anticipation as Marissa and her team prepared for the interactive workshop. They had successfully gathered a small group of attendees who were eager to engage in the creative process. With everyone settled, Marissa felt a rush of excitement as she addressed the crowd. "Welcome, everyone. I'm so glad you're here," she said, her voice warm and inviting. "Today, we're diving into our stories and how we can translate those experiences into our art." She began by encouraging participants to share their creative journeys, fostering an open dialogue where everyone felt comfortable expressing themselves. Marissa could see the artist's tension easing as the warmth of camaraderie filled the room. "Why don't we start by pairing up?" she suggested. "You can share your stories, and then we'll explore how we can reflect those in our artwork together." As the group mingled, Marissa circulated, observing the conversations unfold. She noticed Lucas quietly observing from the back, arms crossed. Feeling the weight of his skepticism, she approached him. "Hey, what do you think of the direction we're heading in?" He raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. "It all sounds nice, but do you really think people will open up? What if they're not willing to share?" Marissa met his gaze, refusing to back down. "If we create a safe space and model vulnerability, I believe people will respond. It's about building trust together." Lucas considered her words, but Marissa sensed he remained unconvinced. Returning to the group, she felt a mixture of determination and resolve. As the pairs began sharing their stories, laughter and thoughtful expressions punctuated the room. Marissa watched as connections formed, vulnerability transforming into creativity. She could see the dynamics shifting. This was a community in the making. When an artist named Alex shared a heartfelt story about their struggles with self-doubt, the room fell silent, emotions hanging thick in the air. Marissa stepped in, guiding the conversation to ensure each voice was heard and valued. "Thank you for sharing that, Alex. It's important for us to understand how these feelings impact our art," she encouraged. As the sharing continued, Marissa felt a wave of hope wash over her. This workshop was more than an exercise in creativity. It was a journey of building trust and connection among artists who had once been unsure of their place. Marissa observed Lucas as he began to relax, shifting his arms to engage more actively with the discussion. The realization that her leadership could foster this environment filled her with pride and reinforced her commitment to steering them through the challenges they faced together. In the midst of the workshop, a lively discussion unfolded as artists shared their personal stories and explored the emotional threads connecting their work. Laughter and thoughtful insights filled the air, creating a vibrant tapestry of creativity and solidarity. Marissa moved through the room, listening intently to each exchange, her heart swelling with pride. She felt the powerful shift in dynamics, recognizing that their collective narratives were forging a deeper bond among them. However, in the back of her mind, she could still sense the hesitant undercurrents present among a few artists who remained unsure of their place. Marissa approached a pair who had just finished sharing their experiences. "How did that feel?" she asked, genuinely interested in their reflections. "It was surprisingly freeing," one artist replied, a smile breaking through. "I didn't think sharing would help my creativity so much." Encouraged by their response, Marissa smiled back, feeling invigorated by their openness. "This is precisely the environment we want to cultivate, where we can learn and grow together." Just then, Lucas interjected, his tone somewhat restrained. "I'm glad to see everyone's engaged, but is it enough to just share stories? There's still the art aspect to consider." Marissa turned to him, ready to address his concerns directly. "That's true, Lucas, and every story can inform our art. If we can harness these experiences, they can become powerful themes in our pieces. Let's focus on how to translate these narratives into our work." The conversation shifted as artists began to discuss how they could visually represent their stories, sparking a flurry of ideas that filled the room with creativity. Marissa noticed Lucas starting to engage more, his skepticism softening as he saw the collaborative spirit taking hold. As they worked, Marissa urged everyone to experiment and take risks in their art, drawing from the earlier discussions. Let's push the boundaries of our comfort zones and see what emerges. This is your time to play and explore, she encouraged. Marissa could see the artists facing their insecurities, using this moment to channel their vulnerability into their creations. With every hesitant brushstroke that became more confident, the teamwork grew stronger, and the sense of possibility surrounded them. In witnessing their transformation, Marissa realized that her earlier struggles were not in vain. Each interaction, each shared experience, had built the foundation for a vibrant, supportive community where they could navigate the complexities of the art world together, encouraging growth and resilience in one another. As the workshop continued, the creative energy in the room intensified. Marissa moved throughout the space, urging the artists to share their latest works and the stories behind them. She felt a sense of pride swell within her as she witnessed her peers flourishing, their confidence blossoming as they expressed their unique narratives. With the atmosphere vibrant, Marissa decided to hold a moment of celebration, inviting everyone to showcase their pieces on a central display. Let's give each of us a chance to shine. We've all come so far, and this is a great opportunity to celebrate our hard work, she announced, her voice filled with excitement. The group responded enthusiastically, buzzing with ideas on how to highlight their creations. As artists began setting up their pieces, Lucas approached her, a genuine look of curiosity on his face. "I didn't think I'd enjoy this experience as much as I have," he admitted, a hint of vulnerability creeping into his tone. Marissa smiled, appreciating his honesty. "This is what it's all about, sharing our work and connecting with one another. It makes us all grow stronger." However, as they continued to showcase their pieces, Marissa sensed hesitation from one artist, who appeared apprehensive about presenting. "What if no one likes my work?" they murmured, their anxiety palpable. Marissa quickly stepped forward, remembering the importance of a supportive environment. "Every piece here represents your journey. Regardless of what the audience thinks, this is a moment to express yourself and take pride in your efforts. Let's make this a safe space for all of us." Encouraged by her words, the artist nodded and agreed to participate, reflecting Marissa's growth as a leader. The dynamic in the room shifted, filled with an invigorating atmosphere as each artist began to feel a sense of belonging. As Marissa organized the flow of the exhibition, she felt her leadership skills solidify in ways she hadn't expected. This was more than just a collection of artworks. It was a celebration of creativity and resilience. She knew that each decision, every encouragement she offered, was shaping their collective experience and their futures. With the excitement palpable, Marissa closed the session by expressing her gratitude to everyone involved. "Together, we've created something truly special. Let's keep this energy alive as we move forward." The response was a chorus of agreement, leaving Marissa feeling more empowered than ever, ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited them on their artistic journey. Chapter 14, Guidance and Growth. The following morning, Marissa felt a renewed sense of purpose as she walked into the Community Arts Center, ready to meet with Roger, her mentor. The light streamed through the large windows, illuminating the space filled with the spirit of creativity. She could already hear the buzz of artists engaging with one another in the background, and it invigorated her spirit. Marissa found Roger in a corner of the center, flipping through portfolios with various artists. He looked up and greeted her with a warm smile. "Marissa, I'm glad to see you. I've been looking forward to our session today." "Me too, Roger," she replied, her excitement bubbling as she approached the table adorned with vibrant sketches and paintings. "I'm eager to dive into some of the concepts we discussed earlier and hear your insights on my latest work." He gestured for her to sit down, and she settled in, feeling the familiar comfort that came with their mentoring relationship. Roger began by asking her about her recent exhibition, prompting her to share both the successes and challenges she faced. "I felt a lot of growth during the event," Marissa said, her voice steady. "But I also realized I still have doubts about how I'm conveying my vision." Roger nodded, his expression encouraging. Doubt is a natural part of the artistic process, but it can also be a catalyst for growth. I'd like to explore that with you today. Let's take a look at some of your current pieces and analyze how they reflect your journey. Marissa eagerly pulled out her portfolio, displaying her most recent work. As Roger examined each piece, he offered constructive feedback, highlighting both strengths and areas for improvement. "Your emotional depth is evident," he noted, tapping his fingers against a vibrant canvas. "But I think you could push this even further by experimenting with mixed media. It could enhance the narrative you're trying to express." Marissa's mind raced with possibilities as she listened intently. "That sounds intriguing. I've been wanting to explore other materials, maybe even incorporate some interactive elements." Roger leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Exactly. That kind of experimentation can lead to breakthroughs, both artistically and personally. Embrace the unexpected. It often yields the most profound outcomes." Marissa felt a spark igniting within her. This was the guidance she craved. She realized that the transformative journey of her art was about much more than just technique. It was about the willingness to explore and take risks, to tell stories that mattered. With a newfound sense of clarity, she thanked Roger for his insights. Their interaction solidified her determination to continue evolving while staying true to her artistic vision. As she left the center, Marissa felt invigorated and ready to implement her mentor's advice in her next steps as an artist. With the insights from Roger fresh in her mind, Marissa returned to her studio, eager to dive into her art. The afternoon light filtered through the window, illuminating her workspace with a warm glow. She felt a sense of urgency and inspiration, ready to explore new techniques and materials that would enhance her storytelling. Marissa spread her materials across the table, various paints, brushes, and now some mixed media supplies she hadn't used before. Her heart raced as she envisioned the possibilities. Today she would experiment, stepping outside of her comfort zone to push the boundaries of her creative expression. She began by layering textures, applying different mediums to see how they interacted. The canvas transformed beneath her hands, shifting and evolving as she delved into the process. Each stroke became more confident, each addition telling a deeper story. As she worked, the door opened, and Jamie entered, excitement radiating from their face. "Marissa, I just heard from a couple of artists in the community about a collaborative project for next month. They want you to be involved." Marissa's brush paused mid-stroke, her attention captured. "Really? What kind of project?" "They're planning an outdoor art fair to showcase community-based art. They think your perspective would bring a unique depth to the event," Jamie explained, their enthusiasm infectious. Feeling a rush of gratitude and excitement, Marissa replied, "I would love to. That sounds like an incredible opportunity to connect with even more artists." "But are you sure you have the time?" Jamie asked, concern etched on their brow. "You know there's so much going on right now with the exhibition preparations." Marissa considered this for a moment, the reality of her busy schedule settling in. "I do have a lot on my plate, but I also think this could lead to something meaningful. I want to be part of the community and share my story." Jamie nodded, supportive of her decision, yet still slightly cautious. "I just don't want you to stretch yourself too thin. You've grown a lot, and we want you to keep that momentum." Marissa smiled, appreciating Jamie's concern. "I'll find a way to balance it all. I've learned how to adapt and prioritize, remember? This could be a fantastic platform for the themes we've been exploring." With her decision solidified, Marissa returned to her canvas, reinvigorated. She felt empowered by the prospect of this new venture and understood that her growth as an artist was intertwined with her willingness to embrace opportunities within her community. Today marked a turning point, one that promised to challenge her while enriching her artistic journey. As Marissa immersed herself in the creative process, the excitement of the new collaborative project fueled her determination. She worked tirelessly, exploring different techniques and mixing various materials to create pieces that spoke to her evolving narrative. The vibrancy of her studio reflected her enthusiasm, each color bursting with energy. In the midst of her work, she received a text from Theo, asking if she could meet to discuss logistics for the art fair. Eager to share her ideas, Marissa quickly tidied her workspace, making sure her materials were organized before heading out. When she arrived at their chosen meeting spot, an inviting, sunny cafe, she found Theo already seated at a table, his laptop open and documents scattered around him. He looked up and smiled, revealing his excitement about the project. "Hey, I've been looking forward to this," he said, gesturing for her to join him. "I've been brainstorming ways we can make the most of your involvement in the fair." "Me too. I really think we can create something magical," Marissa replied, settling into her seat. "I want to incorporate the themes of connection we discussed, making sure every piece resonates with the audience." Theo nodded and began sharing his thoughts on potential interactive elements for their booth, proposing they create a space where visitors could participate in the artistic process. "I think engaging the audience will make your work even more impactful," he suggested, his enthusiasm contagious. As they discussed further, Marissa noticed a flicker of hesitation in Theo's expression. "You think we can really pull this off with everything else going on?" he asked, concern shadowing his voice. "Of course," Marissa said, her confidence unwavering. "We've come this far together, and our community is eager to connect. I believe in what we're trying to achieve. It's about creativity and collaboration, and I'm ready to dive in." Seeing Marissa's determination, Theo's expression softened. They continued to collaborate over coffee, drawing on each other's strengths and sealing plans for the fair. With each passing idea, Marissa felt her confidence reinforced and her vision expanding. This was not just about her individual success. It was about forging connections and leading others. She could see the potential for growth, not just for herself, but for everyone in the community. As they mapped out their plans, Marissa understood that her journey had transformed her into a leader, ready to embrace the challenges of bringing their collective vision to life. As the meeting progressed, Marissa felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. With the art fair approaching, the importance of every detail loomed large in her mind. She and Theo reviewed their plans, mapping out strategies and timelines to ensure everything would run smoothly. "Okay, so we've got the interactive elements set up," Theo said, tapping on his laptop. "But we also need to think about how we'll promote the booth. Do we want to leverage social media further? Maybe some live demonstrations?" Marissa nodded, feeling the excitement build again. "Absolutely. Live demonstrations could really draw people in and showcase our artistic process. I want to invite visitors to participate, to feel a part of the creativity." However, as they discussed further, Marissa noticed Theo's brow furrowing slightly. "What if things don't go according to plan?" he questioned, a flicker of anxiety in his voice. "We've worked so hard, but what if it falls flat?" Marissa paused, considering the potential risks. In the past, such doubts would have shaken her, but as she reflected on her journey, she felt a sense of clarity. "I understand the concern, but we need to be flexible. If something doesn't work, we adapt. That's part of the process." Theo leaned back, absorbing her words. "You're right. I appreciate how far you've come in handling these challenges." With the conversation shifting toward potential obstacles, Marissa felt invigorated. She reminded herself of the lessons learned from previous experiences, how each setback had ultimately strengthened her resolve and sharpened her skills. As they continued to brainstorm, Marissa felt her confidence solidifying. The collaboration between them felt stronger than ever, infused with mutual respect and a shared vision. She was not only focused on her journey, but was actively encouraging those around her to thrive alongside her. With their plans taking shape, Marissa felt a renewed determination to face the challenges ahead. This project had the potential to be more than just an exhibition. It was a chance to inspire and unite the artistic community they had cultivated. And in that moment, she knew they were well prepared to navigate whatever lay ahead. As the planning session came to an end, Marissa felt a mix of excitement and apprehension lingering in the room. The stakes were higher than ever. With the art fair just around the corner, everything felt amplified. She glanced around at the faces of her fellow artists, each one reflecting a unique blend of anticipation and trepidation. "All right, everyone," Marissa began, her voice steady as she sought to rally the group. "We've discussed a lot today, and I am proud of how far we've come, but we still need to be clear on our roles leading up to the fair." Theo jumped in, adding, "Let's make sure we all stay on the same page. All of our pieces will shine brighter if we collaborate effectively." As they began to dive into logistics one last time, Marissa felt the weight of Lucas's earlier skepticism creep back into her mind. She could see him standing off to the side, arms crossed, an air of doubt still lingering around him. The earlier encouragement seemed to have faded, and she worried that his concerns might overshadow the group's momentum. "Lucas, do you have any thoughts?" she asked, turning to face him, intent on bringing him into the conversation. He sighed, his demeanor guarded. "I just think you all need to remember that art isn't just about the technical aspects. If the audience doesn't connect, it's a wasted effort." Marissa nodded, understanding where he was coming from, but determined not to let negativity derail their plans. "True, but connection happens when we are genuine. That's what we're aiming for in this collaborative effort. Let's explore how to balance emotional resonance with craftsmanship." The room was quiet for a moment, and Marissa seized the opportunity to solidify her position as a leader. "I believe if we all put our voices into this, we can create something that not only connects with people, but also stands out uniquely. And if we face challenges, we adapt," Lucas finished her thought, surprisingly engaged. Marissa felt a surge of hope. "Exactly. Look at how we've grown together through this journey. Let's keep that spirit alive as we head into this exhibition." The tension in the room began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of shared purpose. Marissa could see the others nodding in agreement, ready to tackle the obstacles ahead. As they wrapped up the session, she felt a renewed sense of commitment to her leadership role, understanding that adapting to challenges was as vital as ever, and inspired to steer their artistic voyage into uncharted waters. As the final preparations for the art fair unfolded, Marissa stood in front of her display, a mixture of excitement and determination flooding her senses. The gallery was a kaleidoscope of color and creativity, artists bustling about, finalizing their setups while connecting with one another. She took a moment to reflect on the journey that had led her to this point. It wasn't just about showcasing her art. It was about creating a community that embraced vulnerability and shared stories through creativity. Just then, Jamie approached, a clipboard in hand. "Everything is set for our workshop component, but there are still a few details to iron out," they said, glancing nervously at the artwork displayed. "No worries," Marissa replied, her confidence palpable. "I'm sure we can address those concerns. Let's take it step by step and help each other out." As they walked together through the venue, Marissa noted how everything had evolved. The camaraderie among the artists was evident. They were not just colleagues, but allies supporting one another. Jamie pointed out various booths, noting artists who had taken risks with their work, fueling Marissa's determination. However, the energy shifted when they spotted Lucas nearby, engaged in conversation with another artist, his expression serious. An old tension stirred within Marissa, reminding her of their past disagreements, but she pushed it aside, focusing instead on their mission. "Let's approach him together," Marissa suggested to Jamie. "I want to clear the air and ensure we're all aligned." With resolve, they stepped forward. Marissa took a breath and called out to Lucas, who turned, surprise painting his features. "Hey, Lucas, can we chat for a minute?" He hesitated, but nodded, walking over to join them. "Sure. What's up?" Marissa could see the residual tension in Lucas's posture, but she pressed on, wanting to create a collaborative atmosphere. "I want us all to work together in harmony during this fair. There is enough room for all our voices, and our unique stories can create an incredible impact." Lucas glanced between Marissa and Jamie, clearly weighing his response. "I appreciate that, but I still think there are more practical considerations. Focus on the crowd, not just the backstory." Marissa felt the urge to defend her perspective, but instead chose to remain open. "I understand that, but I believe that sharing our journeys can enhance engagement. It's about forging connections, not just appearances," Jamie added. "We're stronger together. Let's focus on what we can create, not just what we can sell." As they discussed, Marissa noticed a shift in Lucas's demeanor, a flicker of contemplation crossing his face. The conversation flowed more easily, and they found a common ground, revealing strengths and vulnerabilities that only deepened their connection. By the end of the dialogue, Lucas appeared more on board with their vision, and Marissa felt a sense of achievement. This interaction marked a turning point, not just for their upcoming exhibition, but also in her journey of leadership. She realized the importance of adaptability and collaboration in the face of conflict, enhancing her growth as both an artist and a member of this vibrant community. Chapter 15, The Test of Skills. The day of the community event arrived, and Marissa stood at her booth, heart racing with anticipation. The gallery buzzed with excitement as guests filtered in, eager to experience the vibrant array of art and stories that the local artists had arranged. Marissa took a moment to regroup, gathering her thoughts as she surveyed the atmosphere around her. She felt a ripple of nerves, knowing this was the culmination of her hard work and the collaborative efforts of her peers. As attendees began to engage with the displays, Marissa actively prepared herself for the interactions ahead. She checked her notes, ensuring she was ready to discuss the inspirations behind her pieces. Just then, she overheard a couple of critics discussing the exhibition nearby, their voices low but audible. "I wonder if this all works together. Can emotional pieces really hold their own against technique?" one of them suggested, casting a doubtful glance at her booth. Marissa felt her confidence waver for a moment, but she quickly reminded herself of the growth she had experienced throughout this journey. Taking a deep breath, she understood that this was her chance to defend her work and the mission they had built together. In that instant, she resolved to engage directly. Stepping out from behind her booth, Marissa approached the critics, her heart pounding, but her demeanor confident. "Excuse me, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. I'd love to share my perspective on the emotional depth of my art and why I believe it resonates with viewers." The critics turned to her, surprised by her assertion. "We were just discussing the balance between emotional impact and artistic technique," one responded, his tone still skeptical. Marissa smiled, ready to articulate her vision. "Art is about more than just technique. It's about connection. If my work can evoke feelings and provoke thought, I see that as a success. Every artist has their unique approach, and that diversity is what enriches the art community." As their conversation unfolded, Marissa could sense a subtle shift in their expressions as she conveyed her passion. She shared her inspirations, illustrating how the emotional narratives behind her pieces reflected experiences that many could relate to. By the end of their discussion, the critics appeared more receptive, and Marissa felt a surge of fulfillment. She realized that she had confronted not just an external challenge, but also her own insecurities. This was her moment to shine, and she was more than ready to embrace it. With the ground beginning to feel steady beneath her feet, Marissa returned to her booth, aware that this encounter would not only influence the perception of her work, but also the trajectory of her evolving journey as an artist. After engaging with the critics, Marissa felt a rush of adrenaline fueling her next steps. She returned to her booth, her mind racing with ideas on how to capitalize on the interest she had generated. The warm glow of the gallery lights surrounded her, illuminating the vibrant colors of her artworks that seemed to come alive in the bustling environment. As the crowd thickened, she decided to incorporate a spontaneous interactive element into her display. Gathering her supplies, Marissa placed a few blank canvases and art supplies near her booth, inviting guests to add their own touches to a collaborative piece. "Welcome. I'd love for you to contribute to this canvas," she said to a small gathering of guests. "Feel free to express your emotions through color, just like I've done in my pieces." Several attendees looked intrigued, hesitating briefly before stepping forward to participate. Marissa felt a thrill as she watched their creativity unfold, each stroke and splash of color representing their feelings and stories. In the midst of this, Mia approached with a curious expression. "This is a fantastic idea, Marissa. I love seeing everyone engage like this. It really connects them to your work." "Thanks, Mia. I thought it could be a fun way to open up a dialogue about emotions in art. Plus, we all need to feel connected," Marissa replied, her excitement palpable. However, as they worked together to encourage more attendees to join, Lucas appeared at the edge of the crowd, arms crossed, an expression of skepticism on his face. "I'm not sure how effective this is. You can't gauge artistic merit from random contributions." Marissa felt the stirrings of frustration, but quickly reminded herself of the lessons learned from previous encounters. It's not about measuring merit right now, Lucas. It's about creating a space for dialogue and community. That's where real art begins. Lucas raised an eyebrow, but didn't retort, allowing the moment to play out. Marissa sensed some attendees were beginning to rally around her perspective, engaging more eagerly with the collaborative canvas. As the group of artists and guests continued to add their marks to the canvas, Marissa was reminded that this was about more than just her individual success. It was a living representation of their collective journey. Each contribution became a testament to vulnerability and resilience, and in that moment, Marissa felt her leadership solidifying even further. She knew that regardless of the external challenges, her resolve to foster connection and creativity would serve as a powerful guide for all of them. As the workshop continued, Marissa moved among the eager participants, her heart swelling with pride as she witnessed their creativity flowing. The collaborative canvas, now filled with a tapestry of colors and stories, symbolized the connections they were forging. However, the positive atmosphere was interrupted when Mia hesitated, stepping away from the group. "I don't know if we can actually pull this off," she admitted, her voice low but laced with anxiety. "What if the audience thinks it's too chaotic?" Marissa took a moment to process Mia's concerns, recognizing the fear of being judged hanging over them. "I understand. Change can be intimidating," she replied, her tone calm and encouraging. "But think about the dialogue we're creating. Those personal stories are what will resonate with viewers. Embracing the chaos can lead to something beautiful." Mia looked uncertain, glancing back at the canvas that was developing before their eyes. "But this isn't just about emotional expression. What if it distracts from the artistic merit of our original works?" Feeling the weight of Mia's doubt, Marissa stepped closer. "It's a delicate balance, I agree. But we're here to foster connections, not just to showcase perfection. Let's remind ourselves that art can be both personal and impactful. The audience needs to see the story behind our work." Just then, Lucas chimed in, folding his arms. "Sure, but are you prepared for a mixed response? Not everyone will appreciate this approach." Marissa felt the tension seep back into the conversation but maintained her focus. "I'm ready for any response. Every artist faces criticism at some point. What matters is that we stay true to our narratives. Let's put our trust in the audience's ability to find meaning in our choices." As the group began to reflect on her words, Marissa sensed a shift. The earlier doubts started to simmer down as curiosity and engagement returned. She could see others nodding in agreement, their enthusiasm igniting once again. "Let's continue to support each other as we work through this," Marissa encouraged, feeling the camaraderie around her solidify. "If we embrace what makes us unique, we can create something truly transformative." With renewed energy, she guided the group back into their creative process, reminding them to lean into their stories. In this moment, Marissa felt her confidence strengthened by the realization that their collective journey was just as important as the art being created. A journey that would lead them all toward extraordinary experiences ahead. As the workshop shifted into its second half, the atmosphere brimmed with creativity. Marissa watched as the artists embraced their stories, diving deeper into their work with every brushstroke and discussion. The collaborative canvas had transformed into a vivid representation of their collective emotions and experiences. Yet, Marissa couldn't shake the tension from earlier conversations. She sensed a mix of encouragement and skepticism among the participants, particularly from Lucas. He remained somewhat detached, observing from a distance, arms crossed, as if waiting for the right moment to interject. Determined to address this, Marissa approached a small group of artists, including Jamie and Mia, who were engrossed in their creative exploration. "How is everyone feeling about their pieces now? Any fears remaining?" Mia looked thoughtful, still processing the earlier adjustments. "I'm feeling better, but I still worry about how it will all come together," she admitted, her honesty palpable. Marissa nodded encouragingly. "Let's focus on the narrative we're creating. Art doesn't need to be perfect. It just has to be sincere. That's what the audience will connect with." Just then, Lucas joined the discussion, I'm not convinced that emotional expression will be well received if it's too scattered, he said, his skepticism barely hidden. You need to have a clear focus if you want people to understand your work. Marissa felt a flash of frustration, but countered with resolve. I believe that this workshop can serve as a platform for our diverse expressions. They don't have to fit into a single box. The dynamic shifted as other artists began to voice their support for Marissa's approach. Art should reflect our complexities, one artist suggested. If we can show different perspectives, it can create a richer experience for everyone. Lucas looked momentarily taken aback, his arms uncrossing as he considered their words. Marissa took this as a sign to press further. Let's harness our individual stories while collaborating to form something cohesive. If we allow each voice to shine, the end result will resonate more widely, Marissa asserted, her tone firm yet inviting. As discussions resumed, Marissa felt the pressure of the earlier doubts start to lift. She realized that her ability to navigate these conversations and encourage openness was instrumental in driving the group forward. With every shared story, every adjustment made, Marissa could feel her leadership solidifying. She understood that fostering a strong community would allow them all to flourish, embracing the complexities of their artistic journeys as they moved toward their futures. As the workshop continued, the energy in the room shifted to a vibrant intensity. Marissa observed her fellow artists completely engrossed in their work, their canvases evolving into personal narratives filled with emotion. It was inspiring to witness the progress they had all made together. Just as things seemed to be flowing smoothly, a sudden disturbance broke the focus. A fire alarm blared through the building, its harsh sound cutting through the creative atmosphere. The lights flickered before going dim, and people began to murmur and shift around, confusion rising in the crowd. Marissa's heart raced. "Everyone, stay calm. Let's head out orderly and keep together," she called out, her voice cutting through the panic. It was a test she hadn't anticipated, but instinctively she began organizing the group, calling on her previous experiences to guide her. As the participants moved toward the exit, she directed them, ensuring that no one was left behind. "Follow me, and let's gather outside," she urged, her tone firm yet reassuring. While evacuating, Marissa felt a sense of responsibility wash over her. This wasn't just about her work. It was about the safety and well-being of everyone involved. As they stepped outside into the fresh air, she took a head count to ensure everyone was accounted for, feeling a rush of adrenaline as her leadership instincts kicked in. Once outside, Marissa noticed some artists looking shaken, their earlier confidence now replaced by anxiety. "Let's regroup and check in with each other," she suggested, moving among them, offering comfort and support. "We've all got this." Jamie approached, visibly rattled. "Is everyone okay?" they asked, glancing around the group. Marissa nodded, seeing that they had managed to maintain order amidst the chaos. "Yes, and we'll bounce back from this. We always adapt." The fire alarm eventually silenced, and a calm settled in the air. Marissa focused on reassuring her peers. "Let's take this moment to breathe and refocus. We still have our vision, and that hasn't changed." In the wake of the interruption, Marissa felt the strength of her leadership reaffirmed. This unexpected incident had tested her ability to stay composed while managing the collective feelings of her team. She understood now that challenges, whether planned or unforeseen, were part of their journey, and how they responded to these moments would define their strengths moving forward. With the group settling down and the tension easing, Marissa felt more connected to her fellow artists than ever. They were united not only by their art, but also by the shared experience of navigating uncertainty together, ready to embrace whatever came next with resilience and creativity. As the group reconvened outside the gallery, Marissa took a moment to collect her thoughts amidst the lingering buzz of adrenaline. The earlier chaos was behind them now, but the shift in dynamics was palpable. She glanced around, ensuring that each artist was accounted for, and felt a swell of pride at how everyone had handled the unexpected situation. "Okay, everyone, let's take a breather," she said, her voice carrying across the small crowd. "We faced that together, and I'm proud of how we managed. Now, let's refocus our energy on creating a powerful exhibition." Theo nodded in agreement, rallying the group. Let's talk about how we can use this experience to enhance our presentation, he suggested, a thoughtful look on his face. Marissa turned to her peers, eager to facilitate the conversation. We can incorporate elements of surprise and resilience into our exhibition narrative, she proposed. If we share this moment, it can add depth to our work and connect with the audience. The artists exchanged glances, the mood gradually shifting to one of determination. I think that could really resonate, Jamie said, his enthusiasm reinvigorated. We can highlight our ability to adapt in the face of challenges, showcasing that art can arise from chaos. Mia chimed in, looking more confident than before. Let's create a section in the exhibit that reflects not just our art, but our journey through this experience. It'll demonstrate the strength of our community. Marissa beamed at their engagement. This was exactly the teamwork and creativity she had hoped to cultivate. Each suggestion showcased the collective growth they had achieved, transforming doubt into commitment. As they continued to discuss ideas, Marissa felt the bond among them tighten. They were no longer just individual artists. They were part of a unified force, each contributing unique perspectives and experiences. Let's get back inside and start putting these adjustments into action, Marissa encouraged, her enthusiasm evident as she led the way. I believe we can create something remarkable that truly embodies our journey and resilience. With a shared sense of purpose, the group moved back into the gallery, ready to transform their earlier challenges into a narrative that celebrated their community and artistry. Marissa felt a renewed sense of confidence wash over her, knowing that each step they took from here would be a testament to their evolution together. Chapter 16, The Unexpected Betrayal. Marissa stood in her studio, a potent mix of excitement and apprehension swirling within her as she prepared for the upcoming art fair. The anticipation from the team was palpable, but beneath that excitement lay an unshakable tension she could feel creeping in. Anxiety about potential failures and the uncertainty of their collective impact. As she reviewed her notes, the door swung open and Luca entered, unannounced and looking particularly self-assured. "Hey, Marissa, I just wanted to check in before the fair tomorrow," he said, his voice smooth, yet something about his demeanor felt uneasy. "Of course, Lucas. We're just finalizing our plans," she replied, trying to mask the apprehension bubbling up inside her. He glanced at her artwork, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Nice setup you've got here. But have you thought about the competition? The others will definitely push hard, and I think you could be overshadowed if you're not careful." Marissa felt heat rise in her chest. "I appreciate your concern, but I believe in the strength of our collective art. We cannot let fear dictate our approach. Let's focus on what we can contribute as a team." Lucas crossed his arms, a skeptical smile tugging at his lips. "You might want to rethink that. Not every artist gets the audience's approval simply because they share their story." Unfazed, Marissa met his gaze coolly. But not every artist approaches their work with the intention to connect deeply. That's worth taking a risk for. As the conversation continued, Marissa could sense the underlying tension in the air, the stakes of their upcoming exhibition weighing heavily on their minds. Lucas's skepticism had a way of creeping back into her thoughts, but she shook it off, determined to redirect the focus toward positive outcomes. "Let's aim to carry the spirit of our collaboration into the fair," she suggested, her voice firm. "We've prepared and adapted, and I know we can create something that resonates with the audience." Just as Lucas opened his mouth to respond, Jamie entered the studio, bringing a bright burst of energy with them. "Hey everyone, I just got word that the fair organizers are excited about our booth and are looking forward to seeing what we've created." Marissa felt a rush of relief wash over her, grateful for Jamie's timing. It offered a moment of positivity amid the tension with Lucas. "See, this is what it's about," Marissa continued, turning to Lucas, "supporting one another and believing in our potential as a team." Lucas's expression softened slightly, intrigued by Jamie's enthusiasm and the group's perseverance. As the conversation shifted to logistics and final preparations, Marissa felt her confidence solidify. She was prepared to face any challenges ahead, embracing both the pressure and support of her artistic community. Tomorrow would be a test of everything they had worked for, and Marissa was ready to navigate that journey with resilience and courage. Marissa arrived at the fairgrounds, a cacophony of sounds greeting her as artists and attendees flowed through the entrance. The atmosphere was electric, filled with a mixture of excitement and anxiety that hung in the air like a thick fog. She clutched her portfolio tightly, her heart racing as she navigated the bustling scene. As Marissa approached their designated booth, she noticed that her team was busy setting up the display. The previous day's discussions echoed in her mind, and she felt a wave of determination as she recalled their shared commitment to making this exhibition a representation of their collective vision. "Hey, Marissa, great to see you," Jamie called out, waving enthusiastically as they adjusted an interactive installation. "We're just about ready." "Perfect. Let's make sure everything is aligned with our plan," Marissa replied, glancing around at the unfolding activity, feeling the energy boost her spirits. However, just as she was about to dive into the setup, Lucas approached, a hint of condescension in his voice. "Are you really sure this setup is going to capture attention? It seems a bit messy," he noted, casting a critical glance at their collaborative display. Marissa felt a flicker of frustration, but remained composed. "Art can be messy, Lucas. It reflects the creative process, and we want to engage the audience, not just show them polished pieces. This is about connection." He shrugged, unconvinced. "Let's hope your approach pays off then," he replied, but Marissa chose to focus on her vision and the supportive atmosphere provided by her team. With determination, she dove into organizing their setup, assigning tasks to her teammates while ensuring that their input shaped the final design. "Theo, could you help integrate the interactive canvas? I want it to draw in visitors actively," she said, her leadership skills shining brightly. "Absolutely. I've got some ideas that could make it even more engaging," Theo responded, his excitement evident as they worked alongside each other. As the moments flew by, Marissa felt a wave of stress wash over her. Unexpected challenges arose, supplies were running low, and a couple of logistical issues needed to be resolved. But reminiscent of her earlier experiences, she took a breath, reminding herself of the importance of adaptability. With every problem that arose, Marissa stepped up, guiding her team through solutions while encouraging open communication. As they completed the preparations, the initial anxiety transformed into a palpable excitement. Marissa's confidence had swelled amidst the chaos, and as she glanced back at her completed booth, she felt proud of what they had accomplished together. Each obstacle faced had only served to solidify her resolve, and she was ready to embrace the opportunities and challenges that lay ahead at the fair. As Marissa and her team finalized their setup, a sense of eagerness rippled through the gallery as artists prepared for the event's opening. The lively chatter mixed with laughter created a vibrant atmosphere, but beneath it, Marissa felt a thread of tension woven into their collective energy. Bouncing between logistical arrangements and artistic expression, she tried to gauge everyone's mood. Just then, a couple of artists approached her booth, their eyes filled with apprehension. "We're not sure about the layout for the interactive areas. What if they don't engage with it like we hope?" one artist said, anxiety creeping into their voice. Marissa took a moment to respond, seeking to calm their fears. "Let's keep it dynamic. We can adjust based on the audience's reactions. The goal is to adapt and interact, and that flexibility is key." As she spoke, she noticed Lucas leaning against a nearby wall, arms crossed, watching the interactions with a critical eye. His presence sent a flicker of doubt through her, a reminder of their earlier confrontations. "Maybe adjusting means sacrificing some of the artistic intent," he chimed in, his skepticism palpable. "Are we really prepared for the outcome?" Marissa felt a surge of irritation, but held her ground. It's about balancing authenticity with engagement. If we share our stories with the audience, they'll respond. Let's guide them to find meaning in our work. Theo stepped up beside her, adding supportively, "If we show them how our art represents our journeys, that openness can invite connection. We can handle any feedback we receive." Feeling strengthened by her allies, Marissa turned back to the other artists, encouraging them to brainstorm additional ideas to make their interactive display even more engaging. Let's think outside the box. If we embrace our collective strengths, we can create a truly memorable experience. The group began to buzz with suggestions, their collaborative spirit re-energized. Marissa realized how crucial this moment was, not just for her but for everyone involved. The capacity to adapt in the face of uncertainty reflected her growth as a leader, paving the way for vulnerability to transform into strength. With the crowd beginning to assemble, anticipation thrumming in the air, Marissa felt a surge of determination, ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead as they prepared to unveil their art to the world. As the exhibition doors opened, Marissa felt a rush of excitement mixed with anxiety. Guests began to filter in, filling the gallery with a chorus of laughter and chatter. She stood at her booth, poised and ready to engage with attendees, her heart thrumming in time with the energy of the crowd. As people approached, Marissa shared her artistic vision enthusiastically, eager to introduce them to the stories behind her work. She noticed a few familiar faces among the guests, including some of the artists who had participated in her workshop. Their smiles of encouragement bolstered her confidence. But in the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Lucas again, flanked by a couple of critics who were examining his artwork. The weight of competition settled in her gut, threatening to encroach on her excitement. She forced herself to breathe, reminding herself of her earlier resolve to embrace her artistic path. With determination, Marissa stepped forward to engage with a group of visitors, admiring her pieces. "I'd love to hear your thoughts on this one," she said, pointing to a vibrant canvas that reflected her exploration of emotional connection. As they discussed the piece, Marissa noticed the critics' attention divert to her booth. She could feel their gazes assess her work, and she pushed through the mounting pressure, focusing on the positive feedback from the guests. "Art is meant to evoke a response," she explained, hoping to invite dialogue about her intentions. However, she sensed Lucas's skepticism looming as he approached, a smirk on his face that sent a shiver of doubt through her. "Interesting choice with the colors, but do they really convey the message you intend?" he asked, his tone dripping with condescension. Marissa met his gaze with newfound confidence. "Art is open to interpretation. The emotions behind it are what matter most. If it sparks conversation, I've already succeeded." The critics glanced between them, intrigued by the exchange. Marissa felt the crowd's attention shift in her favor as the visitors nodded in agreement with her stance. This was a moment of clarity, one she hadn't been sure she could achieve. Feeling empowered, Marissa embraced the opportunity to spark a larger dialogue. Art is about connection, and while it's natural to have differing opinions, I believe vulnerability and authenticity are what truly resonate with people. As discussions continued, Marissa could feel her confidence grow amid the melange of voices. She had navigated the challenge presented by Lucas, emerging not just unscathed but also more resolute in her artistic identity. With each interaction, Marissa recognized that she was carving out her place in the art world, not just as an artist, but as a unifying voice within her community, ready to face the future with courage and heart. The exhibition unfolded in a whirlwind of colors, sounds, and emotions as guests moved through the gallery, engaging with the art. Marissa felt a surge of excitement, buoyed by the responses she received. Each conversation left her feeling invigorated, reinforcing her belief in the impact of her creativity and the stories behind it. However, as she navigated through the crowd, Marissa caught sight of Lucas again, his presence a lingering reminder of the competitive edge that had colored her earlier feelings. He was surrounded by a small group of critics, discussing their perceptions of his artwork with admiration. "Looks like he's getting all the attention," she murmured to herself, a flash of insecurity creeping in, but she quickly pushed it aside. This was her moment, a chance to shine a light on her own work and the community they had built together. Gathering her resolve, Marissa stepped forward to engage with another group of guests who were captivated by her display. "I appreciate you taking the time to look closely at my pieces. I'd love to hear your thoughts," she said, her voice carrying warmth and enthusiasm. As she conversed with them, Marissa noticed their eyes light up as they shared their interpretations and experiences, confirming the emotional connections her work had fostered. It was invigorating to see her art resonate with others, validating the risk she had taken by embracing vulnerability. But as she smiled and exchanged ideas, a sudden disruption occurred. One of the critics from Lucas's group raised a voice that cut through the lively chatter. Emotional art can often lack depth. How does this work stand against traditional techniques? Marissa felt the tension surge as all eyes turned in her direction, her heart racing at the unexpected challenge. Remembering the strength of her earlier resolve, she took a deep breath and steadied herself. Art is not strictly about technique. It's about the emotional resonance it creates. If my work sparks feelings and conversations, then I feel it holds its own, she responded, her voice firm and confident. The room shifted as Marissa engaged with the critic, her conviction ringing clear. A few attendees nodded in agreement, encouraged by her response. She could see that her frankness had caught the attention of the crowd, instilling a sense of curiosity about her artistic intentions. Feeling emboldened by their support, Marissa continued, addressing the critics and guests alike. Art should evoke thought and reflection. If we fear emotional expression, we lose a vital connection with ourselves and the audience. As she articulated her perspective, Marissa felt her confidence become a beacon, illuminating the discourse. The earlier doubts and competition faded away, replaced by a collective energy resonating in support of vulnerability and authenticity. Finally, as the crowd began to engage more openly with her work, she witnessed the shift in dynamics toward collaboration and understanding. Marissa knew that her journey was not solely about personal success. It was about the community and the shared experiences that would propel them all forward. As the evening unfolded in a whirlwind of conversations and connections, Marissa felt a mix of exhilaration and exhaustion wash over her. The crowd had engaged wholeheartedly with her work, and she savored the moments of genuine interaction. For every critical comment, there were countless expressions of appreciation that reinvigorated her spirit. However, the earlier confrontation with the critic lingered in her mind, a reminder of the challenges that often came with artistic vulnerability. Gathering her thoughts, she knew it was essential to maintain focus and harness the positive energy around her. As the night progressed, Marissa turned her attention to the collaborative canvas they had begun. The earlier chaos had transformed into a beautiful display of community art, each section revealing pieces of personal stories contributed by various artists. She felt a surge of pride, knowing they had all come together to create something meaningful. Suddenly, Jamie approached her, a look of excitement on their face. "Did you see the crowd in front of our interactive piece? People are really getting into it." Marissa beamed at the news, her heart lifting at the thought of their work engaging viewers. "That's amazing. It confirms that our approach resonates. Let's keep encouraging participation." Just then, Lucas came over, a surprising demeanor of respect in his tone. "I have to admit, you turned the earlier tension into something powerful tonight. Your ability to connect with the audience was impressive." Marissa felt a rush of satisfaction at his acknowledgement. "Thanks, Lucas. I appreciate you saying that. I think we can all learn from each other's strengths." As they continued to discuss the exhibition, Marissa realized how far she had come. The criticism she had faced earlier had only amplified her determination to embrace her artistic vision. In that moment, she understood that her leadership was not just about promoting her work, but empowering others to share their stories. This realization filled her with confidence, preparing her for the next steps on her journey. Marissa stepped back and took in the scene, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. She was ready to face any forthcoming challenges, emboldened by her experiences and the supportive network around her. The night was far from over, and she was eager to see where this path would lead them all as they moved forward together. Chapter 17, Strategies in Conflict. Marissa awoke the next morning to the vibrant sounds of the city outside her window. The sun streamed in, casting a warm glow across her studio, and she could feel the energy of a new day bubbling within her. The excitement from the successful exhibition still lingered, invigorating her spirit as she reflected on the connections forged and the growth experienced. However, as she prepared for the day ahead, a knot of anxiety began to form in her stomach. The art world was bustling, and with every opportunity came the risk of failure. She felt the weight of expectations press down on her, a reminder that while success was exhilarating, it also invited scrutiny. Marissa took a deep breath and poured herself a cup of coffee, grounding herself in the familiar morning ritual. With each sip, she resolved to embrace the challenges that lay ahead, vowing to stay true to her vision. After gathering her materials, she stepped out of her studio, her mind buzzing with ideas for her next project and a plan to engage the community further. She headed to the community center where a follow-up meeting was scheduled with the artists from the exhibition, eager to discuss the feedback they had received and explore future collaborations. Arriving at the center, Marissa felt the palpable energy in the air. Artists were already gathering, chatting excitedly about their works and the positive reception they had enjoyed. Marissa noticed Jamie deep in conversation with another artist, their expressions animated as they shared stories. Feeling invigorated, Marissa joined them, greeting everyone with a bright smile. "I'm so glad to see everyone here. Let's keep the momentum going from our last exhibition." The group murmured in agreement, a sense of anticipation washing over them. Marissa felt a surge of confidence as she observed the camaraderie forming, a testament to the collaborative spirit they had nurtured. As the discussions began, Marissa could sense some lingering doubts amidst the excitement. A few artists voiced concerns about maintaining the engagement they had achieved during the exhibition, expressing fears about how to keep the collaborative energy alive. Marissa stepped forward, ready to address the uncertainty. "We can build on our experiences. If we focus on continuous collaboration and support, we can create something even stronger together." Her words resonated, and she could see heads nodding in agreement, the energy in the room gradually shifting as they embraced the possibility of working closely as a community. Marissa recognized that her role had evolved into one of leadership, and she was prepared to guide them through the next steps of their artistic journey. As the meeting moved into full swing, Marissa felt the energy in the room shift, awareness buzzing among the artists as they began discussing their plans for future projects. She sensed an eagerness to maintain the connections they had forged during the exhibition, and it filled her with determination to facilitate that spirit. "Let's take a moment to consider what we learned from the last showcase," she said, addressing the group. "What worked well, and what could we improve upon for our next collaboration?" Several artists chimed in, sharing insights about audience engagement and the importance of emotional storytelling. As the conversation flowed, Marissa felt a vibrant rhythm develop, each voice contributing to the larger narrative they were building together. Just as she was feeling the momentum, however, Mia raised a concern. "While I love all these ideas, I'm worried that we might overextend ourselves. It's easy to get caught up in excitement, but we also need to make sure we're staying grounded." Marissa nodded, recognizing the weight of Mia's concerns. "I hear you, Mia. It's important we strike a balance between ambition and practicality. We can set achievable goals that ensure we remain focused while still allowing for creative exploration." As discussions continued, several artists expressed their aspirations for the future, some brimming with eagerness while others appeared hesitant. Marissa noted the differing dynamics in the room, aware that not everyone shared the same level of confidence. Feeling the need to encourage more openness, she stepped in again. "Let's remember that we're here to support one another. If anyone feels overwhelmed, it's okay to speak up. We're stronger as a team, and I want us to cultivate an environment where everyone feels safe to express their thoughts." Theo, seated nearby, offered his support. "Exactly. We can lean on each other's strengths to navigate this process. That's what makes this community powerful." Marissa felt the atmosphere shift, a collective understanding settling among them. The anxieties that had surfaced began to ease, replaced by a growing sense of camaraderie and shared purpose. As the meeting wrapped up, Marissa made a mental note to follow up on the tasks they had established. Her confidence in her leadership skills blossomed, shaped by the support of her peers. She felt ready to guide them through the next phase, understanding that this was not just about her growth, but about nurturing the entire artistic collective they were forging together. As the meeting continued, Marissa felt the weight of divergent opinions in the room. The dialogue around their plans for future projects shifted between enthusiasm and caution, creating a charged atmosphere. "I think we need to bring more structured ideas to the table," one artist suggested, her brow furrowed in thought. "Without concrete goals, we risk losing focus." Marissa nodded, seeing the validity in that concern. "I agree that structure can help us stay on track, but I also believe we should keep some flexibility to adapt as new ideas emerge." Mia, sitting quietly, raised her hand and spoke with a hint of hesitation. "I know I've been pushing for more traditional approaches, but what if exploring this new direction turns out to be too risky? Is it worth the potential backlash?" Marissa felt the tension rising, but she recognized Mia's honesty as a sign of growth. "It's always a balance, Mia. Art involves risk, and sometimes we need to push beyond our comfort zones to discover new possibilities. If we stay true to our narratives, we can weather any criticism." Lucas, who had been relatively silent, leaned in with a critical eye. "But the pressure to succeed is real. Some people want to see safe, marketable art. If we push too hard, we might alienate our audience." Marissa turned toward him, focused and resolute. "I believe that authenticity resonates more than safety. If we connect with even a small audience through our true stories, it's worthwhile. We have to decide who we want to be as artists." Feeling the weight of their discussions and the seriousness of their aspirations, Marissa took a moment, allowing each perspective to settle in the air. The voices in the room revealed not only their hopes but also their fears, reminding her that they were all navigating a complex landscape together. As they delved deeper into the conversation, Marissa could feel her earlier uncertainties fade. She realized that these discussions were about more than logistics. They were about shaping their identities as a collective and fostering a spirit of collaboration. With each voice contributing to the dialogue, Marissa felt increasingly confident in her ability to guide them through the complexities of their artistic journey, ready to embrace the risks and rewards that lay ahead. As the discussion heated up, Marissa felt a palpable excitement mixed with trepidation weaving through the group. Each artist's perspective brought valuable insights, but the oscillation between enthusiasm and anxiety was evident. Marissa leaned forward, eager to synthesize the growing ideas. "Let's make sure we focus on what's truly important, sharing our authentic stories. That's what this project is about." A newcomer hesitated, glancing down at their notes. "But what if we end up too scattered? How will we keep our message clear?" "I understand that concern," Marissa replied, striving to keep the momentum positive. "That's why we need to establish a central theme to guide us. Let's look at how our personal stories intertwine. We can craft an image that reflects our individuality while strengthening our collective narrative." Mia chimed in, her voice more assertive. "What if we created a manifesto of sorts? A document that outlines our mission for this exhibition. It could help us maintain focus while allowing for creative exploration." Marissa's heart swelled at Mia's suggestion, excited by the potential for clarity and collaboration. "That's a brilliant idea. We can outline our goals and priorities while still leaving enough room for each of us to express our unique styles." The group murmured in agreement, encouraged by a sense of direction. Lucas, still slightly skeptical, crossed his arms. "As long as we keep it relevant, our art shouldn't come off as pretentious to the audience." Marissa faced him, determined not to back down. "That's exactly why we need this manifesto. If we can articulate our intent and how our stories impact our work, I believe we will resonate with our audience more than we think." The atmosphere in the room began to shift, with artists warming to the idea of creating a cohesive plan. Marissa felt a sense of unity forming, her leadership evolving as she encouraged every voice to shape the direction they were taking. With their discussions revitalizing the group dynamic, Marissa was reminded of her own growth through this collaborative process. Recognizing the value of each contribution not only helped her visualize the exhibition, but also strengthened the bonds she was creating with her peers. This journey was about shared experiences, and she was ready to embrace every challenge that lay ahead. As the meeting continued to unfold, a sense of urgency filled the room. Marissa could feel the weight of everyone's aspirations manifesting in a drive to create something powerful together. The discussions around the manifesto brought a new clarity to their vision, and anticipation buzzed in the air. "Let's focus on the key elements that we want this exhibition to convey," Marissa suggested, leading the charge. "We can identify the themes and emotions that resonate most with all of us." The group nodded, engaged, and began contributing ideas. But just then, Lucas interjected, his arms still crossed. "But what if we end up diluting our individual messages in the process? I don't want to lose the essence of my work just to fit a mold." Marissa paused, feeling the familiar pang of tension, but instead of shying away, she approached his concern head-on. "That's a valid point, Lucas. The goal isn't to suppress individual voices. It's to allow them to coexist and enhance one another. We can create a framework that respects our unique styles while weaving them together into a cohesive narrative." Theo chimed in, looking toward Lucas. "Collaboration doesn't mean losing your identity as an artist. It's about celebrating our differences. If done right, our collective voice can be even stronger than any single one of us." Marissa could see Lucas considering their words, and she felt encouraged by Theo's enthusiasm. As discussions continued, the atmosphere shifted again, the discomfort beginning to dissolve as excitement replaced it. With palpable energy, they began drafting the manifesto, outlining how each artist would contribute their perspectives. Marissa felt a sense of fulfillment in leading this part of the process, her earlier uncertainties fading into the background. She recognized that this collaborative effort wasn't just about the exhibition. It was about creating a community where each member felt empowered to express their truth. The conflict transformed into a collective ambition, galvanizing them as they prepared to embark on this shared journey. In that moment, Marissa understood the power of adaptability and communication in fostering an environment where creativity could flourish. Their individual stories were merging, setting the stage for transformative art that would speak to the heart of the community. As the meeting drew to a close, Marissa looked around at her team with a swelling sense of pride. The atmosphere had transformed from hesitation to excitement, with artists sharing their insights and rallying behind a united vision for their exhibition. "Let's make sure we implement our manifesto thoughtfully," she said, her voice steady. "We have the chance to create something truly impactful by weaving our stories together." The artists nodded, enthusiasm reigniting as they considered the possibilities. "We can use this as a guide to keep our narratives aligned while still allowing for individual expression," Jamie suggested, their eyes sparkling with inspiration. "Exactly," Marissa responded, relieved to see her peers engaged and ready to contribute to the next steps. "If we define our mission clearly, we can avoid any misunderstandings and create a cohesive presentation." Mia chimed in, her earlier doubts faded, "And we should keep the lines of communication open throughout the process. If anyone feels unsure, we need to make adjustments together." The sense of unity among the team was palpable, and Marissa felt a surge of happiness, understanding how far they had come since the beginning. Their collaborative environment was rich with potential, each artist committed to not only their own vision, but to nurturing the collective. Just then, as they began discussing initial strategies for promotional outreach, Marissa felt a wave of confidence wash over her. She had faced her doubts and stepped into her role as a leader. This time, she was ready to take calculated risks, knowing that their journey together meant prioritizing not just her growth, but the growth of each member in the group. In that pivotal moment, she realized that her experiences had prepared her for this challenge. They were building a community that would thrive through collaboration and trust, and she was determined to see it through. Each decision made from here on out would reflect the strength of their collective voice, and Marissa was excited to embrace the journey ahead. Chapter 18, A Stand for Unity. Marissa stood on the threshold of the gallery, the vibrant scenes of the exhibition unfolding before her. The excitement of the event swept through her as she took a deep breath, feeling the anticipation radiate from the crowd that had gathered. She had prepared tirelessly for this moment, and now it was time to solidify her commitment, not just to her art, but to the vision they had created together as a team. As she stepped inside, the warmth of friendly faces and engaging conversations welcomed her, bolstering her resolve to embrace this next chapter. The displays sparkled under the gallery lights, the culmination of their hard work standing proud in all its glory. Marissa moved through the room, taking in the diverse works from her fellow artists, marveling at how each piece reflected a personal narrative, yet contributed to a unified message. Just then, she spotted her team gathered near the entrance, their expressions filled with encouragement mixed with anticipation. "You ready for this?" Jamie called out with an infectious smile. "More than ever," Marissa replied, her confidence growing as she approached them. But as they settled into the atmosphere, Lucas sauntered up, looking particularly self-assured. "This is quite the operation," he remarked, scanning the space with a critical eye. "Let's hope it doesn't fall apart under the pressure of an audience." Marissa felt a flicker of tension, but she refused to let his skepticism undermine her enthusiasm. "No matter the outcome, we've built something special here. It's about celebrating our creativity and our community." Lucas raised an eyebrow but didn't retort. Marissa could sense that his earlier reservations were beginning to soften, as if he, too, was contemplating the value of connection over competition. With the crowd beginning to fill the gallery, Marissa gathered her team close, ready to share her final thoughts before officially kicking off their exhibition. "Let's honor the hard work we've all put into this. Every piece here represents our stories, our growth. I'm so proud of what we've achieved together." As the kickoff approached, Marissa felt her heart race with excitement and determination, understanding that her commitment to this community would guide her through any challenges that might arise. The night ahead promised to be a celebration of everything they had worked for, and she was ready to lead the charge. As the opening ceremony began, Marissa took her place at the front of the gallery, her heart racing with anticipation. Guests filed in, their faces alight with curiosity, eager to experience the exhibition that had been meticulously crafted by her team. She glanced around, soaking in the vibrant atmosphere. Artists mingling, discussions about art swirling, and the scent of fresh paint faintly lingering in the air. This was it. Their collective vision was finally coming to life. Marissa tapped the microphone, bringing the room to a gentle hush. "Welcome, everyone, and thank you for being here tonight. We're excited to share our collaborative exhibition, where each piece reflects not only the artist's individual journeys, but also the connections we've forged as a community." As she spoke, Marissa's voice carried the sincerity of her passion, and she could see heads nodding in agreement as the audience absorbed her words. The energy was palpable, as if they were all on the brink of something profound together. The gallery manager stepped in beside her, a supportive presence, nodding as Marissa articulated their goals. "What's most important is how the narratives behind each piece resonate with you, the viewers. We invite you to explore, ask questions, and engage with us throughout the evening." With her heart swelling with pride, Marissa noticed Jamie and Mia exchanging enthusiastic glances among the crowd, buoyed by their camaraderie. Just then, Marissa caught sight of Lucas standing at the edge of the gallery, arms crossed, watching intently. Marissa felt a flicker of doubt return, but she reminded herself of the strength she had cultivated and the support from her friends. Lucas, still skeptical, made a comment to a nearby critic that sparked murmurs, but Marissa chose to rise above it. "Let's celebrate the stories shared tonight," she said, her voice steady and resolute. "Art is a journey, and we're all navigating this path together. Your support means everything." As the evening progressed, Marissa felt the warmth enveloping her, reinforced by the positive feedback from the audience. Each smile, each conversation reminded her of why she had embarked on this journey, to create a space for connection and authenticity. The foundation they had built over time was beginning to solidify, and as she looked back at her team, Marissa knew they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, confident in their shared vision and the bond they had nurtured throughout their journey. As Marissa mingled with guests, she could feel the positive energy rippling through the gallery. Conversations flowed easily, and she felt an infectious enthusiasm for the art around her. Each interaction seemed to reinforce the connections she had worked so hard to build. However, amidst this lively atmosphere, she noticed Mia standing at the entrance, her expression a mix of excitement and apprehension. Marissa approached her, sensing that something weighed on her mind. "Mia, what's up?" Marissa asked, catching her friend's eye. "I don't know. I guess I'm just feeling a bit overwhelmed with everything," Mia admitted, fidgeting with the cuff of her shirt. "What if people don't respond to my work like they do to yours?" Marissa felt a surge of empathy. "You're going to be great. Remember, you have your own unique story to tell, and that's what makes your work special. Just like we discussed in the workshop, this journey is about sharing our truths." Mia nodded, though her uncertainty still lingered. Marissa glanced around the bustling crowd, noticing the genuine interest in the guests' faces as they engaged with the artwork. She knew that if she could maintain this momentum, it would reflect positively on everyone involved. "Let's focus on supporting each other," Marissa suggested. "If anyone feels nervous, let's encourage them to talk about their pieces. That fosters connections and dispels fears." As the two friends moved back toward the group, Marissa felt the atmosphere shift slightly as they engaged with the visitors. A few moments later, she suddenly spotted Lucas further back in the gallery, conversing with a couple of critics, his arms crossed as he leaned against a wall. Feeling a mixture of concern and determination, Marissa chose to approach the critics, determined to ensure they fully grasped the essence of her collaborative vision. "Thanks for coming. I hope you're enjoying the exhibition," she said, her voice steady as she engaged them with an inviting smile. Lucas glanced over, surprise flickering across his face. "I see you're still pushing the emotional angle. Bold choice." Marissa met his gaze firmly, and with newfound confidence, she replied, "Art is meant to challenge and connect us. I stand firm in my vision. We're sharing our narratives, and that's powerful." At that moment, the critics turned their attention back to her, intrigued. Marissa's assertive engagement had changed the atmosphere, and the tension of competition seemed to dissolve in the face of her conviction. As the dialogues continued, Marissa recognized the impact her hard-earned growth had on her interactions. She was not only defending her work, but also redefining her standing in the community. With every conversation, she embraced the strengths of her journey, prepared to face whatever challenges awaited her with resilience and hope. As the evening progressed, Marissa immersed herself in the vibrant conversations between guests and fellow artists bustling throughout the gallery. The atmosphere crackled with energy and anticipation. She felt invigorated by the festive spirit, even amid the scrutiny from critics. While circulating her booth, Marissa took a moment to reflect on the responses she had received. People were echoing sentiments of connection and understanding. It was a testament to the emotional currents they had worked so hard to introduce through their art. But then a nagging doubt crept back into her mind. A few artists near the entrance were engaged in whispered discussions, their expressions a mix of excitement and apprehension. Marissa recognized the uncertainty lingering among them and felt an urge to address it. "Let's remember why we're here," she called out to the group, gathering their attention. "We're celebrating our stories and our art. Each experience we share is powerful and worth telling." One artist, still hesitant, raised a hand. "What if we don't connect with the audience? What if they don't see our work for what it is?" Marissa stepped forward, the weight of their concerns settling on her shoulders. "We won't know until we give it a chance. Vulnerability in art has the potential to resonate deeply. If we share our truth with confidence, there will be people who connect with it." As she spoke, Marissa could see the faces of her peers change. Encouragement began to ripple through the crowd. It was as though her words awakened a collective sense of purpose, reminding them of their shared goals. As the night continued, Marissa noticed the ebb and flow of conversation shifting toward a more positive outlook. The doubt that had previously clouded the artist's expressions was giving way to a sense of determination. Marissa knew that this moment of clarity was essential for solidifying the bonds they had built. Fired up by the evolving atmosphere, Marissa embraced the responsibility of guiding her community through the uncertainties. Each voice mattered, and she felt her confidence strengthen as she navigated the complexities of the art world. In that moment, Marissa understood that their journey wasn't just about individual successes. It was about cultivating a movement that celebrated vulnerability and connection, setting the stage for whatever challenges lay ahead. As the evening progressed, Marissa felt a wave of gratitude for the support surrounding her. The exhibition was more than just a display of art. It was a celebration of the community they had cultivated together. Each conversation and connection seemed to reinforce the bonds among the artists. After her earlier confrontations with Lucas and the critics, she sensed a palpable shift in the air. People were engaging with her work, sharing their insights and feelings. The energy in the gallery pulsed with enthusiasm, and Marissa was eager to seize the moment. Just then, a young artist approached her booth, their eyes wide with admiration. "I really loved what you said about vulnerability in art," they remarked, their voice filled with awe. "I've always been afraid to share my emotions in my work." Marissa felt a rush of warmth at their admission. "It's understandable to feel that way, but I've learned that sharing our truths can create powerful connections. Trust yourself. You have a unique story to tell." The artist nodded, encouraged by her words. As Marissa engaged them further, the conversations around her booth blossomed into discussions about personal narratives, resonating with her earlier vision. Feeling emboldened, Marissa called the group together for a moment of reflection. "Let's take a minute to appreciate how far we've come. This exhibition is proof of our resilience and creativity." Her teammates gathered closer, smiles on their faces as they acknowledged the collective achievement. However, Marissa noticed that Lucas lingered at the fringe of the group, his expression unreadable. With newfound confidence, she turned toward him. "It's about fostering an environment where we can all share and learn from each other," she said, inviting him into the conversation. "Your insights are important too." The encouragement caught him off guard, and for a moment she could see a flicker of humility in his eyes. "Thanks, Marissa. I suppose I need to remember that everyone's journey is different," he admitted, breaking down a barrier that had long existed between them. As the group engaged in discussions about the exhibition, Marissa felt a sense of accomplishment wash over her. She was moving forward, embracing the complexities of her artistic journey while cultivating connections that strengthened their community. This was not simply about art. It was about forging meaningful relationships that would endure beyond the boundaries of the exhibition. With each moment, Marissa's leadership solidified, offering her the confidence to continue embracing any challenges that lay ahead. As the exhibition opened to the public, Marissa felt the thrill of anticipation course through her. The gallery had transformed into a vibrant space, alive with the sounds of laughter, conversation, and the soft clinking of glasses being raised in celebration. Standing at her booth, she took a moment to bask in the energy around her. Guests were engaging with her art, their expressions reflective as they absorbed the stories crafted within each piece. The warmth of their appreciation fueled her spirit, reinforcing her commitment to the work she loved. Marissa engaged with visitors, eagerly sharing the narratives behind her pieces. Her voice flowed naturally, energized by the positive responses around her. "This work reflects the complexity of connection," she articulated, inviting guests into her world while encouraging them to share their own feelings. But just as she was immersed in a conversation, she caught sight of a few critics whispering among themselves nearby, their glances darting toward her booth. The familiar twinge of anxiety bubbled within her, but she shook it off, reminding herself not to dwell on their skepticism. Suddenly, she noticed Lucas approaching, a pensive expression on his face. "Marissa," he began, his tone more tentative than usual, "I wanted to say that your work tonight is impressive. You've really found your voice." The sincerity in his words surprised her, and she felt a rush of warmth. "Thank you, Lucas. I appreciate that coming from you," she replied, recognizing that this was a moment to bridge past tensions. As the conversation continued, Marissa felt the powerful shift in the room. There was a sense of community building, each artist forging connections and celebrating their journeys together. Lucas's earlier criticisms began to fade as the focus shifted toward the collective experience they were all cultivating. With every exchange, Marissa felt more grounded in her role as a leader. She was not only presenting her work, but also creating an environment where vulnerability and authenticity thrived. The sense of accomplishment felt exhilarating, intertwining her artistic identity with the vibrant collective surrounding her. As the evening unfolded, Marissa embraced the possibility of new collaborations and relationships, ready to foster a supportive space where everyone could connect, share, and inspire one another. This was more than just an exhibition. It was a true reflection of their journey together, a celebration of growth and creativity waiting to unfold. Chapter 19, The High-Stakes Encounter. The art fair was in full swing, bringing with it a whirlwind of energy and excitement. Marissa threaded her way through the crowd, taking in the vibrant displays of artwork and engaging in conversations with attendees. Each interaction felt invigorating, a testament to the connections she had worked hard to build. But just as the atmosphere reached a euphoric peak, things took an unexpected turn. A sudden commotion erupted near the entrance as a group of critics stormed in, their expressions grim. The tension in the air turned electric, and whispers began to swirl among the crowd. Marissa's heart dropped as she caught snippets of their conversation, phrases like unacceptable standards and concerning trends cutting through the excitement of the event. Panic threatened to settle in as she realized that the criticism could very well extend to her work and their collaborative efforts. Gathering her courage, Marissa quickly moved closer to her booth, determined to remain engaged and poised even amidst potential turmoil. She could see Lucas on the other side, his demeanor tense as he joined the few artists gathered for an impromptu discussion about the critics' presence. "What are we going to do if they start picking apart our work?" one artist fretted, their anxiety palpable. Marissa stepped forward, not willing to let doubt cloud their efforts. "We're all here because we believe in what we create. Let's stay focused on our mission. If they have concerns, we can address them constructively." Theo approached her, a supportive presence, as they both observed the unfolding situation. "You're right, we can't let their negativity derail us. We've worked too hard for this." Marissa nodded, feeling the determination rising within her. She resolved to engage with the critics, wanting to confront any potential issues directly. They needed to take a stand for their work and ensure their voices were heard. Turning back to her team, she began formulating a plan. "Let's invite the critics to engage with us. If they're here, let's give them a chance to understand the deeper stories behind our art." With the plan set in motion, Marissa felt a renewed sense of purpose. This was a critical moment, one that would test her resilience and leadership as they navigated the complexities of the art world together. She was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, committed to advocating for her vision and the art community they had built. Marissa stepped confidently toward the group of critics, her heart racing but her resolve firm. The buzz of the fair faded into the background as she approached, the air thick with tension. She gathered her thoughts, preparing to articulate her vision clearly and passionately. "Excuse me," she said as she reached them, her voice steady. "I'm Marissa, and I'd love to have a chance to discuss our work with you. I believe that understanding the stories behind our pieces can shift the conversation." The critics turned to her, surprise evident on their faces. One of them, a senior figure in the art community, raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly do you think we need to understand?" Marissa took a breath, feeling the weight of their scrutiny. "Each of us here is sharing not just art, but our emotional narratives. There's power in vulnerability, and I believe it invites connection with the audience," she explained, her voice echoing with conviction. A critic glanced at their companions, then back at Marissa, skeptical yet intrigued. Emotion is important, but can it stand up against technique and form? Marissa felt the tension rise again, but leaned into the moment. Art thrives in the intersection of emotion and technique. If we only rely on one, we run the risk of losing authenticity. It's about forging a genuine connection, which can resonate deeply with people. The discussion paused as the critics considered her words. Marissa noticed her peers gathering nearby, supporting her presence, their eyes filled with a mixture of admiration and anticipation. "This is a risky stance you're taking," another critic finally said, crossing their arms. "Are you prepared for feedback that might not be favorable?" "I'm prepared for any feedback," Marissa replied, her confidence unwavering. It's all part of the creative process. I believe that if our work is true to us, it will reach the right audience. With each word, she could feel the collective spirit of the group rallying behind her, that unified strength they had forged through their journey together. As the critics continued to deliberate among themselves, Marissa felt her heart steady. This was more than just a confrontation. It was a chance to advocate for the art community and the stories they were striving to tell. She was ready to embrace the challenges and uncertainties, confident that her journey had prepared her to lead with both passion and purpose. Marissa watched as the critics continued their discussion, their expressions a blend of critical scrutiny and curiosity. She could sense the group weighing her words, and she felt a mix of determination and eagerness under the pressure. Suddenly, Lucas stepped forward, a smirk on his face. "Come on, let's be real. Emotional art can sometimes come off as indulgent. Don't you think there's a limit to how personal you should get?" Marissa took a breath, bracing herself for the challenge. "My art reflects my truth, and I believe that authenticity resonates far deeper than mere technique. It's about making connections, understanding, and empathy." Another critic shifted, intrigued yet cautious. "But how do you propose to maintain that connection with an audience who may have different tastes?" That question struck a nerve within her, and she could feel the weight of the decision hanging in the air. By being open and inviting dialogue, we can't predict how everyone will react, but if we expose our stories, we invite empathy. It's this emotional honesty that can transcend different tastes. The critics exchanged glances, a sense of consideration evident as they absorbed her perspective. Marissa felt Theo's supportive presence nearby, his nod bolstering her resolve. "I admire your courage to stand by your beliefs," the lead critic finally said, lowering his gaze to examine a piece of her artwork. "But can you handle criticism? You must be ready for it, or you may find that your message gets lost." Marissa felt a flicker of doubt but quickly banished it, recalling the support she had cultivated throughout her journey. "I'm ready for criticism. I see it as part of growth. Every artist faces challenges. It's how we adapt that defines our resilience." As the critics continued to deliberate, Marissa felt herself standing taller, empowered by her own convictions. This confrontation was no longer an obstacle. It was a pivotal moment that could reshape perceptions and build connections. With the air thick with tension but also anticipation, Marissa knew she was ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited, confident in the strength of her narrative and the support of her community surrounding her. With the tension of the moment lingering in the air, Marissa felt a surge of resolve course through her. The gallery critics were assessing every nuance of her work, and she was determined not to waver under their scrutiny. "Art should challenge and provoke discussion," she reiterated, her voice steady, drawing the attention of both critics and artists alike. "If we shy away from emotional experiences, we lose the very essence of what art is meant to achieve." The lead critic nodded slowly, intrigued by her tenacity. "You make a compelling argument, but can you demonstrate that on a larger scale? Can you show us how this emotional depth translates into something that captivates an audience?" Marissa seized the opportunity. "I can't promise that everyone will resonate with my work, but I can promise authenticity. My pieces reflect genuine experiences and emotions, and that rawness is what I believe will connect with people." Theo stepped forward, supporting her stance. "It's not just about the art, it's about the dialogue it creates. If we invite viewers into our emotional worlds, we allow them to feel something real." Marissa turned back to the critics, sensing the shift in their perspectives. "Exactly. We're not just looking to impress, we want to connect. If our work evokes a reaction, positive or negative, it means we've sparked a conversation." A moment of silence hung between them as the critics exchanged looks. Marissa could see their expressions shifting, curiosity growing. They were beginning to see beyond their initial critiques, intrigued by the narrative Marissa was presenting. Feeling the energy pulse in the room, Marissa recognized that this was not just about her defending her work, but also about showcasing the strength of community and vulnerability. She understood that her experiences had prepared her for this moment, and her resilience shone through as she engaged with the critics. As the conversations shifted toward her art and its potential impact, Marissa felt a renewed sense of confidence. She was embracing the challenges head-on, ready to lead with both passion and authenticity, carving out her place in the vibrant tapestry of the art world. As the conversations continued, Marissa felt a shift in the atmosphere of the gallery. The critics, who had initially appeared skeptical, began to engage more openly, leaning in closer as she shared her artistic intentions. Their interest was piqued, and she took this as an opportunity to further solidify her vision. "Art should be a reflection of our truths," Marissa asserted, her voice carrying strength. "If we are not prepared to express our deepest emotions, we risk becoming stagnant. I believe that vulnerability invites connection." The lead critic nodded thoughtfully, shifting his stance. "Interesting perspective. But the question remains, can this emotional connection translate into something larger, something that resonates well beyond this room?" Marissa paused, feeling the weight of his question. In that moment, she reflected on her journey, the struggles, the triumphs, the lessons learned along the way. If we can evoke genuine emotion, then we've succeeded. The stories behind our art must reach the hearts of the audience. Theo stepped closer, ready to support her. "Art is not just about the surface. It's about what lies beneath. If we can engage our audience on that level, we'll foster a deeper understanding." Marissa observed the critics, noticing how their expressions softened as they considered her words. The tension that had initially existed began to dissolve, replaced by a growing curiosity about their collective mission. Just then, another artist chimed in, inspired by Marissa's conviction. "If we emphasize that emotional truth, we can create a dialogue that resonates. That's what makes art timeless." Marissa felt the energy shift even further in the room. The dialogue was transforming from criticism to collaboration, and she could sense a newfound respect forming among the attendees. In that moment, she recognized the power of their collective voices and the potential they had to influence perceptions within the art community. Marissa smiled, feeling the strength of community energizing her, ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited them as they collectively stepped into the future together. As the night continued, Marissa felt a sense of triumph swell within her. The critics who had once seemed intimidating were now engaging positively with her artwork, and the earlier tensions of competition had melted away, replaced by an atmosphere of collaboration and mutual respect. With renewed energy, Marissa decided to take a moment to gather her team together, wanting to capitalize on the excitement in the room. "Everyone, thank you for your support and the incredible conversations tonight. I'm so proud of what we've accomplished," she said, her voice ringing with enthusiasm. Theo smiled, stepping forward to lead a round of applause for the team, and the room echoed with appreciation. Marissa glanced at Mia, who looked visibly uplifted, her earlier doubts now overshadowed by the positive feedback they had received. "It's inspiring to see how we've all come together," Mia said, her often competitive tone softened by a newfound camaraderie. "Marissa, you've really set the bar high for all of us." Feeling invigorated by her peers' encouraging responses, Marissa replied, "I couldn't have done this without each of you. This moment is a testament to our collaboration, and I believe in what we can achieve together." However, amid the celebration, Marissa's thoughts turned briefly to the potential challenges ahead. She understood that with success could come criticism and jealousy, even from those within their artistic community. It was a reality she had been grappling with throughout her journey. As they coordinated plans for the following sessions and future exhibitions, Marissa felt a sense of empowerment. Her experiences and the lessons learned through collaboration had molded her into a resilient leader. This newfound confidence shifted her approach to challenges. She was now committed to navigating the complexities of the art world with grace and authenticity. Marissa recognized that her leadership and the community they had created were intertwined. Together, they were not just artists, they were individuals, forging a path in the vibrant tapestry of the art scene, ready to embrace whatever hurdles awaited them as they moved forward, united in purpose. Chapter 20, Reflection and Recalibration. Marissa stood in her studio, surrounded by the remnants of her collaborative exhibition, the walls adorned with sketches and notes reflecting the vibrant energy of the event. She took a moment to breathe, absorbing the whirlwind of emotions from the previous days. Now was the time to assess where they had succeeded and where improvements were needed. Taking a deep breath, she spread out her notes on the table, methodically reviewing the key feedback they had received. The reactions had been overwhelmingly positive, yet there were also critiques that echoed in her mind. Concerns about emotional depth, audience engagement, and whether their narratives had truly resonated. Marissa felt the weight of those comments as she compiled a list of completed tasks and those still pending. Just then, Jamie entered the studio, a bright smile on their face. "Hey, I was thinking about how we could build off the success of the exhibition. There's so much momentum right now." "Absolutely," Marissa replied, feeling buoyed by Jamie's positivity. "I want us to capitalize on what we learned. Let's go through the feedback and identify areas for improvement and fresh ideas for our next project." As they discussed, they exchanged thoughts on how to refine their approach and engage the community even more deeply. Marissa scanned her notes, noting both the triumphs and the challenges, eager to leverage every lesson for future endeavors. Before long, Mia joined them, her expression bright. "I've been working on a few ideas based on what we discussed. I think we can create something extraordinary if we focus on highlighting our individual stories within the collaborative framework." Marissa felt a spark of excitement at Mia's words. It was evident they were beginning to understand the value of collaboration and the ability to highlight their unique narratives. However, beneath the enthusiasm, Marissa noticed lingering questions. Are we still fully committed to embracing vulnerability? Can we truly carry this through? Marissa took a moment to consider. We have to. That's what sets us apart. As long as we support each other, we can navigate these uncertainties. Let's not shy away from exploring the messiness of art. That's where the connection lives. With every word spoken, Marissa felt her confidence solidify. They were preparing not just for their immediate plans, but for a journey that would continue to evolve, shaped by their collective experiences and stories. This reflection was about more than preparation. It was about embracing the growth they had all experienced in the vibrant community they had built together. Marissa leaned against the table, focusing intently on her notes as she reviewed the feedback gathered from the exhibition. Each comment resonated with her, revealing both her artistic strengths and the areas where she could improve. With Jamie's earlier excitement still fresh in her mind, Marissa began to make adjustments to her strategic approach. She noted the feedback about audience engagement, particularly the suggestion to create more interactive experiences. "We'll need to prioritize that in our next project," she muttered, jotting down ideas. Just then, another artist, Lucas, approached her booth, a furrowed brow on his face. "I've been thinking about your work and the audience's reaction," he began, his tone more reflective than critical. "Have you considered how you might need to adapt your message next time?" Marissa felt a flicker of irritation, but reminded herself to stay open. "I think the emotional narratives are what set us apart, but I'm willing to examine how we can enhance our presentation while maintaining authenticity." Lucas nodded, intrigued by her willingness to engage with his perspective. "I get that, but just be mindful that emotional pieces can sometimes come off as niche. Some people want universal themes that are easy to relate to." Marissa appreciated his insight, but felt the need to assert her vision. "True, but if we lose sight of our unique voices for the sake of appeasing everyone, we compromise the heart of what we create." As they spoke, she could see the wheels turning in his mind, and she hoped that her determination might inspire him to reconsider his stance. Just then, Mia entered the scene with a fresh wave of energy. "I've come up with a few ideas for our next steps," she exclaimed, bustling over to join the conversation. "I think we need to highlight our individual stories more vividly so that people can connect on a personal level." Marissa felt a sense of hope at Mia's optimism, realizing that her vision was beginning to take shape within the group. Together, they shared thoughts on how to weave their narratives into a collaborative framework. She was reminded that her journey had not only strengthened her own resolve, but had also nurtured the growth of those around her. As they discussed their next steps, Marissa felt her confidence solidify, preparing her to lead the team toward their shared goals while staying true to their creative spirits. As Marissa gathered her thoughts, the door swung open, and several artists from the community filtered into the studio, bringing with them an air of anticipation. Their faces were lit with excitement about the upcoming plans, each one eager to contribute to the growing conversation about their collaborative project. "Hey Marissa, are you ready for this?" one artist asked, an enthusiastic grin spreading across their face. "I am," Marissa replied, feeling her energy matched by their eagerness. "I've been working on strategies that can incorporate everyone's strengths while keeping the spirit of our individual stories. This is going to be a transformative project." As they settled into the gathering, Marissa noticed a subtle but palpable tension among some artists. One of them, a newcomer, sat quiet and uncertain, casting glances at the others with a sense of apprehension. "Is everything all right?" Marissa asked gently, stepping closer to engage. "I don't know if my ideas are strong enough to contribute," the artist admitted, voice barely above a whisper. "I'm worried about how I'll fit in with all of you." Marissa felt a swell of empathy, recalling her own early doubts. "You're not alone in feeling that way," she reassured. "Every artist has something unique to offer. Your perspective adds value to our narrative. Let's support each other in this process." Nearby, Mia chimed in, nodding. "Exactly. It's important that we all feel included. Together, we can create something special that resonates with everyone." The newcomer looked visibly relieved, encouraged by the warmth and understanding surrounding them. Marissa could see the group beginning to unite, the initial unease transforming into a commitment to openness. As they delved deeper into discussions about how to weave their individual stories into the collective project, Marissa facilitated the conversation, ensuring everyone had a chance to voice their thoughts. With the suggestions flowing freely, she felt a rush of pride swell within her. Marissa's earlier experiences had equipped her to lead. She was ready to navigate the complexities and embrace the journey ahead. The support and collaboration fostered in the studio signaled that they were prepared to take their art to new heights, working together to inspire and connect through each emotional narrative. As discussions flowed and ideas took shape, Marissa felt her enthusiasm palpable in the room. The artists around her began to embrace the collaborative process, weaving their personal stories into the fabric of the project. Each voice added depth to their narrative, creating a rich tapestry of creativity. However, just as the atmosphere was lifting, Marissa sensed a flicker of doubt from a few artists. One of them, a more seasoned artist named Alex, looked contemplative. "How do we ensure that our individual stories don't get lost in the process of collaboration?" they asked, sincere concern etched across their face. Marissa turned to them, sensing the importance of the question. "That's a valid concern, Alex. Each of our stories is vital, and we must make a conscious effort to highlight them alongside the collective message. We can set aside time for everyone to share their narratives and weave them into our joint vision." Another artist chimed in. "What if we create a series of smaller sections within the exhibition that focus on individual stories while still showing how they connect? It could allow each piece to shine on its own." "I love that idea," Marissa replied, encouraged by their engagement. "We can design the layout so that visitors can see how these different experiences converge, creating a more cohesive understanding of our collective vision." As they discussed logistics, Mia suggested incorporating interactive components where visitors could write their reflections alongside the artworks. Marissa's heart raced with excitement at the prospect. That would create an even deeper connection between the audience and our narratives. The group continued to brainstorm, and Marissa guided the team to ensure everyone's ideas were heard and respected. As conversations intensified, she felt how much progress they had made as a team since beginning this journey. In that moment, Marissa recognized the evolution within herself. Her willingness to foster an inclusive environment shaped their interactions, strengthening the team dynamic. She understood that their collaborative spirit was vital to overcoming the challenges they might face, and her growth as a leader had brought them to this pivotal point. As plans solidified, Marissa felt invigorated. ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead, united with her peers in a shared mission that resonated deeply within her. As the brainstorming session continued, the atmosphere was filled with a palpable sense of excitement. Marissa observed her fellow artists eagerly sharing their ideas and building off one another's contributions. She felt a swell of pride, recognizing how far they had come together. However, amidst the collective enthusiasm, a few artists still appeared hesitant, lingering doubts flickering across their faces. Marissa sensed the need to address these concerns head-on if they were to maintain their momentum. "Okay, everyone," she called, gathering the group's attention. "I know we've talked about a lot, but it's crucial that we make sure everyone feels confident and engaged in the process moving forward. What are some concerns you still have?" Mia spoke up first, uncertainty weaving through her words. "I think we have a great concept, but what if we struggle to execute it? Are we all on the same page in terms of skills? What if someone doesn't pull their weight?" Marissa nodded, recognizing the validity of her concern. "That's a fair point, Mia. Let's clarify roles and responsibilities so that everyone knows what's expected. We're in this together, and it's important that we communicate openly about our progress." Theo chimed in, agreeing. "We should build a timeline with check-ins to make sure everyone feels supported. If anyone needs help with their tasks, we can collaborate on that." As they strategically mapped out their plan for the exhibition, Marissa noticed Lucas still sitting quietly, his earlier criticisms lingering in the back of her mind. She didn't want his skepticism to overshadow their collective effort. "Lucas, what about you? How do you feel about the direction we're heading?" Marissa asked, wanting to engage him more directly. He hesitated, glancing at the others before responding. "I still think we need to ensure that we're not overly ambitious. If we bite off more than we can chew, we risk disappointing ourselves and the audience." Marissa felt the tension rise again, but pressed on. "I appreciate your caution, but relying solely on fear of failure won't help us grow. We need to be willing to take risks while also supporting each other through this process." The room grew quiet as everyone absorbed her words. Marissa could see the uncertainty in some eyes begin to shift toward contemplation. With resolve, she continued, "Together, we can create something that not only showcases our individual talents, but also highlights the strength of our community. Let's embrace this opportunity to learn and evolve." The discussion resumed, and Marissa felt a renewed sense of purpose. She was committed to fostering an environment where everyone could thrive, and she knew that overcoming these lingering doubts would only bring her team closer as they moved forward into their shared artistic journey. As the final moments of the planning session stretched across the room, Marissa felt a knot of excitement twist within her. The artists gathered around her, their commitment to the upcoming exhibition evident in their animated discussions and enthusiastic exchanges. It was time to solidify the plans they had forged together. "Let's take a moment to recap what we've decided so far," Marissa said, looking around at her peers. "We want to ensure everyone feels clear about their roles and the collective vision as we approach the exhibition." With nods of agreement, the group began to reflect on the key points they had covered, pulling together the threads of their collaborative effort. Marissa felt empowered by the eagerness surrounding her, building a sense of unity that made her heart swell. However, as they began to finalize details, Lucas interjected, concern stark on his face. "I know we're excited, but we have to make sure we don't overcommit. If we can't handle what's on our plates, we'll just fail again." Marissa could sense a flicker of tension spread among the artists. She took a breath, reinforcing her resolve. "True, but don't forget that we're learning and growing. If we shy away from challenges because of the fear of failure, we miss out on valuable opportunities." The room fell silent for a moment, and Marissa could see Lucas weighing her words. "All right, but we need to be strategic about what we take on," he conceded, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. With renewed focus, Marissa encouraged everyone to share their thoughts on how to manage their tasks effectively. "Let's be open about our limits and communicate if we feel overwhelmed. It's essential we support each other through this process," she insisted, hoping to foster a greater sense of solidarity. Theo chimed in, reinforcing her point. If we keep the lines open, we'll create an environment where everyone feels comfortable sharing what they need. We can work together to overcome obstacles." Marissa felt the atmosphere soften. The uncertainty that had hung over the room began to dissipate. Lucas seemed more engaged now, nodding along as the team crafted a plan that felt dynamic and encouraging. In that moment, Marissa understood that her growth wasn't just about personal achievements. It was about cultivating a resilient community of artists. As they finalized their strategies, she felt a deep sense of commitment to her team and their shared journey, ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited them, knowing they could navigate them together. Chapter 21, The Temptation to Retreat. Marissa woke up to an overcast sky, clouds hanging low and heavy outside her window. The impending storm mirrored the turmoil brewing inside her. Today was the day she had to make a critical choice about her involvement in the funding discussions for the upcoming art fair. After the recent successes, she felt the pressure mounting to maintain the momentum. The opportunities were abundant, but with those opportunities came new challenges that threatened the artistic integrity she had fought so hard to uphold. She brewed a cup of coffee, its rich aroma filling the air, grounding her as she mentally prepared for the day. While she understood the importance of financial backing, Marissa struggled with the potential compromises that might come with it. Leaning against the counter, she reviewed the list of potential sponsors, weighing their values against her own artistic vision. With each sip, Marissa contemplated the difficult balance between ambition and authenticity. The emotional weight of her decisions felt heavy, and she wanted to ensure that whatever path she chose aligned with her core beliefs as an artist. She secured her supplies and grabbed her notes, each step leading her closer to the community center where the meeting would take place. As she walked through the familiar streets, she observed the artists around her, each one absorbed in their own creative worlds. Their presence reminded her of the vibrant community she had cultivated, and she felt a mixture of gratitude and responsibility. Arriving at the center, Marissa noticed the bustle as artists gathered to discuss their ideas. As she stepped inside, a wave of camaraderie washed over her, a comforting reminder that they were all in this together. She exchanged greetings with familiar faces, feeling the warmth of their support. But deep down, uncertainty lingered. Would they understand her reservations about the sponsorships? Would they support her decision, whatever it may be? Taking a deep breath, Marissa prepared to share her thoughts. Stepping into the gathering, she felt a renewed sense of purpose wash over her. It was time to confront the complexities of the situation and navigate the path ahead, confidently embracing the challenges that awaited. As Marissa entered the community center, the buzz of conversation enveloped her, filling her with both excitement and apprehension. Artists gathered in clusters, exchanging ideas and scheming about their upcoming projects. Marissa took a moment to soak in the atmosphere, feeling reminded of the vibrant community she had cultivated. She approached a group of artists who were discussing logistics for their booth at the fair. "Hey everyone, what's the latest on our plans?" she asked, deliberately projecting her enthusiasm. One artist, Alex, looked up with a burst of energy. "We're discussing how to best represent each of our styles while still maintaining a cohesive theme. It's exciting." Marissa felt a sense of relief. "That's perfect. We should definitely highlight our stories while ensuring we connect as a collective." As discussions flowed, she noticed a few lingering doubts in the crowd. Mia, who was standing slightly apart, appeared to be lost in thought, occasionally glancing at the group but not engaging. "Hey Mia," Marissa called out, her voice cutting through the chatter. "How are you feeling about everything?" Mia hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. "I think we need to be cautious. It's easy to brainstorm big ideas, but what if they don't resonate? What if we can't pull it off?" Marissa sensed the weight of Mia's concerns, recognizing the fear that had quietly emerged among the artists. "I understand the worry, but let's remember how far we've come together. Our diverse perspectives are exactly what will make this project impactful," she reassured, aiming to bolster Mia's confidence. "Right," Mia conceded, a hint of uncertainty still lingering. "But I just worry about looking amateurish compared to more established names." Marissa maintained eye contact, seeking to connect on a deeper level. Remember, every artist started somewhere. It's our authenticity that will resonate with the audience. Let's embrace that vulnerability together. As the conversation evolved, the dynamics in the room began to shift. Marissa noticed more artists nodding in agreement, some even voicing encouragement to Mia, reinforcing her confidence. The discussions wrapped up, and Marissa felt the weight of responsibility lifting. She knew the anxiety among her peers would linger, but she also recognized that together they could navigate these uncertainties. This moment of connection solidified her role as a leader, and she felt ready to guide them through whatever challenges awaited. As Marissa continued to engage with her peers, she noticed a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere. The excitement of upcoming projects mingled with an undercurrent of skepticism, and she sensed that not everyone was fully on board with the direction they were headed. She gathered the artists around for a brief discussion. "Let's take a moment to revisit our goals for this collaboration," Marissa said, determined to reinforce their mission. "I want to ensure that everyone feels confident in our approach and understands the value of our individual contributions." One artist, looking a bit hesitant, broke the silence. "What if we don't connect with the audience? What if they don't appreciate our stories?" Marissa understood the vulnerability underlying their concern. "That's a fear we all share, but we have to embrace the journey." Just then, Mia spoke up, her tone cautious. "But what if our message gets lost in the mix? We can't compromise our vision and still expect to stand out." Feeling the weight of her words, Marissa took a deep breath and nodded. "I hear you, Mia. Maintaining our individual artistic integrity is vital. Let's focus on how we can weave our personal stories together in a way that highlights our strengths." Lucas, who had been observing from the side, stepped in. "We can't forget that the audience is looking for something they can relate to." Marissa responded, "Exactly. But if we present ourselves authentically, someone will connect with it. That honesty is worth the risk." The conversation built momentum as more artists chimed in, and a renewed sense of collaboration blossomed in the room. Marissa felt her confidence solidifying as the fear dissipated, replaced by enthusiasm and engagement. With everyone beginning to share ideas and strategies, Marissa realized her leadership had helped foster a community where doubts were faced head-on. Her experiences throughout the journey had equipped her for this moment, setting the stage for not just personal success, but for collective growth. As the artists continued to discuss their plans, Marissa felt a tide of determination wash over her. She was no longer just an artist worried about acceptance. She was a leader committed to fostering collaboration and understanding within the group. "Let's keep brainstorming ways to create a memorable experience for our audience," she said, her voice steady. "We can showcase our individual styles while highlighting the stories that connect us. Those themes are what will resonate deeply." Theo was quick to add his thoughts. "And we can engage with visitors right from the beginning. What about some interactive elements that invite them to participate in our narrative?" Marissa nodded thoughtfully, encouraged by his engagement. "Yes, we can have a section where they can contribute their own stories or even add their touches to a collaborative piece. It could be a powerful way to build connections." However, as the group discussed the feasibility of these ideas, Mia raised a concern. "What if the logistics become too complicated? We don't want to overwhelm ourselves with too many variables." Marissa appreciated Mia's diligence, realizing that the earlier conversations about risk and collaboration were now evolving into practical considerations. "That's true," she replied, "but we can tackle them step by step. We need to map out who will handle each element. With clear roles, it'll be easier to manage." Lucas, leaning against a nearby wall, chimed in with a hint of skepticism. "But what if things don't come together as planned? You need a solid fallback." Marissa met his gaze, feeling her confidence rise. "We'll stay adaptable. If something doesn't work, we'll reassess and adjust. Planning is crucial, but so is flexibility in implementation. We'll face challenges, but I believe that we can find solutions together." The team began to discuss their individual tasks more concretely, voices mingling in earnest. Marissa watched as collective determination began to reshape the atmosphere in the room. In that moment, She recognized how her journey had prepared her for this role. The ability to address concerns, weave collaboration into their processes, and inspire confidence among her peers demonstrated her growth as an artist and a leader. Her commitment to fostering a supportive community would guide them through any obstacles that lay ahead. As the planning session continued, the atmosphere remained charged with ideas and enthusiasm. Marissa was pleased to see the artists actively engaging, but she also sensed an undercurrent of anxiety in some of the group as the weight of their upcoming exhibition settled in. "Let's take time today to go over our logistics," she announced, looking around the room. "We need to ensure that everyone feels equipped and supported with their tasks leading up to the event." Theo took the lead, recapping their earlier discussions as he laid out the timeline. "We need to finalize our promotional materials and make sure we're aligned on our messaging. It's crucial that we present a unified front." Mia chimed in, her tone more confident than before. "I've been working on the flyers and social media posts. I think we can create a cohesive narrative that highlights our stories while emphasizing the collaborative nature of our exhibition." Marissa's heart swelled with pride as she saw the collective effort unfolding. "That's fantastic, Mia. Let's ensure our messaging reflects our commitment to sharing these narratives with the audience." As they continued to collaborate on refining their strategies, Lucas interjected with a critical eye. "Just remember, if we all have slightly different approaches, we run the risk of confusing the audience. We need to remain focused on our core message." "Absolutely," Marissa agreed, feeling the weight of his point. "Let's establish clear themes for each of our displays that we can refer back to whenever we plan our outreach or presentations. That way, we can keep our individuality while still conveying a cohesive narrative." The room hummed with energy as they began to outline key themes and strategies for their exhibition. Marissa felt a wave of reassurance. The collaboration was truly taking shape, each member actively contributing their strengths. Throughout the discussion, she observed how everyone was responding to their shared purpose, recognizing the importance of supporting one another. Each positive reinforcement felt like a building block in their relationship, solidifying the community they had created. Marissa understood that this journey was about more than just the art. It was about fostering trust and collaboration in the face of challenges. With every decision made and every idea exchanged, she felt more equipped to lead them through the complexities ahead, ready to embrace whatever lay in their path. As the planning session reached its conclusion, Marissa felt a sense of accomplishment wash over her. The artists gathered around the table were animated, each contributing their ideas and insights to shape the upcoming exhibition. "Let's recap our action points," she suggested, eager to solidify everyone's roles. "We want to ensure everyone knows what they're bringing to the table and how it fits into our overall theme." Theo nodded, jotting down notes as he organized the contributions. "I can handle the marketing materials, getting those flyers printed and pushed through social media." "Perfect," Marissa replied, appreciating his proactive attitude. "We'll need those ready well before the exhibition, so people know what to expect." Mia chimed in. "I'll coordinate with local artists who can join us for a panel discussion on opening night. It'll help draw attention to our work and bring more guests in." As they discussed logistics, Lucas raised a point of concern. "Just a reminder, though, we can't rely on outside help to fill gaps in our visibility. We need to make sure our individual pieces are strong enough to stand on their own as well." Feeling the weight of his words, Marissa looked around the table, gauging everyone's reactions. She understood the pressure they faced, but wanted to foster a sense of collective responsibility. "Absolutely, Lucas. We each need to deliver our best work, and we should also emphasize how our unique styles contribute to the greater narrative we're building." Marissa's confidence surged as she felt agreement ripple through the group. "Let's make sure everyone's voice is heard in this process, and that we're pushing each other to excel." As they wrapped up the meeting, Marissa observed how each team member was taking ownership of their tasks, a testament to the collaborative environment they had built. This wasn't simply about individual success. It was about coming together as a community of artists, ready to face the challenges ahead. With the plans in place and a clear direction, Marissa felt an exhilarating jolt of energy. She was prepared to navigate the complexities of the exhibition confidently, trusting her team and their shared vision to drive them toward success. Chapter 22, The Weight of Failure. Marissa arrived at the Community Arts Center, her heart heavy with anxiety. The day of the major exhibition was finally here, and she could feel the weight of her ambitions and dreams pressing down on her. As she stepped inside, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. But beneath the lively conversations, Marissa sensed a current of tension, fueled by the pressure of expectations. She took a deep breath, ready to confront the uncertainties that lingered as she prepared for the opening. Her team was present, but Marissa noticed that a tangible sense of doubt clung to the air, especially in Mia's demeanor. Mia's usual brightness dimmed as she fidgeted with her notes, and unmistakable nervousness etched across her face. Marissa moved closer, her heart aching for her friend. "Hey, Mia, what's going on?" she asked gently, hoping to offer comfort. "I'm just really worried about how our work will be received. What if it doesn't resonate with anyone?" Mia admitted, anxiety lacing her tone. Marissa felt a pang of sympathy but remained resolute. "We've poured our hearts into this exhibition. It's important that we trust ourselves and each other. Art is about connection, and sometimes that requires vulnerability." Just then, a few artists stepped into their space, exchanging greetings and excitement about the exhibition. Marissa turned her attention back to the group, wanting to shift the focus toward positive action. "Let's regroup and finalize any last-minute details before opening. How can we all ensure that everyone feels prepared?" As her teammates began discussing resources and logistics, Marissa felt herself swell with determination. The earlier doubts would not derail her focus. It was time to channel the excitement of the moment. But as she engaged in the conversations, she couldn't shake the feeling that the stakes were higher than ever. This exhibition represented her growth, her commitment to authenticity, and the potential to inspire others. Marissa took one last deep breath and steeled herself for the challenges ahead. She wanted to face whatever unforeseen circumstances might arise with grace and courage, fueled by the knowledge that she was supported by a talented community, ready to take on the art world together. Marissa took a moment to center herself amidst the hustle and bustle in the art center. Artists were gathering their work, laughter mixed with the sounds of supplies being shuffled about. She could feel a buzz in the air, but it was laced with tension as her mind raced through what lay ahead. Her team had spent weeks preparing, yet the gravity of the upcoming exhibition pressed heavily on her shoulders. She began making a mental checklist of everything they needed to finalize: artwork presentation, guest interactions, and promotional materials. Determined to stay organized, Marissa rallied her team together. "All right, everyone, let's make sure we're all aligned," she said, her voice steady as she surveyed the group. "We need to cover every detail before it's showtime." Theo immediately jumped in with observations about logistics, mentioning the need for a schedule to keep everything running smoothly. "I can handle the setup timeline and double-check that everyone has what they need," he offered, displaying the active support that had become a hallmark of their collaboration. Marissa nodded appreciatively, but as she glanced around the room, her attention was drawn to Mia, who was standing slightly apart, biting her lip in thought. "Mia, what's going on? Are you feeling ready?" Mia shook her head, looking troubled. "I'm just worried. What if we still don't capture the audience's attention? What if my work gets lost among the others?" Marissa felt a wave of empathy wash over her as she recognized the fears that had lingered within the group. "It's natural to feel that uncertainty, but I believe in what we've created together. We've all poured our hearts into this, and that's what will resonate," she reassured, drawing strength from her own experiences. Before Mia could respond, another artist entered the conversation. "But what if we aren't prepared for negative feedback? We need to be realistic about our chances." Marissa felt the weight of conflicting emotions, the pressure of their ambition, but also the fear of failure. We can't let fear dictate our approach. Instead, let's focus on sharing our stories with authenticity. If we create meaningful connections, we've already succeeded, she insisted, her voice firm. With each word, Marissa felt her confidence solidify. The group's mixed responses spoke volumes about their own growth and interconnectedness. As the discussions continued and ideas flowed, she understood that their journey was about navigating challenges together, fostering resilience, and ultimately embracing their creativity wholeheartedly. As the conversation evolved, the energy in the room shifted. Some artists were fully on board with Marissa's vision, eager to dive into the challenges ahead, while others remained hesitant and filled with doubt. Marissa could sense the mixed emotions swirling around her, weighing heavily on the collective atmosphere. "Okay, let's take a moment to clarify what we need for the exhibition," Marissa suggested, wanting to ground the discussion in practicality. "Each of us has important roles to play, and it's essential we work together to make this happen." Theo raised his hand, eager to contribute. "I can coordinate the logistics for setting up the installation, making sure we have everything we need in place by opening night," he stated, confidence radiating from him. Marissa nodded appreciatively, her heart warming at the sight of their collaboration. "Great! I want everyone to feel involved in this process. Let's make sure we communicate effectively. If anyone feels like they're falling behind or need assistance, let's address it openly." "A good plan," said Mia, her tone firm yet thoughtful. "I think we should also take a look at the timeline and ensure everyone is comfortable with deadlines." "I agree," another artist added, nervously fiddling with their notes. "It's easy to feel overwhelmed right now with everything moving so quickly." Marissa took a deep breath, prepared to guide them through their fears. "I know it's a lot, but think about how we've tackled challenges before. If we set clear expectations and check in regularly, we can navigate this together," she encouraged, looking at each artist in the room. At that moment, the group consensus began to solidify. The earlier tension was softened by a sense of unity and determination. Marissa felt emboldened, her earlier insecurities fading as her leadership took shape. As they moved forward, she kept her focus on maintaining an open dialogue, understanding that everyone's perspectives and feelings mattered. The experience was teaching her the value of collaboration, and she was committed to nurturing that spirit as they prepared for the upcoming exhibition. Marissa's confidence blossomed, knowing that leading a team through uncertainties was a reflection of her own growth. Each decision they made together would set a strong foundation for the journey ahead, reinforcing the interconnectedness of their artistic ambitions. As the planning meeting gained momentum, Marissa felt the excitement begin to surge through the room again. They began outlining their strategies for promoting the exhibition and ensuring that each artist's voice would be heard effectively. "Let's make sure our message is unified," she said, drawing everyone's focus. "We can highlight our individual stories while still emphasizing that we're part of a broader artistic community." Theo was quick to support her idea. "We should create a timeline for our outreach and make a checklist to ensure we each contribute to the promotion." As they discussed marketing strategies, Jamie brought up the idea of utilizing social media in a more interactive way. "What if we share behind-the-scenes content showing our creative process? It could engage our audience before the event even starts." Marissa felt a spark of excitement at Jamie's suggestion, envisioning how that could draw people in. "That's a fantastic idea. It'll build anticipation and allow our audience to feel connected to us even before they see the artwork." However, as they delved deeper into planning, Mia raised a concern. "I love the enthusiasm, but I'm worried about being too scattered. What if we're not presented clearly? The audience won't get what we're trying to convey." Marissa nodded, recognizing Mia's apprehensions. "Let's work on our manifesto and use it to guide our messaging. If we're all aligned on our core themes, it can help keep our focus. We can refine our ideas together, ensuring we present a strong, united front." The group began to shift gears, and Marissa felt the dynamic grow more focused. Her earlier experiences had taught her that navigating these conversations was pivotal in maintaining team morale and coherence. As discussions continued, Marissa could sense her confidence blooming. They were not just making plans, they were setting the stage for a collaborative journey rooted in support and shared aspirations. With every suggestion and insight shared, she felt the collective vision take shape. Ready to embrace the opportunities and challenges ahead, with resilience and creativity. As the meeting continued, the excitement in the room was palpable. Marissa felt a surge of energy from the collective enthusiasm of her peers, their faces bright with anticipation for the upcoming exhibition. She glanced around, noting how their earlier doubts seemed to fade as ideas flowed freely. "Let's recap what we need to finalize before the showcase," she suggested, taking charge of the discussion. "We have the marketing materials sorted, and now we need to confirm our individual roles for setup day." "I'm ready to handle the social media outreach," Jamie announced, looking as eager as ever. "I wrote some posts we can launch in advance to build momentum." "That's great. Can you coordinate with everyone to ensure they're tagged and their contributions highlighted?" Marissa responded, feeling a swell of gratitude for Jamie's enthusiasm. At that moment, Lucas interjected with a skeptical tone. "But what if our work gets overshadowed by all the social media hype? We should really be focusing on the art itself." Marissa met Lucas's gaze head-on, refusing to let his doubts undermine their progress. "I understand your concern, Lucas, but promoting our art authentically is essential. It's not about hype, it's about connecting with the audience. We're showcasing our work and the community around us." Mia nodded along, her earlier apprehension diminishing as she began to engage with the conversation. "I think we could also incorporate testimonials from the audience once the showcase opens. That could create a buzz and encourage more people to participate." Feeling the atmosphere shift, Marissa realized the growing support among her peers. "Absolutely. Let's ensure we have a way for attendees to share their thoughts throughout the exhibition. It will amplify our message and allow for meaningful engagement." As they began brainstorming ways to implement new ideas into their plan, Marissa noticed the excitement bubbling over once more. The artists were eager to contribute, showcasing their own strengths while investing in the collective vision. With each exchange, Marissa felt her confidence solidifying. She was no longer just an artist worried about how her work would be received. She was a leader, guiding her community toward a shared goal with renewed conviction. These discussions weren't simply plans, they were the foundation of a vibrant collective journey that celebrated each artist's voice while fostering a spirit of collaboration. As the meeting came to a close, Marissa felt a sense of satisfaction washing over her. The room was vibrant with energy, filled with artists who were not just colleagues but now trusted allies. They had collaborated to craft a plan that felt both cohesive and ambitious, and she was proud of how far they had all come. "All right, team," she began, gathering everyone's attention. "We've set a strong foundation for our exhibition. Now, let's make sure we follow through with our commitments and stay in touch as we finalize our pieces." Theo spoke up, a determined glint in his eyes. "I'll keep an eye on the marketing side and make sure our social media strategies are all aligned. I want to create awareness leading up to the show." "Yes, let's emphasize our collective journey," Marissa said, feeling her enthusiasm rise. "And make sure everyone's work is highlighted. It's crucial that we present a united front." Mia nodded, excitement growing as her earlier doubts seemed to have faded. "I can handle the logistics, making sure everything flows smoothly on the day of the exhibition. I'll set up those check-in points we discussed." As they finalized roles, Marissa sensed a new dynamic had emerged. Hesitation among the artists was giving way to purpose and collaboration. Yet a lingering thought tugged at her. She remembered their earlier conversation about risks and audience engagement, wondering if they were truly prepared for any backlash or criticism that might arise. She needed to ensure they were all united in their mission. "Let's make sure we have a strategy in place for addressing any negative feedback," she said, her voice steady. "We can utilize it to strengthen our works, framing it as part of our journey together." The artists nodded, absorbing her words. As their discussions turned toward ways to handle potential criticism, Marissa felt the sense of unity in the room solidify. They were all invested in not just their success, but in uplifting one another. By the time they concluded their planning, Marissa felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. She was ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead with confidence, knowing that the trust and support of her community would guide them all forward as they brought their artistic vision to life. Chapter 23, The Search for Support. Marissa stepped into the bustling Art Resource Center, the air thick with anticipation and creativity. Everywhere she looked, artists were engaged in discussions, exchanging ideas and sharing supplies. The vibrant atmosphere invigorated her spirit, yet a flicker of uncertainty nagged at her as she made her way toward the center of the room. Today, she was on a mission to gather resources for the upcoming collaborative project, ready to strengthen the bonds of her artistic community further. She had come to learn from others and to share her vision, hoping to ignite inspiration in those who might lend their support. As she approached a table laden with art supplies, Marissa introduced herself to a few artists she hadn't met before. "Hi there, I'm Marissa. I'm excited about the opportunity to collaborate on the project and showcase our work together." The artists responded warmly, some sharing their own ideas for the exhibition. Their enthusiasm felt contagious, and Marissa felt a sense of connection forming. "Let's brainstorm ways to make this project truly impactful," she suggested, eager to build a foundation for their collaboration. "It's important that we highlight our individual stories while coming together as a community." Just then, she spotted a familiar face, Roger, her mentor, who had been instrumental in her growth as an artist. "Marissa, it's wonderful to see you here," he exclaimed, a broad smile lighting up his face. "Roger, I'm so glad to see you. I wanted to get your thoughts on the upcoming fair and how we can approach it," she said, feeling buoyed by his presence. "I'd be happy to help. Gathering resources for the project is a great start," he replied, his tone encouraging. "What do you need?" As they spoke, Marissa felt a wave of gratitude for the guidance he provided. She shared her ideas and aspirations, and he listened intently, offering insights that would refine her approach. With each interaction, Marissa felt her confidence building. She had come to this resource center seeking connections, but she was also learning the value of her contributions. Empowered by their discussions, she was ready to harness the collective energy and take actionable steps toward their shared vision. Marissa felt a sense of urgency as she moved through the Art Resource Center, gathering supplies and connecting with fellow artists. Conversations buzzed around her, each interaction fueling her enthusiasm for the collaborative project. She approached a table where a few artists were discussing the art fair logistics, and after introductions, she joined their conversation. "I'm really excited about this initiative," she said, making sure to express her eagerness to work together. "We'll need to leverage each of our strengths for it to truly resonate." One artist nodded, laying out their plans for promotion. "I was thinking we could utilize social media a lot more this time, maybe even do some live sessions to draw attention to our work before and during the event." "That's a fantastic idea," Marissa replied, buoyed by their shared enthusiasm. "Live interaction could really help us forge deeper connections with the audience." Suddenly, a more experienced artist in the group raised a concern. "But we need to be careful not to spread ourselves too thin. Do we have enough time to effectively implement all these great ideas?" Marissa sensed the hesitation in the room. "Let's not forget the importance of being nimble," she said, feeling her confidence surface. "We can prioritize key strategies and adjust them as we go along. It's about progress, not perfection." Feeling encouraged, she began jotting down a list of tasks and strategies, guiding the group to identify their roles. She sensed the differences in perspectives among the artists, but leveraged that to spark a dynamic conversation about how they could play to each individual's strengths. As the brainstorming session unfolded, Marissa could feel the excitement building. The camaraderie was palpable, each member contributing to a shared vision that celebrated their unique stories. With each idea exchanged, she felt her leadership skills evolving as she embraced the collective potential within the room. Marissa realized that this was not just about gathering resources. It was about forming alliances, nurturing creativity, and fostering an environment where everyone felt empowered to share their art. As discussions continued, she felt more certain that together they were capable of overcoming any obstacles that lay ahead. As Marissa continued to facilitate the planning discussions, she felt the underlying tension that had been brewing since the beginning of the workshop. Some artists were fully embracing the collaborative spirit, while others remained skeptical, unsure about the proposed strategies for the upcoming exhibition. "I think we need to ensure that we're not trying to do too much at once," Lucas interjected, crossing his arms. "If we spread ourselves too thin, we're going to risk everything we've built." Marissa turned her attention to him, feeling the familiar unease creeping back. "I hear your concern, Lucas, but we've come this far by embracing our individuality within a collaborative framework. I believe we can handle multiple approaches without losing our focus." Mia chimed in. "Perhaps a little structure could help us? Are we ready to commit fully to this direction, or are we still unsure about where we want to end up?" Marissa took a moment to absorb the range of opinions. She realized that now was the time to reinforce their commitment to the collective vision. "I understand that uncertainty can be daunting, but this is our opportunity to push boundaries and expand our stories. Let's embrace the risk together." With those words, she felt the tension begin to dissipate as others nodded in agreement. The group started to share their thoughts on ways they could incorporate flexibility into their plans, discussing how they could adapt elements as needed while maintaining their core messages. Marissa noticed that Lucas, while still guarded, appeared more engaged. He no longer watched from the sidelines, but was contributing ideas about potential pitfalls and how they could strategize to overcome them. "Let's ensure that whatever path we choose, we stay true to our art. We can collaborate without compromising our individual voices," he suggested, his tone softer and more open. With the conversation flowing, Marissa felt a wave of encouragement wash over her. It was clear that their collective experiences were shaping the dynamics of their interactions. She realized that her ability to navigate differing perspectives was key to uniting the group. As they continued planning, Marissa's confidence solidified. Each heartbeat of doubt was replaced by a rhythm of collaboration and support, paving the way for a successful exhibition that would support not just her journey, but the artistic growth of everyone involved. As discussions continued to evolve, Marissa felt a sense of determination solidify in her chest. The collective energy in the room was palpable, bolstered by the diverse contributions from each artist. They were building towards something meaningful, but the complexities of their individual experiences were beginning to surface through the planning. "Let's take a moment to clarify what we hope to achieve with this exhibition," Marissa suggested, her focus drawing everyone in. "We want to ensure our messages resonate, but we also need to embrace the space for creativity." Theo nodded, eager to contribute. "Absolutely. We should establish a clear vision for each piece while allowing for each artist to maintain their identity. It's a balance, but it can definitely work." Mia looked thoughtful, raising an eyebrow. "But what if we end up losing our focus? We need to make sure that the final presentation tells a cohesive story." "I understand the concern," Marissa replied, leaning forward to engage Mia directly. "But we can't let that fear stifle our creativity. We can highlight both our individual narratives and the threads that weave us together as a community." Marissa's words hung in the air, allowing everyone to digest her perspective. Lucas, stepping slightly closer, seemed intrigued. "You're right, but we should also prepare ourselves for the possibility that not everyone will appreciate our approach." Marissa nodded, feeling the tension lessen as other artists began to engage positively. "That's why it's crucial to stay open and flexible. If something isn't working or being received well, we can adapt. We're all learning together." The energy shifted again, with many artists rallying behind Marissa's vision of collaboration. They began discussing how they could create opportunities for feedback and adapt their presentations in response to the audience's reactions. Feeling the synergy building, Marissa reveled in the connection forming among the group. Her earlier doubts were being replaced by a sense of belonging and purpose. She understood that their paths as artists were intertwined, and together they could navigate the complexities ahead. With renewed confidence, Marissa led the conversation toward actionable next steps, feeling grateful for the partnerships she had cultivated. This was not just about individual successes. It was about elevating their collective voice within the artistic community, ready to face challenges with unity and resilience. As the planning session wore on, Marissa felt the renewed excitement weighing on her team, and she recognized the importance of their shared vision. The groundwork they had laid started to solidify into actionable steps, and she could sense a shift in how the artists viewed their collaboration. "Let's remember our larger goal as we move forward," Marissa said, addressing the group. "This project is intended not just to showcase our work, but to create a lasting impact on the community." A few artists nodded, enthusiasm bubbling at the prospect of making a difference. "We can really make this a community event that highlights our stories," Jamie suggested. "What if we include local schools to engage younger artists?" "That's a brilliant idea," Marissa replied, energized by the suggestion. "Involving students could bring fresh perspectives and broaden our impact." But just then, Lucas raised his hand. "While I appreciate these ideas, we need to make sure we're not overextending ourselves. If we take on too much, we risk diluting our message and losing focus." Marissa met his gaze, feeling a mix of determination and empathy. "I understand your concern, Lucas. It's crucial we stay organized, but we need to embrace the opportunity for growth. If we encounter challenges, we'll adapt. That's what teamwork means." The group began to discuss their concerns, and Marissa noticed a sense of camaraderie growing among them. The discussions shifted from doubts to solutions, and she felt encouraged watching her teammates support one another. As they crafted strategies to integrate the new ideas, Marissa felt her confidence flourishing. She realized that her commitment to fostering an inclusive environment was not only empowering her, but also uplifting those around her. By the time they wrapped up their planning, Marissa knew that this journey together was more than just an exhibition. It was a testament to their resilience and creativity, setting a powerful precedent for what they could achieve as a community of artists. With a solid foundation beneath them, she felt ready to step into the future, arms open to whatever challenges awaited. As the meeting came to a close, Marissa felt the energy in the room shift, charged with optimism for their upcoming collaborative exhibition. The artists had rallied around their shared goals, enthusiasm bubbling as they finalized plans. "Let's make sure we're all on the same page about our roles," Marissa said, her gaze sweeping across the group. "We'll need to depend on one another to make this successful." Theo nodded enthusiastically. "I'll handle the setup logistics and ensure we have everything in place on exhibition day," he stated confidently. "I'll coordinate the promotions," Jamie chimed in, their voice filled with determination. "We should leverage social media and maybe even create some teaser posts to generate buzz." Marissa smiled, feeling grateful for their proactive energy. "Great. It's crucial that we present a unified front, especially as we engage with the community." But the energy in the room shifted subtly as Lucas stepped forward, an eyebrow raised. "I think we need to be realistic about what we can achieve. We might be setting ourselves up for failure if our expectations are too high." Marissa met his gaze, feeling a twinge of frustration, but recognizing the importance of addressing his concerns. "I understand, Lucas, but if we don't push our boundaries, we risk stagnating. Let's combine our strengths and ensure that we maintain a balance, ambition while remaining grounded." Midway through the conversation, Marissa noticed a few artists appearing hesitant, glancing at their notes with uncertainty. She decided to speak up again, encouraging them to share their thoughts openly. "This is a collaborative effort. If anyone feels overwhelmed, let's discuss how we can support one another." As the artists began to voice their concerns and adjust plans, Marissa felt the atmosphere shift. They were starting to engage more, and the sense of mutual respect was palpable. Gradually, the hesitation began to dissolve, replaced by an eagerness to contribute. By the end of the meeting, Marissa knew they were solidifying their plans for the exhibition, ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead. She felt proud of how far they had traveled together, recognizing that their collective strength would be vital to navigating the art world. With each decision made and every commitment reaffirmed, she felt empowered to lead them into the future, optimistic about the path ahead. Chapter 24, A Pivotal Choice. The morning of the exhibition dawned, bright and bustling with anticipation. Marissa woke early, the reality of the day settling in like a warm embrace mixed with nerves. She stepped into her studio, the scent of paint lingering in the air, reminding her of the countless hours spent preparing for this moment. As she brewed a cup of coffee, her mind raced with thoughts of the day ahead. There was excitement in the atmosphere of the gallery that she could almost feel like a pulse, but also an undercurrent of pressure weighing heavily on her. This exhibition was more than just a platform for her art. It was a testament to her growth and the journey she had shared with her peers. After a quick breakfast, Marissa gathered her materials, ensuring that everything was in order. Each piece she had prepared felt infused with her emotions and experiences, carrying the weight of her narrative as well as those of her fellow artists. Arriving at the gallery, she saw the familiar faces of her team. They were already busy setting up, working together in a flurry of activity. Marissa's heart swelled with pride as she watched them collaboratively organizing their displays, a compelling testament to the supportive community they had built. "Hey, Marissa," Jamie called out, waving as they adjusted the positioning of a piece. "We're ready for you. Let's make sure everything is just perfect for the opening." "Thanks. I'll be right there," Marissa replied, quickly scanning her area to see if anything needed adjusting. As she settled in among her work, she felt the familiar twinge of doubt creeping in. Would the audience connect with her art? Would the emotional narratives resonate as she had hoped? Just as these thoughts began to spiral, she heard Theo's reassuring voice nearby. "Remember, you've put your heart into this. Trust that your journey speaks through your art," he reminded her, sensing the pressure building around her. Feeling slightly more grounded, Marissa turned her focus back to the setup. Despite the butterflies in her stomach, she remembered the strength of the community surrounding her, ready to support one another as they stepped into the spotlight. With a final deep breath, she embraced the moment and prepared to showcase not just her work, but the collective journey that brought them all to this exhibition. Today was a celebration of their stories, and she was ready to shine along with her friends. As the artists collaborated in a flurry of activity, Marissa felt the vibrancy of their preparations enveloping her like a warm embrace. They moved with purpose, arranging artworks and engaging in animated discussions about the presentation. It was a beautiful chaos, one that symbolized the mixture of excitement and camaraderie they had fostered. Marissa joined her team, her heart racing with a blend of anticipation and trepidation. She checked on the interactive canvas they had prepared, adjusting the placement to ensure that it invited engagement. The thought of attendees contributing their own touches filled her with exhilaration, a testament to their community spirit. "Let's make sure the booth is inviting," Marissa suggested, stepping back to observe how the layout was coming together. "We want people to feel comfortable participating in the interactive elements. We need to engage them from the moment they arrive." Theo agreed, moving closer to help adjust the positioning of the canvases. "How about we create a space in front for people to step in and really explore the work? It can draw them in." Just then, Mia approached with a clipboard, her expression one of determination. "We should also consider how to promote the interactive aspect on social media. If we highlight it beforehand, we can attract a crowd." Feeling a swell of pride, Marissa nodded, appreciating Mia's proactive stance. "Great idea. Let's take some photos of the setup once everything is in place to share on our platforms. It'll generate excitement." But as they continued to work, Marissa sensed a flicker of uncertainty from a couple of the other artists, who were whispering to each other. She approached them, wanting to ensure everyone felt supported. "Everything all right?" she asked, her concern evident. One artist hesitated before speaking. "I just don't know if we can handle the pressure. There are so many expectations for how we should evaluate our success." Marissa recognized the fear behind their words, but she was prepared to uplift them. "We can't let the pressure define us. What matters is our authenticity and how we connect through our art." Invigorated by her words, the artists began to refocus on their tasks, the initial doubts slowly dissipating as they engaged with each other. Marissa felt empowered, this experience reaffirming her growth as a leader. With each passing moment, she was reminded of the strength in collaboration. This exhibition was not just about their individual success, but about building a community that could thrive together. They were all committed to embracing the journey ahead, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. As Marissa moved deeper into the planning for the upcoming exhibition, she felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. The team's commitment was evident around her, but there were still lingering concerns about how to present their collaborative work effectively. "Let's review our key goals one last time," Marissa suggested, wanting to reinforce their mission. She gathered the group's attention, her tone firm yet encouraging. "We're aiming to showcase our unique narratives while emphasizing our unity as a community of artists," Theo quickly chimed in. "Right, we should also map out the roles everyone will play during the setup. It's important that we stick to our assignments to ensure everything runs smoothly." As they began assigning tasks, Marissa noticed a hesitation in some of the artists. One of them, a newcomer named Alex, raised a hand cautiously. "What if we still can't make our narratives interweave effectively? I don't want to detract from anyone else's story." Marissa recognized a flicker of doubt in Alex's expression, reminiscent of her own earlier insecurities. "That's a valid concern. But remember, we each bring our own perspectives to the table. Our differences enhance the narrative rather than detract from it. We'll find ways to connect our stories as we go." Mia nodded, looking inspired. "Exactly. If we're open and communicative during the setup, we can weave those narratives together seamlessly." Marissa felt the shift in the atmosphere, with heads nodding in agreement as the artists became more engaged. The earlier hesitation was giving way to a sense of shared purpose, and she could feel the camaraderie strengthening among them. "Let's make sure we document our process too," Marissa added, wanting to keep the energy flowing. "Photos, sketches, anything that captures how we work together. It'll serve as a reminder of our journey." As the group began to bounce ideas off one another, she noticed the creativity igniting. It was more than just planning, it was a collaborative evolution. Marissa felt prepared to guide them through both challenges and successes, ready to face the journey ahead with confidence and resilience. As the planning session continued, Marissa felt the energy of the room shift as ideas began to transform into tangible plans. The sounds of laughter and focused conversations surrounded her, creating an invigorating atmosphere filled with anticipation. "Let's make sure we have a clear understanding of our goals as we move toward this exhibition," Marissa urged, gathering everyone's attention. "It's essential that our narrative resonates and reflects who we are as a collective." Theo replied with enthusiasm. "Absolutely. Each of us has a unique story to tell, and if we showcase that effectively, we'll draw more people in." Mia engaged with the idea and suggested, "What if we create a timeline so that we can see our progress? This way, we ensure everyone's contributions are highlighted without losing sight of our deadlines." As they began organizing their plans, Marissa noticed a couple of artists murmuring to one another, uncertainty visible on their faces. "Are you all feeling okay about the timeline?" she asked, sensing the need to address any lingering doubts. One artist hesitated before voicing their concerns. "What if we can't pull this off? We're trying to create something bigger than ourselves here." Marissa felt a surge of empathy for their worries. "I know it feels daunting, but remember what we've accomplished together already. We've built a foundation of support and creativity. If we look out for one another, we can navigate any bumps along the way." Her words sparked a slow realization among the group, a sense of collective strength building as they began to share their concerns more openly. Supportive nods replaced hesitation as they discussed their tasks. As they continued planning, Marissa realized that the tension had transformed into excitement. The artists were rallying around their shared vision, each one contributing to the bigger picture while feeling empowered in their individual roles. With each idea that took shape, Marissa recognized that the collaborative spirit they had fostered was vital to overcoming the challenges they might face. She felt prepared to lead them through the complexities of the exhibition, embracing the potential for growth within their community. With renewed purpose, she was ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. As Marissa moved toward the end of the planning session, she felt a renewed sense of purpose among her peers. They were no longer just a group of artists. They had transformed into a supportive community, each voice contributing to the collective vision. Let's make sure we follow through on our commitments, she said, her voice steady and firm. I want to ensure that everyone feels confident in their roles heading into the exhibition. Theo raised his hand, a determined look on his face. I'm ready to handle the promotional aspects. I've been drafting some messaging that we can distribute on social media to highlight our unique stories. Excellent, Marissa replied, feeling grateful for his proactive energy. Let's make sure we promote our individual narratives while showcasing the strength of our collaboration. We want people to connect with us long before the doors open. Just then, Mia interjected, a hint of apprehension lacing her words. But what if we don't get enough attention? We've put so much effort into this. I'd hate for it to be overshadowed by more established names. Marissa sensed the weight of Mia's concern. I understand, but we can't let fear dictate our approach, she countered. Every artist here has a story worth telling. If we embrace our vulnerabilities and show our authentic selves, we will resonate with the right audience. Around the table, murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. As they continued to solidify their plans, Marissa felt a sense of unity strengthen with each shared idea. With the group fully engaged, they began discussing how to highlight not just their works, but the collaborative journey that had led them to this point. Marissa noticed the shift in dynamics as artists began to reframe their individual narratives, weaving their experiences together into a cohesive story. In that pivotal moment, Marissa recognized how her growth had influenced their interactions. The supportive environment they had cultivated allowed everyone to voice their aspirations freely, and she felt empowered by their commitment to one another. As they actively engaged in developing their strategies, Marissa understood that their collective effort would serve as a foundation for overcoming any obstacles that lay ahead. The art world could be competitive, but she knew they had built a community rooted in collaboration and support, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. As the planning session concluded, Marissa felt invigorated by the collective energy surrounding her. The artists around her were not just colleagues, they had become a community, united in their shared goals and visions for the upcoming exhibition. Let's take a moment to appreciate everything we've created together, she began, her voice steady and filled with appreciation. Each of you has contributed something special, and I'm grateful for that. The group responded with smiles and nods, their camaraderie palpable. Marissa noticed that the initial tension they had faced seemed to have evaporated, replaced by excitement for what lay ahead. Remember, our mission is to showcase our unique stories while celebrating our diversity as artists. If we can integrate all our perspectives, we'll create something truly powerful, Marissa continued, feeling the solid foundation they had laid together. Theo grinned, leaning forward. And we need to ensure we promote this effectively. Let's not just highlight our art, let's showcase our journey. Just then, Mia spoke up, a hint of resolve in her tone. I think we should consider how we can involve the audience, maybe through some interactive elements. We can invite them to share their own stories alongside ours. Marissa felt a jolt of excitement at Mia's proposal. That's a brilliant idea. We can deepen the connection with our audience by incorporating their narratives into our exhibition. It will foster a sense of community and inclusivity. With the energy in the room shifting toward optimism, Marissa gathered everyone's attention again. Let's make sure we establish clear roles and keep communication open as we move forward. I want every voice to be heard and every idea valued. As the discussions flowed, she could see the group solidifying their plans, everyone actively brainstorming how to implement their ideas. This dynamic engagement reassured Marissa that they were building something not only visually striking, but emotionally resonant. In that moment, she recognized the true essence of their collaboration. It was more than just an exhibition. It was a celebration of their artistic journeys, woven together to resonate with their audience. Marissa felt empowered, ready to lead them through whatever challenges awaited, confident in the strength of the community they had created. Chapter 25, Rallying the Forces. Marissa arrived at the community center, her heart racing with purpose. The day had finally come for the mentorship workshop, and she was filled with anticipation about the connections they would forge. The vibrant energy of the space greeted her as artists and attendees began to filter in, creating a lively buzz that filled the air. She took a moment to survey the room, noting the smartly arranged tables, art supplies laid out, and the warm, welcoming atmosphere. Excitement mixed with nerves settled in her stomach, but she quickly brushed it aside, focusing on the impact they were about to make together. As attendees began to arrive, Marissa greeted each one with a genuine smile, ready to engage and encourage. "Welcome. We're so glad you're here. This workshop is all about exploring your stories and expressing them through art," she said, her tone warm and inviting. Jamie arrived shortly after, carrying materials for the interactive segment of the workshop. "Hey, I've set up the supplies so we can start with a fun icebreaker. We can get everyone talking about their inspirations," Jamie suggested, their enthusiasm brightening the room. "That sounds perfect," Marissa replied, feeling energized by their enthusiasm. "Let's make sure we create an atmosphere where everyone feels comfortable sharing." As the artists began to mingle, Marissa encouraged them to engage with one another, sparking constructive conversations. She noticed a few artists appeared hesitant, hanging back as they observed the growing interaction. "Hey, if you're feeling unsure, just know that everyone here is in the same boat. We're all here to learn and grow together," Marissa said, gauging their expressions and hoping to invite them in. One artist finally stepped forward, nerves evident in their eyes. "I'm here because I've been told to explore my potential, but I don't know if I have what it takes." Marissa stepped closer, her heart swelling with empathy. "Your voice matters just as much as anyone else's. Sharing our vulnerabilities and embracing who we are can lead to amazing discoveries." With each interaction, Marissa felt the sense of community growing stronger. The earlier doubts began to fade as attendees started sharing their stories, revealing their hopes and aspirations for the future. The workshop became a gathering not just for mentorship, but for connection, a space where they could all explore the art of storytelling together. As the room filled with laughter and encouragement, Marissa realized that today would mark a significant step in their collective journey. She was ready to embrace the possibilities that lay ahead, empowered by the community they were building together. As the workshop progressed, Marissa felt the excitement in the air shift to a deeper engagement. Artists eagerly shared their stories and experiences, each narrative weaving into the broader tapestry of the group's creative vision. Marissa moved from table to table, encouraging artists to express themselves freely while engaging with their emotional truths. "Let's take a moment to think about how our individual stories can speak to one another," she announced, inviting everyone to reflect on their journeys. "What inspired you to create the piece you're working on?" One artist raised their hand, their voice filled with passion. "I wanted to explore the theme of belonging, reflecting on my experiences moving between different cultures. I think it can resonate with many people." Marissa nodded, a smile on her face. "That's beautiful. How can we blend that narrative into our collective work?" "We can create an event that showcases the strength in our diverse experiences." While the discussion flowed, Marissa noticed a few artists beginning to shy away from sharing, their earlier excitement dimming. Sensing the shift, she moved to gently encourage them. "Remember, every story matters. Let's make this space feel safe for all of us to explore, without fear of judgment." Just then, Mia jumped in, her voice more confident than before. "We should definitely think about the audience and how we can draw them in. Maybe we can set up an interactive element that allows guests to share their stories too?" Marissa felt invigorated by Mia's suggestion. "That's a fantastic idea. If we can create a participatory experience, it will deepen the connection between our art and the community. It makes it less about us and more about everyone's shared narratives." Encouraged by the collaborative spirit, the artists began bouncing ideas off one another, discussing how they could incorporate these elements into their plans. Marissa moved through the room, eager to help facilitate their discussions, recognizing that her ability to navigate this process was empowering not just her, but everyone around her. As the workshop drew on, Marissa felt a sense of urgency driving them all forward. The goal was clear: they would create an exhibition that celebrated their collective stories while inviting the audience to become part of the experience. With every passing moment, she recognized the strength of their unity, deepening her commitment to nurturing this vibrant artistic community. As Marissa continued to lead the workshop, the energy in the room surged with creativity and excitement. She felt a strong sense of community developing among the artists as they engaged deeply with their stories, each person contributing their ideas to a larger dialogue. Throughout the discussions, Marissa encouraged everyone to share their thoughts openly, reminding them that vulnerability was a strength, not a weakness. Let's dive into what makes each of our experiences unique. This is our chance to explore how our individual journeys can coalesce into something profound. The artists embraced her call, some eagerly sharing their narratives, while others took tentative steps to voice their thoughts. Marissa moved among the tables, offering motivation and support. She could feel their connections deepening, artistic barriers breaking down as they began to inspire one another. However, she noticed Lucas sitting at a distance, not fully participating. Feeling the weight of his earlier skepticism linger, she sought him out. "Hey, Lucas, want to share what you've been working on? Your perspective could really bring something valuable to the conversation." He looked up, surprise flickering across his face. "I'm just trying to figure out how I fit into all of this," he admitted, his tone surprisingly vulnerable. "That's precisely why we're here," Marissa encouraged, moving closer. "We're all trying to find our place in this journey. Your story matters. It can connect with others in ways you may not even realize." As the room filled with discussion again, Marissa felt reassured by her ability to foster engagement. Each artist, including Lucas, found their voice, sharing experiences that enriched the collaborative narrative they were building. Marissa turned back to the group, her heart racing with excitement. "Let's ensure we draw from each other's strengths and celebrate our differences. Together, we can create something that resonates with the audience." The momentum in the room shifted as artists began to build on each other's ideas. Marissa felt invigorated by the unfolding dynamics, realizing that this workshop was not just a gathering. It was a pivotal moment in their collective growth as artists and a community. She understood that the challenges they faced were opportunities to explore, and together they would craft a powerful exhibition that reflected their journeys. As Marissa moved deeper into the planning discussion, she noticed the anticipation palpable in the air. The artists were engaged, their voices merging into a creative symphony as they shared ideas and strategies for their upcoming exhibition. "All right, let's make sure we highlight each of our journeys in the project," Marissa said, her tone filled with encouragement. "It's vital that our unique perspectives shine through." Theo nodded enthusiastically. "And let's think about how we can involve the audience in our narratives. That could be a game changer." Just then, Lucas, who had been quiet, spoke up. "Sure, but we can't lose sight of the main goal. If we get too caught up in sharing our stories, we might dilute the art itself." Marissa felt a flicker of frustration but kept her composure. "I understand where you're coming from, Lucas, but our stories are the heart of our art. Without emotion, our work risks becoming just another piece on the wall." As she spoke, Marissa could see other artists responding positively, nodding their heads in agreement. The dialogue shifted, and with it, she felt the atmosphere in the room warm. Mia added her voice. "What if we create a narrative that intertwines our individual stories? We could set up the exhibition so it flows from one piece to the next, showcasing how our experiences connect." Marissa felt a swell of gratitude for her friend's support. "I love that idea, Mia. Let's make it a visual journey that invites our audience in." With the plan evolving, Marissa felt her leadership solidify. They were no longer just a group of artists preparing for an exhibition. They were a community ready to embrace creativity and vulnerability together. As they continued frantically brainstorming, Marissa sensed the collaboration strengthening, each artist finding confidence in their contributions. This was their moment to shine, and she was excited to support them through the process. In that shared energy, she found reaffirmation of her own artistic journey, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in the exciting venture. As the brainstorming session gained momentum, Marissa could feel the excitement building among her fellow artists. Ideas were flying around the room, and the collaborative spirit fueled a lively atmosphere. They were truly engaged in creating something meaningful together. Let's not just plan, let's visualize how our pieces will interact with each other, Marissa suggested, her energy contagious. We need to think about how each individual piece can enhance the next, creating a cohesive experience for our audience. Theo nodded eagerly. Exactly. If we can weave our narratives together, it will make a stronger impact. We can draw people in with the connections. Marissa scanned the room, feeling the enthusiasm bubbling as artists began bouncing ideas off one another. It was thrilling to witness the evolution of their plans, each person contributing their unique perspectives toward a shared vision. But amid the excitement, Marissa sensed that a few artists were still grappling with self-doubt. She approached one of them, noticing their unease as they hesitated to share their ideas. "Hey, what's on your mind? We want to hear what you have to say." The artist sighed, glancing at the floor. "I'm just worried that my work won't fit or that it isn't good enough to stand alongside yours." Marissa felt an ache of empathy for them. We all start somewhere. The value of our art comes from authenticity, not perfection. Share your ideas. This is a safe space. Encouraged, the artists slowly began to articulate their thoughts, and as they did, Marissa felt a surge of hope. This was the collective spirit she had aimed to foster, where vulnerability could transform into strength. As the session continued, the artists passionately discussed their concepts, the flow of creativity building like a rising tide. Marissa moved through the dynamic exchanges, facilitating discussions that drew out the artists' best qualities. At that moment, Marissa recognized the power of collaboration. She saw how her leadership had allowed others to grow, each confident voice contributing to their work. Together, they were creating not just an exhibition, but a vibrant community bound by shared aspirations and willingness to share their stories. With each passing idea and empowered suggestion, Marissa felt more certain that they were on the verge of something extraordinary, an opportunity to celebrate their collective journey and the art that would emerge from it. As the workshop drew to a close, Marissa felt the atmosphere shift toward a celebratory tone. Artists began to gather their materials, the sense of accomplishment palpable in the air. The room buzzed with laughter and excitement as they reflected on the progress they had made together. "Thank you all for your incredible energy today," Marissa said, gathering everyone's attention. "I'm proud of how far we've come and how openly we've shared our stories. This is what art is all about." Theo stepped forward, beaming with enthusiasm. "I think we need to keep this momentum going. Let's build regular meetups into our schedules so we can continue to support one another." "I love that idea," Jamie chimed in, their eyes sparkling. "We've created a real sense of community here, and it's important we nurture it." Mia nodded in agreement. She seemed more vibrant and engaged now than she had earlier in the workshop. "Let's make a commitment to each other to be there for our creative journeys. It would really strengthen our individual work." Marissa felt a swell of pride at her team's growth. The earlier apprehensions they had faced were dissolving into a shared enthusiasm that reinforced their collective ambitions. Absolutely. Our unique perspectives can lead to collaborative projects that allow us to shine individually while also highlighting our connections. As they continued to share ideas about future collaborations and exhibitions, Marissa noticed that the dynamics within the group had markedly improved. The hesitations that once lingered were being overshadowed by a newfound confidence. Lucas, who had remained quiet, finally spoke up. "I've been thinking about how our dialogues today could serve as a foundation for future works. I hadn't considered that before, but sharing narratives has a power I've overlooked." Marissa smiled, realizing that their earlier conversations had sparked a shift in his perspective. Exactly. If we can harness those conversations to inform our artwork, we can create something truly meaningful together. As the group continued to brainstorm, Marissa felt the energy around her fill with possibility. Each artist was embracing their individuality while investing in the collective vision, solidifying the community they had been tirelessly building. By the time they concluded their session, Marissa was filled with hope. She knew that their journey continued, and with their bonds strengthened, they were ready to embrace whatever came next. Chapter 26, The Trust Test. Marissa stepped into the community center, her heart racing as she prepared to face a pivotal moment in the artist mentorship program. The excitement in the air was palpable, but a mix of nerves lingered in her stomach as she scanned the room filled with aspiring artists, all eager to share their stories and learn. The space buzzed with chatter, artists assembling their supplies and engaging in conversations about techniques and ideas. Marissa took a deep breath, reminding herself that this was not only an opportunity for others, but also a crucial point in her own journey of growth. As she moved toward the front, she noticed a couple of newer artists looking apprehensive, hovering by the entrance. Sensing their hesitation, Marissa approached them with a warm smile. "Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Today is about exploring your creativity and connecting with others," she said, her voice encouraging. One of the artists hesitated, glancing at the ground. "I'm really nervous about sharing my work. What if they don't like it?" Marissa felt a wave of empathy wash over her. "You're not alone in feeling that way. Vulnerability is part of the process, and this is a safe space to take risks. Everyone here has a unique story, and that's what makes art powerful." As she engaged them, the doubt in their eyes began to fade, and she could see the flicker of encouragement sparking within them. Mia entered the room at that moment, joining the conversation. "Exactly. We're all here to explore and support one another. This is a journey we're on together." Marissa felt reassured by Mia's presence, noticing how their friendship had grown stronger through their collaboration. The earlier insecurities that had once lingered began to dissipate as confidence spread among the artists. With the atmosphere shifting back to one of anticipation, Marissa felt emboldened to guide the workshop. In this community filled with creative potential, she was ready to foster connections and explore the emotional depths of each artist's journey, setting the stage for transformative experiences ahead. As the workshop progressed, Marissa felt the dynamics of the room shift toward collaboration and support. Artists were actively engaging in discussions about their creative journeys, sharing personal insights that enriched the collective experience. The air was filled with a sense of belonging, and she couldn't help but smile as she witnessed her peers flourish. However, the lingering fear of vulnerability still lingered in the background. Marissa sensed that some artists, despite their eagerness, hesitated to fully open up about their work. A wave of empathy washed over her as she moved closer to a small group where a newcomer, Sam, sat fidgeting with their sketchpad. "Hey, Sam, how are you finding the workshop so far?" Marissa asked, her tone encouraging. "I'm not sure if I belong here," Sam confessed, looking down. "What if my art isn't good enough to share?" Marissa placed a comforting hand on the table in front of them. "Every artist starts somewhere. Your perspective is unique, and that's what adds value to our community. We're all learning and growing together." Just then, another artist, Jennifer, overheard and joined the conversation. "We've all had moments of self-doubt. It's part of being creative, but sharing our stories can help us recognize that we're not alone in this process." Marissa nodded, grateful for Jennifer's support. "Exactly. Vulnerability is a strength. Let's make this a safe space where everyone feels encouraged to express their thoughts and emotions through their art." As the atmosphere in the room shifted, Marissa saw Sam begin to relax, encouraged by the growing camaraderie. The earlier concerns seemed to dissipate as artists began to open up, sharing their own insecurities and reaffirming that they were in this journey together. Marissa felt the weight of responsibility lift slightly from her shoulders. This workshop wasn't just about showcasing art. It was about cultivating a community that valued each individual's story while honoring the vulnerability inherent in sharing those stories. With a renewed sense of purpose, she moved among the artists, facilitating conversations and inspiring them to embrace their truths. Every shared experience allowed Marissa to witness the transformative power of connection, affirming her belief in their collective journey. As the workshop continued, Marissa sensed a powerful shift in the dynamics of the group. Artists were embracing their stories, sharing ideas with an openness that ignited creativity in the room. Laughter and thoughtful discussions filled the air, creating an atmosphere of collaboration and camaraderie. But amidst the positive energy, Marissa could still feel a few lingering hesitations among the artists. When she noticed Alex, who had been quiet since they shared his story earlier, sitting at a table with a furrowed brow, she decided to check in. "Hey, Alex, how's it going with your piece?" He glanced up, his pencil hovering over the page with uncertainty. "I'm trying to connect the narrative to the emotions I want to convey, but I'm just not sure if it's working." Marissa stepped closer, sensing the weight of his doubt. Art doesn't have to be perfect to be meaningful. Sometimes the most genuine pieces come from those moments of uncertainty. Share what you feel, and I promise it will resonate. Alex sighed, his shoulders slumping a little. "I get that, but what if it ends up looking amateurish?" Marissa shook her head, her tone firm yet compassionate. "Every artist starts somewhere, and vulnerability in art can create the strongest bonds. Letting go of that fear can lead to amazing discoveries." As she encouraged him, she noticed the floor around them changing. Other artists began chiming in with supportive comments, sharing their own struggles and triumphs. Mia added, "We've all felt that way. Just remember, we're here to uplift each other." Marissa felt a sense of warmth wash over her. The earlier tension transformed into a shared understanding, igniting a desire within the group to deepen their connections through their art. With new determination, Marissa facilitated a brainstorming session, inviting each artist to voice their thoughts and contributions. As discussions thrived, she could see confidence growing within the group. They were working through their uncertainties together, transforming them into creative sparks that would guide their artistic journey. Marissa realized that they were not just creating art, they were building a community, and every shared experience was a testament to their growth. Empowered by the collective spirit, she felt ready to face any challenges awaiting them, knowing they would navigate this landscape together as artists. As the workshop continued, Marissa encouraged each artist to explore their journeys more deeply. The atmosphere was charged with creativity, laughter bubbling up amidst the process of making art. She moved between tables, eager to engage and support her peers as they dove into their creative endeavors. "Let's take a moment to reflect on how our experiences inform our art," Marissa prompted, inviting everyone to share their insights. She wanted to create a space where vulnerability was celebrated, and the artists could articulate the emotions fueling their creativity. One artist, Alex, shared his process. "I'm trying to blend my personal narrative with what I hope resonates with the audience, but I worry it might not translate well," he admitted, uncertainty creeping back into his voice. Marissa stepped closer, sensing the hesitation lingering in the room. "Art is a journey, not just a destination. If your story feels authentic to you, it will resonate with someone else. Trust in your voice." Mia, who had been listening intently, chimed in. "I think we can intertwine our narratives and build something that speaks not just to us, but to the audience as well. It's about mutual support." Marissa could feel the tide of energy shifting, each artist finding the courage to articulate their fears and aspirations. Encouraged by Mia's words, attendees began to delve deeper into their experiences, revealing what had inspired their work. Feeling energized, Marissa facilitated the conversation, encouraging each artist to engage with one another, share ideas, and challenge each other creatively. She could sense the atmosphere transforming as they embraced the vulnerability of sharing personal stories, turning their doubts into motivation. As she watched the various discussions unfold, Marissa felt a sense of fulfillment swell within her. This was not just a workshop. It was a space where artists could grow together, and she was proud to play a role in fostering that connection. Today marked a pivotal moment for each of them, a step forward in their collective journeys as artists supporting one another. As the workshop continued, Marissa felt a sense of excitement building in the room. The artists around her were fully engaged, their voices rising as they shared ideas and discussed their creative processes. Each conversation felt like a step toward a deeper understanding of their individual and collective narratives. Marissa wandered between the tables, listening intently to her peers' discussions. "Let's focus on how we can share our unique stories while allowing our individual styles to shine through," she encouraged, her passion evident. Suddenly, a hand shot up in a nearby group, a newer artist looking visibly anxious. I don't want to disappoint anyone. What if my story isn't as impactful as the others? Marissa felt a pang of empathy. She approached the artist, kneeling beside the table to meet their gaze. Your voice is important. Each story brings something unique to our project. It's not about comparing, it's about connecting with the audience through our honesty. Around the room, she sensed a growing collective awareness. Lucas was seated nearby, observing the exchanges, a thoughtful expression on his face. What if we fail to make that connection? He interjected, his skepticism creeping back in. What if our narratives don't resonate? Marissa stood tall, ready to address his concern. Every artist faces criticism, but the courage to share our truths is what creates meaningful art. If we focus on our journey and invite the audience in, we create an opportunity for understanding. The group began to nod, the earlier doubts gradually giving way to encouragement. Marissa felt the atmosphere shift as they leaned into her words, realizing that they were building a foundation of support. With renewed determination, she urged everyone to brainstorm collaborative approaches that would highlight their diverse stories while showcasing their individuality. The sense of camaraderie deepened as they discussed how to weave their pieces together into a cohesive narrative. In that moment, Marissa recognized the power of vulnerability, the way it had transformed not only her journey, but also the dynamics within the group. She was not just leading, she was part of a thriving community, ready to navigate the complexities of the art world together. Each shared story was a step toward empowerment, and she felt more prepared than ever to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. As the workshop came to a close, Marissa felt an overwhelming sense of pride and accomplishment wash over her. The conversations had flowed effortlessly, filled with laughter and shared insight. Artists who had once felt hesitant were now animatedly discussing their experiences, their confidence visibly bolstered by the supportive environment. Thank you all for being so open today, Marissa said, her voice steady and warm as she addressed the group. We've created something truly special here, and I'm grateful for each of you sharing your stories. This is the essence of our community. The artists exchanged smiles, and a sense of camaraderie blossomed in the air. Marissa noticed Lucas, who had been more engaged than ever during the workshop, now radiating a newfound respect for the collaborative process. I didn't expect to enjoy this as much as I did, he admitted, a hint of humility in his tone. Seeing everyone's vulnerabilities and how they intertwine really shifted my perspective. Marissa felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her, appreciative of Lucas's growth. It's always about embracing our differences and learning from each other. That's how we evolve as artists. As team members began gathering their materials, Mia approached Marissa, a bright smile illuminating her face. You really brought everyone together, you know? I feel more confident about my work and our journey moving forward. Thank you, Mia. It's all of us working together that has made this possible, Marissa replied, her gratitude evident. We've built a foundation of support that we can carry forward wherever our artistic paths take us. Just then the door opened, and a few attendees from the earlier workshop entered, eager to engage in new discussions. Marissa felt her heart lift at the sight of other community members joining the conversation. With renewed energy, she called out to them, "Welcome. We're excited to share what we've been working on. Let's keep building on this journey together." As voices filled the room once more, Marissa realized that they were not just artists showcasing their work, but a thriving community, united by creativity and a shared mission. She felt ready to face whatever lay ahead, confident in the strength of the connections they had forged together. The journey was far from over, and Marissa was prepared to embrace the adventures that awaited them all. Chapter 27, Execution of the Plan. The day of the community art project arrived, and Marissa felt her heart race with anticipation as she entered the large studio space. The bright walls and open layout inspired creativity, echoing the energy of collaboration they had cultivated. She could already hear the sounds of laughter and chatter spilling from nearby tables where artists gathered to brainstorm and create. Marissa stepped into the room and took a moment to soak in the atmosphere. She noticed Jamie and Mia setting up their supplies, laughing as they organized their materials. The sight filled her with warmth. Their camaraderie was a testament to the journey they had undertaken together. "Hey, Marissa, we're just about ready to kick things off," Jamie called out, waving her over. "Wonderful. I can't wait to get started," Marissa replied, her excitement bubbling over as she walked toward them. As they set the stage for the day's activities, Marissa felt a sense of urgency. They had planned so much, and now it was time to put their ideas into action. "Let's finalize the agenda before we dive into the projects," she suggested, wanting to ensure everyone felt aligned. While they discussed the layout of the day, a few artists joined them, their expressions animated as they shared their hopes and ideas. Marissa felt the energy in the room shift to a buoyant atmosphere of anticipation. "I think it's crucial we set up space for everyone to showcase their contributions," Marissa said, addressing the new arrivals. "That way we can ensure that everyone's voice is heard throughout this project." Just as she finished speaking, she noticed a lingering hesitation from one artist who had hung back, looking uncertain. "What happens if my idea doesn't resonate with others?" they asked quietly, anxiety creeping into their tone. Marissa stepped forward, her heart going out to them. "Every idea is significant. This project is about exploration and expression. Don't be afraid to share what's in your heart. You might surprise yourself with how others respond." Feeling encouraged, the artist nodded slowly, a thoughtful expression taking hold. Marissa could see that the support from the group was beginning to build their confidence. As the atmosphere grew even more collaborative, Marissa sensed her own leadership solidifying. She felt ready to embrace the responsibilities that came with guiding her peers through the creative process, prepared to navigate whatever challenges awaited them as they ventured into the day's artistic endeavors. As Marissa dove into the preparations for the community art project, the excitement in the air was palpable. Artists buzzed around her, gathering materials and exchanging ideas at a rapid pace. She felt invigorated by the collaborative spirit, a reminder of how far they had all come since their first discussions. With a determined focus, she began dividing up tasks among the group, ensuring that everyone had a clear role in the process. "Let's make sure we're utilizing each other's strengths. I want everyone to feel empowered," she said, her tone filled with encouragement. Theo quickly volunteered. "I can manage the interactive elements. Let's create a space where visitors can really get involved in expressing their own stories through art." Marissa nodded, grateful for his initiative. "That's a great idea. Engaging the audience is key, and it perfectly aligns with our mission to connect emotionally." As the group continued to brainstorm, Marissa noticed a few artists still grappling with uncertainty. One of them, a newer participant named Alex, appeared hesitant to share their thoughts. "Hey, Alex, we'd love to hear your ideas too," Marissa encouraged, wanting to make sure everyone felt included. "I just don't want my contributions to be overshadowed. What if it doesn't fit the overall vision?" Alex admitted, looking vulnerable. Marissa stepped closer, focusing on building confidence. "This is a space for exploration. Your perspective is just as valuable as anyone else's. Every voice adds to the larger narrative we're creating, and we want to learn from each other." As the other artists nodded in support, Marissa could see the energy shifting. Alex's posture relaxed as they took in her words, and she felt a sense of accomplishment grow within her. Her leadership was about fostering an environment where everyone felt safe to express themselves. With this renewed focus on collaboration, Marissa felt empowered to navigate the complexities of the project. She watched as her peers began to engage more, their creativity igniting as they embraced the opportunity to work together. The workshop was transforming into a celebration of art, connection, and the powerful stories they each had to tell. As the preparations for the community art project took shape, Marissa felt the excitement in the air build to a palpable tension. The artists were gathered around, eagerly discussing their ideas, yet there was an undercurrent of nervousness as they contended with the prospect of public performance. "Let's make sure we're all clear about the interactive elements," Marissa said, determined to keep everyone focused. "We want the audience to feel engaged, to really experience the art." Theo interjected with a grin, I'm eager to see how people react. If we can foster that connection, it'll be something special. Marissa organized the groups into pairs, encouraging them to brainstorm how best to present their stories while incorporating interactive elements. As they began to work, she noticed that some artists were struggling to find their footing. Are we ready for this? What if it doesn't work out? One artist voiced, anxiety creeping into their tone. Marissa approached them, her heart full of empathy. I understand those fears, but think about why we're doing this. Each of our voices matters, and even if we stumble, we'll learn and grow from it. Another artist chimed in. This is a chance to take risks in a supportive environment. Let's not hold back. Feeling a surge of confidence, Marissa nodded. Exactly. This is a unique opportunity for us to explore and engage. Let's inspire each other to push beyond our comfort zones. As they moved into their creative process, the spirit of collaboration began to flourish. Marissa watched as ideas blossomed, laughter filled the space, and the nervous energy slowly transformed into excitement. She stepped back for a moment, observing how each artist connected, their shared narratives intertwining. In that instant, she realized the true power of their collaborative journey. It was about facing fears together, creating a space where vulnerability could lead to artistic growth. Marissa felt ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited them. This community was not just a group of individual artists. It was a collective force, prepared to inspire and uplift one another as they ventured into uncharted artistic territory. As the team finalized their plans, Marissa felt an exhilarating sense of possibility in the air. The earlier uncertainties were fading, replaced by a shared commitment to their upcoming project. They had spent hours discussing their individual contributions, but now it was time to put those ideas into action. Let's make sure we have a solid plan for executing our interactive elements, Marissa suggested, gathering everyone's attention once more. We want this to be a seamless experience for our audience. Theo nodded enthusiastically, outlining the steps they would take to set up the interactive canvas. I can coordinate the logistics for this, making sure supplies are ready and we have the necessary instructions for participants. Marissa felt a swell of gratitude at his initiative. Perfect. It's essential that we're all on the same page so everyone knows what to expect and can engage comfortably. As they proceeded with their planning, Mia raised a hand. What if we incorporate a feedback loop during the exhibition? It could help us gauge audience reactions in real time. Marissa's eyes lit up with excitement at Mia's suggestion. Yes, that would not only engage the audience, but also provide us with valuable insights for future projects. However, just as the enthusiasm built, Marissa noticed a couple of newer artists standing back, exchanging nervous glances. Is everything all right? She asked, stepping closer to them. One artist spoke up, their voice shaky. Honestly, I'm worried that I'll be overshadowed. This is all so big and I don't want to disappoint anyone. Marissa felt a pang of empathy and moved closer. You're not alone in feeling that way. We're all in this together and your voice matters just as much as anyone else's. Let's make this a collaborative effort where everyone feels confident to contribute. Encouraged by her words, the artist began to engage more actively in planning, the earlier doubts fading away. Marissa watched as expressions shifted from uncertainty to determination, energized by the support surrounding them. As the conversations thrived, Marissa recognized that they were not just preparing for an exhibition, they were building a community. Each idea shared represented a step forward, not only for the art they would showcase, but for the bonds they were solidifying as artists navigating this journey together. With every passing moment, Marissa felt ready to embrace the challenges ahead, confident that their collective strength would guide them through the artistic landscape they were about to explore. As Marissa and her team gathered around the central table for their final review, the excitement in the room felt electric. They had worked tirelessly, and now it was time to put everything into action. Each artist brought with them a piece of their story, ready to showcase not just their art, but the collective journey that had brought them all together. Let's ensure we're all clear on our roles for the event, Marissa said, her focus directing attention to the work ahead. It's vital that we support one another and communicate effectively throughout the exhibition. Theo nodded, glancing at the notes he had prepared. I'll handle the logistics, setting up the interactive components and ensuring everything is in place. We need this to run seamlessly. And I'll manage social media on the day of the event, updating our audiences in real time and encouraging engagement, Jamie added, their enthusiasm evident. Marissa felt a wave of relief wash over her. The commitment of her team filled her with gratitude and strength. She continued, "Fantastic. Let's prioritize the connections we want to build with our audience. We can highlight the stories behind our works while making our community visible." Just as the energy began to build, a new artist who had been hanging back spoke up, uncertainty evident in her tone. "What if we overwhelm our visitors? I mean, there's so much going on." Marissa took a breath, recognizing the worry behind the question. That's a valid concern. We can streamline the experience for our audience by ensuring that each element has a clear purpose while inviting them to engage. This isn't just about exhibiting art, it's about creating relationships. The group began to nod in agreement, a sense of understanding washing over them. They started discussing ways to keep the audience's experience focused and impactful, bouncing ideas off one another with renewed vigor. As the discussions flowed, Marissa felt the earlier doubts begin to dissolve. Each artist found their voice, contributing to the collective direction they were heading in, building on ideas that enhanced their individual contributions. As they finalized their plans, Marissa felt empowered. She realized that the journey they were all on was not solely about their personal successes, but about nurturing a supportive community that thrived together. With each suggestion made, she could see their collaborative spirit strengthen, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the preparations for the community art project neared completion, excitement filled the air. Marissa moved swiftly around the room, checking in with her fellow artists, each person bustling with energy as they put the finishing touches on their contributions. She felt invigorated by the collaborative spirit, each artist's passion adding to the vibrant atmosphere. "Let's ensure our interactive area is ready to invite participation," Marissa called out, encouraging everyone to rally around their shared vision. "We want our audience to feel like they're part of our story." Theo was at the forefront, arranging materials for their collaborative piece, a blank canvas that invited guests to contribute their own thoughts and emotions. "I think we should set up some clear instructions so that visitors feel comfortable really engaging with it," he suggested. "Great idea. Let's make sure they understand how their contributions will fit into our larger narrative," Marissa replied, grateful for his foresight. As they finalized details, Marissa noticed a few lingering doubts in the eyes of some artists. She felt an urge to address the uncertainty head-on. "Remember, this is a chance for sharing and connection. Every contribution matters, and together we create something bigger," she reassured them. Just then, Mia joined them, a determined expression on her face. "I think we should also prepare for how we'll document the visitors' contributions. It could be meaningful to showcase those in future projects." Marissa felt her heart lighten at Mia's suggestion. "Absolutely. Documenting those stories will strengthen our community bonds and allow us to reflect on this experience later." Feeling the energy shift, Marissa's confidence blossomed. Each artist began to engage more eagerly, motivated to make their participation meaningful. They reconnected with the vision they had established, their earlier apprehensions fading as they embraced the collaborative spirit. With her peers actively shaping the event, Marissa realized that her leadership was not only about guiding, but also about nurturing the creative flow among them. This project was more than just an exhibition. It was an opportunity to foster connections and explore their artistic identities together. As they moved forward, Marissa felt ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. They were strong as a team, prepared to face whatever came their way, all united in purpose and creativity. Chapter 28, The Confrontation. The day of the exhibition had finally arrived, and Marissa stood at her booth, her heart racing with excitement and nerves. The gallery was alive with a mix of vibrant colors and animated chatter as guests streamed through the door, eager to explore the artwork displayed around them. Marissa took a moment to absorb the scene, the atmosphere filled with anticipation. She could hear the hum of conversation, laughter, and the shuffling of feet on the polished floor. It was the culmination of weeks of hard work, and every artist's journey suddenly felt intertwined in this shared moment. "Here we go," Marissa whispered to herself, checking her display one last time. Each piece had been carefully arranged, each one telling its own story while contributing to the collective narrative they had built. Her heart swelled with pride as she recalled their journey together. As people began to stop and take notice of her work, Marissa felt a surge of energy. She greeted them with a smile, inviting them to engage with her art. "Welcome. I'm excited to share my stories through these pieces. I hope they resonate with you," she said, her voice filled with warmth. The first guests approached, curiosity lighting up their faces as they began to examine her pieces closely. Marissa felt the butterflies in her stomach begin to settle as she engaged them, recounting her inspirations and the emotional depth behind each canvas. However, as she spoke, she noticed Lucas standing nearby, the air around him radiating a critical energy. He had come prepared, discussing his work with a group of admirers. Marissa felt a flicker of tension at his presence, recalling their previous exchanges. But today, she reminded herself, was about more than competition. It was about connection and community. With renewed determination, she redirected her focus back to her audience, eager to foster discussions and engage on a personal level. As the crowd thickened, Marissa felt an overwhelming sense of purpose seize her. This exhibition was her moment to shine, not just her work, but the bonds they had formed through shared experiences. She was ready to embrace whatever feedback awaited her, committed to navigating the art world with authenticity and grace. As the guests began to fill the gallery, Marissa felt the exhilarating buzz of excitement ripple through the room. Voices mingled, laughter echoed, and the vibrant colors of the artwork seemed to pulse with life. She was at the heart of it all, her booth becoming a focal point as attendees gravitated toward her pieces. Marissa smiled, engaging with the visitors as they admired her work. "I'm so glad you're here. Each piece represents not just my journey, but also the emotional connections we share," she said, her passion spilling into the conversations. One viewer leaned in, captivated by a particularly vivid canvas. "What inspired you to create this?" they asked, curiosity shining in their eyes. Marissa felt her heart swell with joy as she articulated her inspirations. This piece reflects the complexities of connection, how our emotions weave together to form a tapestry of experiences. It can be chaotic, but that's where the beauty lies. As she spoke, she caught sight of Lucas again, a critical gaze fixed on her from across the room. He was deep in conversation with several critics, and Marissa felt a momentary flicker of anxiety pass through her. Would he undermine her efforts in front of others? Shaking off the unease, she turned her attention back to her guests, sensing their engagement growing. They were eager to share their thoughts, and she encouraged them to express what they felt in response to the artwork. Each conversation felt like an affirmation of her journey, reinforcing her commitment to emotional storytelling in her art. Just then, one of the critics from Lucas's group approached her booth, a discerning look on their face. "I wonder, Marissa, how do you balance personal storytelling with universal appeal? Is there a risk that your work might be too niche?" Marissa felt the weight of the question, but instead of retreating, she leaned into the challenge. "I think unique experiences can resonate with people in unexpected ways. If we embrace our truths, we invite others to connect with our narratives. That's the power of art." The critic nodded slowly, contemplating her response. Marissa could feel the room's energy shifting, the combining dynamics of art and dialogue elevating their collective experience. With each passing moment, Marissa's confidence grew stronger. She was ready to stand firm in her artistic vision and navigate whatever challenges came her way, fueled by the support of her community and the stories they were all eager to share. As the art fair continued, Marissa felt the energy in the gallery shift toward excitement and engagement. Guests moved freely, examining the artworks and engaging in conversations that filled the space with a vibrant atmosphere. She stood at her booth, her heart racing, ready to engage with anyone who approached. A small group of attendees gathered in front of her display, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Marissa stepped forward, eager to connect. Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. I would love to share the stories behind my pieces, she said, her smile warm. One viewer immediately expressed interest. What's the story behind this piece? They asked, pointing to a canvas that reflected complex emotions through a vibrant explosion of colors. Marissa felt invigorated. This one explores the theme of connection and how our emotions impact our relationships. I wanted to convey the beauty and vulnerability, she explained, gesturing animatedly as she spoke. The group listened intently, nodding as they absorbed her passion. It really resonates, another attendee remarked. You can feel the energy in the colors. Just then, she caught sight of Lucas across the room, engaged in an animated discussion with a critic. A familiar wave of anxiety surged through her at his presence, but she quickly quelled it. This was her moment, and she wouldn't let past uncertainties overshadow her confidence. Feeling a surge of determination, Marissa continued engaging with her guests, inviting them to share their interpretations and experiences. As they spoke, she noticed the guests connecting not only with her work, but also with each other, creating a ripple of unity that filled the room. Emboldened by their responses, Marissa felt her earlier doubts transform into a strong sense of purpose. This exhibition was not just about showcasing her art. It was about fostering connections that celebrated shared narratives and collective experiences. With every positive interaction, Marissa solidified her belief in the power of vulnerability in art. She was ready to embrace whatever feedback lay ahead, confident in the authenticity of her work and the community she was nurturing. The art fair was becoming a celebration of creativity and collaboration, and she was at the heart of it all. As the evening progressed, Marissa felt the atmosphere around her shift to one of celebration. Guests flocked around her booth, captivated by her artwork and eager to engage. The vibrant colors of her pieces reflected the energy in the room, and she soaked in the encouragement from everyone admiring her work. While conversing with a group of attendees, she noticed a pair of critics moving closer, ready to evaluate the exhibition. Marissa felt the familiar flutter of nerves, reminding herself to stay composed. "We're glad to see you here," one of the critics remarked, eyeing her display. "What do you think sets your work apart from the others?" Marissa took a breath, resolved to articulate her vision clearly. "I believe in the power of emotional connection. My art reflects the intricacies of human experiences and how our stories intertwine." The crowd shifted slightly, intrigued by her passionate response. Just as Lucas approached the gathering, Marissa felt a surge of determination. Art is about authenticity, sharing the raw and genuine parts of our lives. That's what draws individuals together, she asserted, her voice steady. The critics exchanged looks, and Marissa could see the slight change in their expressions as they considered her words more deeply. The dialogue around her work began to shift, curiosity igniting interest instead of skepticism. Marissa engaged further with her audience, sharing the stories that inspired her creations and inviting them to explore the emotions woven into every canvas. She felt empowered as more people shared their own viewpoints, turning the interactions into a richer conversation about art and connection. With each positive exchange, Marissa's confidence swelled. The presence of critics and the competitive atmosphere began to fade into the background as she embraced the opportunity to showcase not just her art, but the power of community. In that moment, she was not just an artist. She had become a leader, ready to navigate the complexities of the art world alongside her inspiring peers. As Marissa continued to interact with guests, she noticed an increasing comfort in the room as artists and viewers shared thoughts and experiences. The earlier tension had transformed into a vibrant exchange of ideas, reinforcing the purpose behind their collaborative efforts. Suddenly, a former critic approached her booth, his demeanor noticeably more open than before. "I have to say," he began, "your approach to storytelling through art is refreshing. I didn't expect to resonate with the emotional depth. It took me by surprise." Marissa felt a swell of pride at his acknowledgement, grateful for the recognition of her hard work. "Thank you. I believe that authentic narratives can evoke deep connections, and I'm glad you felt that," she replied, holding his gaze, emboldened by his interest. Just then, another artist joined the conversation, visibly enthusiastic. I noticed how you engaged with visitors during the exhibition. It seemed to really spark interest in your pieces. What's your secret? Marissa chuckled, feeling the warmth of their encouragement. Honestly, it's about being genuine. I try to invite people into my stories, allowing them to relate their own experiences. It creates a dialogue that goes beyond the art itself. Throughout the booth, Marissa sensed the atmosphere shift as others started discussing their own works with similar fervor. This sense of community was blossoming right in front of her eyes. Mia, joining the conversation, added her thoughts. It's empowering to share our narratives openly. Marissa has shown us all how to embrace vulnerability, and that makes our work stronger. As the group continued to engage, Marissa felt her earlier doubts fading away. She was no longer merely defending her art. She was actively crafting connections that would deepen the impact of their collaborative exhibition. Every conversation served as a reminder of why she had chosen this path, a commitment to authenticity and community that would guide her as an artist. As the evening unfolded, Marissa felt invigorated, excited for the opportunities that lay ahead, and ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited their creative journey. As the evening unfolded, Marissa felt the gallery alive with energy and laughter, the culmination of their hard work evident in the vibrant conversations surrounding her. She reveled in the success of their collaborative exhibition, watching as guests interacted with the artwork and participated in the projects they had designed together. Suddenly, a group of attendees approached her booth, their expressions filled with curiosity. "We loved the collaborative aspect of your exhibition. It really drew us in," one visitor remarked, inspired by the pieces displayed. Marissa beamed at the compliment, her heart swelling with pride. "Thank you. We aim to create an environment that encourages sharing and connection. It's about more than just art. It's about building a community." Just then, she spotted Lucas again, engaged in a spirited dialogue with another critic nearby. He seemed more animated than before, his earlier skepticism giving way to a newfound appreciation for the collaborative approach. Marissa felt a flicker of warmth at the sight, realizing that perhaps the exchanges they had shared were beginning to foster a more collegial atmosphere. As she turned back to her guests, Marissa felt a renewed commitment to her vision. She guided them through the emotional narratives behind her artwork, encouraging them to express their thoughts and experiences as they engaged with her pieces. "Art is a journey, and every one of us has a story worth sharing," she said, her voice resonating with conviction. The group leaned in closer, absorbing her passion and connecting further with the ideas she conveyed. Encouraged by their positive responses, Marissa felt the bonds of community strengthen as her audience engaged openly, sharing their own narratives in return. This was the connection she had dreamed of creating, and it washed over her like a wave of fulfillment. As the night continued and the gallery thrived with excitement, Marissa realized that their collaborative efforts were not just about individual success. They were about shaping a vibrant artistic landscape together. With each moment shared, she felt her confidence solidify, ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited them in their journeys as artists and friends. Chapter 29, The Aftermath. The room pulsed with energy as the exhibition reached its peak, the vibrant atmosphere contrasting sharply with the gravity of the critics' presence. Marissa felt a knot form in her stomach as the crowds began to swell, whispers of praise mingling with hushed critiques wafting through the air. The pressure was palpable. She was acutely aware that this moment could define the path forward for both her art and the community they had nurtured. The gallery was alive with laughter and conversation as people moved from piece to piece, but Marissa's heart raced with anticipation. She had poured herself into this exhibition, and now was the time for their collective stories to resonate with the audience. Glancing around, she caught sight of her fellow artists huddled together, exchanging excited thoughts about the responses they were receiving. A sense of pride welled within her, knowing they were not just showcasing their art, but sharing pieces of their souls with those who came to see. Feeling a mix of determination and excitement, Marissa stepped forward, ready to engage with the crowd. "Welcome. I'd love to share the inspiration behind my work," she began, her voice cutting through the buzz. Each piece reflects not just my personal journey, but the connections that unite us as a community. The guests leaned in, curious. Their expressions ranged from intrigue to empathy as they engaged with her narrative. But just as she was gaining momentum, she sensed an interruption. One of the critics had made his way closer, a skeptical glint in his eye. "What exactly do you think this exhibition is achieving?" he asked, his voice sharp. "Are these emotional expressions really going to evoke a response or simply alienate the audience?" Marissa felt the question settle heavily in the air, but she stood her ground, ready to defend her vision. Art should evoke emotion, and if your work connects with even a handful of people, it has succeeded. Our stories matter, and they deserve to be shared authentically. The critic looked momentarily taken aback as murmurs of agreement rippled through the audience, and she could feel the collective resolve of her peers strengthening around her. Encouraged, Marissa continued, "Art is a dialogue, a bridge between diverse experiences. It's about inviting viewers to feel, reflect, and connect, something that transcends mere aesthetics." As she spoke, the energy in the gallery shifted, and Marissa could sense a growing interest from not only the audience but also the critics, who began to engage in the conversation rather than dismiss it. In that moment, Marissa felt empowered, knowing that her authenticity and willingness to confront challenges were catalyzing a deeper exchange. The exhibition was becoming more than just an event. It was a celebration of their shared artistic journey, one that promised to inspire connection and understanding within the community. As the crowd began to delve deeper into the exhibition, Marissa felt the response to her work shift in unexpected ways. She watched attendees engaged in heartfelt discussions about her pieces, their faces showing intrigue and connection. The emotional narratives woven into her art were resonating, bringing smiles and sometimes even tears, revealing layers of understanding that echoed through the audience. However, amid the lively atmosphere, an undercurrent of anxiety still pulsed through her. Marissa was acutely aware of the critics, their presence looming, evaluating every detail of her work. She felt a weight in her chest whenever she caught a glimpse of them whispering among themselves, their expressions unreadable. Gathering her courage, Marissa moved closer to the critiques, determined to gauge their perspectives directly. "I hope you're enjoying the exhibition," she initiated, her voice clear and steady, hoping to invite dialogue. "Oh, it's been interesting," one critic replied, his tone neutral but his eyes sharp. "But there's a fine line between emotional resonance and superficiality. We need to discuss how well these pieces hold up in comparison to established standards." Marissa felt her heart race at his pointed words, but she refused to falter. "I understand where you're coming from. While technique is important, I believe that emotional depth can elevate a piece beyond traditional standards. If an artwork sparks dialogue, it has succeeded." The critic regarded her thoughtfully, and for a moment the crowd hung on her words, sensing the challenge and the dialogue that was unfolding. Marissa felt her peers rallying around her, their presence providing the encouragement she needed to stand tall. As she elaborated on her artistic process, expressing how her emotions informed her choices, she could see the critics beginning to shift their perspectives. The other attendees chimed in, sharing their interpretations and affirming the importance of emotional engagement in art. With each exchange, the earlier tension diluted, replaced by a feeling of connection and shared experience. Marissa felt emboldened, realizing that by standing firm and embracing the vulnerability in her work, she was also encouraging others to do the same. As the moment unfolded, she knew that this exhibition was about more than just individual achievements. It was about the power of community and authenticity in art. The shared conversations not only reflected her journey, but also reinforced the strength of the collective narrative they had created together. As the evening continued, the energy in the gallery shifted to one of reflection. Marissa observed guests absorbing the stories behind each artwork, their faces lit with curiosity and understanding. The artwork surrounding her represented not just her personal journey, but the collective experiences of all involved, resonating deeply with the audience. In the back of her mind, she was still aware of the critics moving through the space, whispering to one another while assessing the exhibition. Yet instead of feeling daunted, Marissa found strength in the enthusiasm that surrounded her. She was ready to embrace whatever feedback might come her way, confident in the authenticity of her work. Just then, a couple of attendees approached her booth. "Your pieces really speak to how we experience emotions," one remarked, their voice warm with appreciation. "It's refreshing to see art that invites us to feel." Marissa felt a surge of pride at their words. "Thank you. That's exactly what I aimed for. I believe art should connect with people on a personal level." As the conversation flowed, Marissa noticed the critics lingering nearby, their earlier skepticism beginning to soften as they listened to the positive dialogue surrounding her work. She took this moment to step closer to the critics, wishing to engage directly and seek their perspectives. "Have you had a chance to explore the different narratives we've presented?" she asked, her voice firm yet inviting. One of the critics turned, seemingly surprised at her directness. "We have. I'll admit, I didn't expect to find such depth in emotional storytelling. It's compelling." Feeling emboldened, Marissa pressed on. "If there's any feedback that could help us enhance our message further, I'd welcome it. We're all committed to growing as artists." The critic paused, seemingly considering her words. "Perhaps finding more clarity in your themes could strengthen the audience's connection. But overall, your courage to share your journey is commendable." Marissa nodded, appreciating the constructive feedback. "Thank you for that. I believe embracing vulnerability can create powerful connections, and I'm eager to continue refining my work." As the conversation continued, Marissa felt a shift in the atmosphere. The critics had moved from skepticism to genuine interest, their previous doubts giving way to curiosity. In that moment, she realized that every critique and conversation had the potential to foster growth, not just for her, but for every artist in the community. Marissa felt more connected to the collective spirit around her, determined to navigate any challenges ahead and inspire others through her art. The night had become a celebration of vulnerability, connection, and shared creativity. As the night drew on, Marissa felt the mixture of reflections and conversations building around her. Guests engaged with the art, offering insights and sharing their experiences. The air was filled with laughter and appreciation, creating a space of camaraderie among the artists and the audience. Amidst the excitement, Marissa caught sight of her fellow artists, who were now gathered in a small circle, discussing their own experiences and the feedback they had received. She felt a sense of pride swell within her as she listened to their shared stories, knowing that they had grown closer through this journey. "Let's share what we've learned from the audience tonight," Marissa suggested, stepping into the group with a smile. "This feedback is invaluable for our growth." One artist began, enthusiasm bubbling in their voice. "People really connected with the emotional depth of my piece. It made me realize how important it is to share our stories, even the messy parts." Another artist chimed in. "I had someone tell me that my work reminded them of their own experiences. It felt like a real connection." Marissa felt a wave of gratitude and inspiration wash over her. They were exchanging not just critiques, but profound moments of recognition that shaped their identities as artists. However, the joy in the room was slightly overshadowed by the lingering presence of critics, who had begun taking notes and whispering among themselves again. Marissa sensed the shift, a tightening in her stomach as tensions rose. Determined not to let this affect the group's energy, she turned to the critics, taking a breath to steady herself. "I hope you don't mind my curiosity, but I'd love to know what you think about the emotional storytelling we're exploring here. How does it resonate with you?" The lead critic looked up, surprised by her directness but intrigued. "It's refreshing to see artists willing to share vulnerability. It invites real dialogue about the narratives they present." Feeling encouraged, Marissa pressed on. "Exactly. We believe in the power of connection through art. It's about sharing our truths and how those truths can resonate across different experiences." As the conversation unfolded, Marissa felt the earlier tensions begin to dissolve. The critics were engaging more, asking insightful questions, and delving deeper into the meanings behind each piece. Marissa recognized that this dialogue was serving as a bridge, fostering a connection that could redefine their artistic community. In that defining moment, Marissa realized that every inquiry, every performance, and every interaction had the potential to create transformation. She was no longer just striving for personal recognition. She was part of a movement that celebrated emotional depth and collective creativity. With renewed confidence, Marissa embraced the opportunity to advocate for her art and her community, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The exhibition was not just a showcase, it was a testament to the bonds they had forged and the artistry that would continue to thrive together. As the evening wore on, Marissa felt a profound sense of connection filling the gallery. Guests were engaged, chatting, and laughing as they moved between booths, absorbing the various artistic perspectives that surrounded them. The excitement that had built throughout the night blossomed into something beautiful, an energy that reaffirmed the importance of sharing their stories. Marissa made her way to the collaborative canvas, which was now covered in vibrant contributions from artists and attendees alike. Images and words collided in a colorful display, each mark a testament to the community spirit they had fostered. She felt her heart swell with pride as she observed people interacting with the canvas, some adding their own reflections, while others contemplated the meanings behind the existing artwork. Just then, she noticed a small group of critics approaching. It was the same ones who had initially questioned her work. Their expressions were now curious rather than critical. Marissa took a deep breath, ready to face the scrutiny with an unwavering spirit. "Nice to see you again," she greeted them, inviting them closer to the canvas. "I'd love to hear your thoughts on the collaborative piece we've created." The lead critic looked impressed as they observed the work before them. "It's fascinating to see how many stories are represented here. It truly speaks to the collective experience." Marissa felt a rush of excitement. That was our goal. We wanted to create a space where everyone could contribute and feel seen. Each person's narrative adds depth to the larger conversation. Another critic chimed in, her tone softer. "It's refreshing to experience art in this way, one that invites participation rather than just passive observation." With every positive remark, Marissa felt her confidence swell, bolstered by the validation from the critics. This was a pivotal moment, showcasing not just her individual journey, but the collaborative spirit that had emerged from their shared efforts. As the crowd continued to engage with the work, Marissa felt invigorated by the connections they were making. She realized that each exchange, from critiques to compliments, was an opportunity to deepen her understanding of art and community. In this transformative space, she embraced the role of bridge builder, connecting not only her own work to the audience, but also intertwining the aspirations of all the artists involved. The exhibition had begun to foster a sense of belonging, and Marissa knew they had created something truly special together. The night had become a celebration of creativity, connection, and the collective power of storytelling. As the evening wound down, Marissa took a moment to step back and absorb the atmosphere of the gallery. The walls were alive with color, the culmination of their efforts displayed in every corner, and the conversations around her were vibrant, filled with laughter and reflection. She moved closer to the collaborative canvas, now a rich tapestry of contributions from both artists and attendees. Each brushstroke and word reflected not only personal stories, but also the connections they had forged together. The sense of community enveloped her, and she felt a wave of gratitude for the journey they had undertaken. Nearby, Mia was engaged in a conversation with a couple of visitors who were admiring her work. Marissa watched as Mia confidently articulated the emotions behind her pieces, her earlier doubts clearly a thing of the past. It was inspiring to see how far they had all come in supporting each other's artistic growth. Just then, Marissa was approached by one of the critics from earlier, a thoughtful expression on their face. "You know, Marissa, I didn't expect to find such depth and emotional storytelling from this exhibition," they admitted, sincerity evident in their tone. "It has certainly changed my perspective." Marissa felt her heart lift at the compliment, feeling that their hard work was finally being recognized. "Thank you. It means a lot to hear that. We all connect through our vulnerability, and I believe that's where the true power of art lies." As she spoke, she noticed the critics taking notes, their interest in her work clearly piqued. The atmosphere shifted, the earlier tension surrounding their presence dissipating. Marissa could sense that her words, combined with the strength of her community, were influencing perceptions in real time. Feeling empowered, she decided to invite everyone into the discussion. If we embrace our unique stories, we can create strong connections not only among ourselves but with the audience. Let's encourage that dialogue to flourish. With renewed enthusiasm, Marissa watched as the critics engaged with her colleagues, discussing the exhibition and sharing insights. The collective spirit in the room had transformed the fears and skepticism into excitement and curiosity. In that defining moment, Marissa recognized the real essence of their journey. The exhibition was not just a showcase for their art. It was a testament to the bonds they had forged and the stories they had shared, ready to make an impact in the community. She felt a surge of determination to keep nurturing this movement, confident that together they could face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 30, A Moment of Clarity. The morning light streamed into Marissa's studio, casting a warm glow over her workspace. She sat at her desk, still buzzing from the success of the exhibition. It felt surreal to see her collaborative efforts come to life, the response from the community invigorating. As she sipped her coffee, Marissa reflected on the evening, replaying moments in her mind, the laughter, the conversations, and the connections made. Each artist had shared their stories, revealing layers of emotion that had left a mark on everyone present, including herself. But beneath the excitement lay a faint thread of uncertainty. What came next? The success of the exhibition opened new avenues, but it also meant stepping into the unknown once more. Marissa sensed the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders as she thought about the commitments she had made to continue fostering the community-based projects. Deciding to harness that uncertainty into positive action, she opened her notebook, jotting down plans for future workshops and collaborative projects. She wanted to keep the momentum alive, ensuring that the stories they shared continued to resonate beyond the exhibition. Just then, a message pinged on her phone. It was from Jamie, expressing their enthusiasm for planning another community event. "Let's capitalize on the energy we've generated," the message read, igniting a spark of excitement within Marissa. She quickly typed back her agreement, feeling a renewed sense of motivation. "Absolutely. I want to keep the dialogue going and invite even more artists to share their work." With that, she made a mental checklist of artists to reach out to, excited at the prospect of building on the foundations they had laid. As she finished her coffee, the sunlight brightened her studio, illuminating her artwork. A sense of clarity washed over her. This was her moment to not only embrace her individual journey, but also to guide others on theirs. With her pen poised, Marissa felt ready to step into the future, eager to see where this new path would lead her and her community. Marissa arrived at the community center, her heart filled with both excitement and a touch of nervousness as she prepared for the follow-up meeting with her peers. The energy in the air felt different this time. There was a palpable sense of shared purpose and anticipation about how they could continue to build on the successes from the exhibition. As she entered the brightly lit space, the familiar sight of her fellow artists brought a wave of comfort. They were already gathered, mingling and discussing their ideas, the atmosphere alive with creativity. Marissa smiled, feeling a connection simmering among them, each face radiating enthusiasm for what lay ahead. "Hey everyone, I'm so glad to see you all here again," she called out, drawing their attention. "I want to discuss the responses from the exhibition and how we can leverage that energy moving forward." Theo stepped forward, his usual eagerness on full display. "I've been compiling feedback and have some ideas on how we can improve engagement for our next project." "That's great," Marissa responded, grateful for his initiative. "We can publicize our workshops better and invite more community members to participate. Let's build on what we learned." As the group began to discuss ideas more deeply, Marissa noticed Alexis, a quieter artist, appearing uncertain and hesitant. Marissa approached her, sensing the doubt clouding her expression. "How are you feeling about everything?" "It's just, I'm not sure how to capture the changes we want to implement. What if our next exhibition isn't as good as the last?" Alexis admitted, her vulnerability evident. Marissa placed a reassuring hand on the table between them. The truth is, every new project carries its own challenges. It's how we adapt and respond to feedback that will strengthen us. Let's encourage each other as we grow. Encouraged by the conversation, the other artists began to chime in, sharing their own thoughts and acknowledging their uncertainties. Sensing the collective rising energy, Marissa felt her earlier doubts diminish. With each exchange, Marissa could see the bond between them strengthening, a determined unity forming as they navigated their creative paths together. This wasn't just about the individual success of their art. It was about nurturing a community resilient in the face of challenges, ready to embrace the journey ahead. Marissa smiled, keenly aware that they were all set to embark on something even more meaningful. As the meeting progressed, Marissa felt a sense of clarity wash over her. Ideas were crystallizing as her fellow artists engaged in meaningful discussions about their collective goals. The excitement in the room was infectious, and she could see the determination etched on each face. "Mia, I love the direction you suggested for our community art piece," Marissa said, recognizing her friend's contributions. "Integrating local stories into our project could make a powerful statement." Mia smiled, her confidence shining through. "Thanks. I really believe that the more we involve the community, the more impactful our work will be." Marissa glanced around the room, noticing a few artists scribbling down notes, their expressions focused. The willingness to share ideas and support one another reinforced the bond they had built throughout their journey. Suddenly, a voice rose from the back, breaking the harmonious atmosphere. "But what if we don't reach the audience we want? How do we ensure our message connects?" one artist fretted, a look of concern in their eyes. Marissa felt a slight pang of frustration, but quickly reminded herself of the importance of addressing fears. Every artist has faced that question. "What matters is how we decide to share our narratives and make them resonate," she replied, her tone filled with conviction. Theo leaned in, proposing, "What if we incorporate feedback from our viewers throughout the process? It could guide us in maintaining that connection." As the discussion built momentum, Marissa could see a shift occurring. The earlier anxiety started to dissipate, replaced with enthusiasm. Each artist began contributing ideas, envisioning their roles within the collective narrative they were creating. With each passing moment, Marissa felt a sense of empowerment swell within her. She recognized that while challenges lay ahead, their commitment to artistic vulnerability and authenticity would carry them through. Marissa took a deep breath, feeling ready to tackle the tasks before them. Together, they were forging not just an exhibition, but a community united by creativity and connection, willing to embrace whatever uncertainties awaited them. This was the essence of their journey, and she was excited for the path they were creating together. As Marissa moved through the studio, she felt the weight of anticipation settle on her shoulders. Today was not just another day. It was a pivotal moment for her and her fellow artists as they prepared their work for the upcoming community exhibition. The room was alive with the sounds of supplies being organized and ideas being exchanged, a reflection of their collective enthusiasm. Determined to ensure everything was in place, Marissa began checking in with her peers, asking about their readiness and offering support where needed. She moved between tables, her eyes dancing over sketches and canvases, taking in the passion each artist had poured into their work. "Does everyone feel prepared for the exhibition?" she asked, seeking to reassure her fellow artists while gauging their confidence. A few nodded, but she noticed a slight hesitation from Mia, who was meticulously adjusting the placement of her pieces. "Mia, how are you feeling?" Marissa inquired, stepping closer to her friend. "I'm just worried about the reactions we'll get. What if the audience doesn't connect with my work?" Mia admitted, doubt clouding her expression. Marissa felt a pang of empathy, but also a strong determination to uplift her friend. "Your story is valuable, Mia. Remember, this exhibition is about authenticity. People resonate with genuine emotions. If we share our vulnerabilities, it invites connection," Marissa replied, hoping to ease Mia's concerns. Nearby, Lucas overheard, and he nodded in agreement. "She's right. We've all invested so much into our art, and it's worth sharing. Even if the response isn't what we expect, the growth from this experience is invaluable. Marissa felt a renewed sense of unity in the room, the earlier tension shifting as artists began to share their thoughts openly. The atmosphere transformed as vulnerability opened the door to encouragement, and Marissa felt the strength of their collective spirit compelling her forward. Once everyone gathered their supplies, Marissa took a step back, reflecting on how far they had come. She was no longer just an individual artist. She had become a leader, guiding her peers through their fears and uncertainties. With an optimistic heart, she prepared them all for the journey ahead, feeling inspired by the community they had created and the connections they were continuing to build. As the workshop progressed, Marissa felt the energy in the room pulse with creativity and collaboration. Artists were engaged, sharing their ideas and experiences with each other as they worked on their pieces. The earlier doubts had largely dissolved, replaced by a collective commitment to push boundaries and explore new narratives. "Let's take a moment to showcase what we've been working on," Marissa suggested, eager to facilitate an exchange of ideas. "I'd love to see how everyone is incorporating their stories into their art." With that, artists began to present their pieces, discussing the inspiration behind them and how they connected their narratives. Marissa moved between groups, her heart swelling with pride as she witnessed the exchanges unfolding. Theo shared his work first, explaining how he had layered different textures to convey a sense of turmoil and resolution. "I wanted my piece to reflect the struggle of navigating emotions, and I think I've captured it," he said, his voice firm. "That's powerful," Marissa responded, genuinely impressed. "I can feel that struggle in the texture. It adds such a rawness to your work." One by one, other artists presented their pieces, expressions of joy and vulnerability echoing throughout the room. Marissa felt a sense of fulfillment watching them connect their personal journeys with their art, creating an atmosphere rich with empathy and understanding. However, as Lucas prepared to share his work, Marissa felt a twinge of tension as he stood before the group, his usual confident air palpable. She could sense the crowd bracing for his critique of their emotional approach. Once he began, Lucas spoke about his artwork, focusing on technique and structure, emphasizing how they aligned with broader artistic conventions. Marissa noticed a few artists shifting uncomfortably at the implications of his words, the supportive atmosphere threatening to fray. Taking a deep breath, Marissa interjected, "While technique is important, it's the emotional depth that can truly connect us with the audience. We can celebrate both aspects." The discussion flowed as others joined in, rallying around Marissa's perspective. She felt the camaraderie strengthen as they navigated Lucas's challenge, reaffirming the power of vulnerability within their artistic expressions. As the workshop came to a close, Marissa understood that these moments of tension were opportunities for growth. Each artist had the chance to redefine their narratives, embracing the journey together. Their stories were intertwined, setting the stage for a powerful exhibition that celebrated both individuality and community. With renewed confidence, Marissa was ready to lead them boldly into the next chapter of their artistic endeavors. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the community center, Marissa felt her heart race with anticipation for the final gathering of artists before the exhibition. The air was thick with energy and excitement, but there lingered an undercurrent of anxiety. As guests trickled in, Marissa welcomed them with open arms, her warm smile shining brightly. "Thank you all for coming. Today, we'll finalize our preparations and ensure every artist feels ready for the exhibition," she announced, aiming to inspire confidence. Artists gathered around, their eyes reflecting a mix of hope and apprehension. Marissa noticed a few new faces among them, attendees who hadn't participated in earlier workshops, but were eager to join the community she had worked hard to build. "Let's start by sharing how we're feeling about the exhibition," she suggested, wanting to cultivate openness. "What are the key elements we each want to showcase? How can we support one another leading up to the showcase?" One artist stepped forward, tension evident in their voice. "I'm excited but nervous. What if my work doesn't resonate, especially alongside such talented artists?" Marissa stepped closer, empathy flooding her. "Art is not just about the outcome. It's about expressing yourself and sharing your journey. You can trust that your story is valuable. Another artist added, "We're all in this together, and we've created a supportive community. Let's remind each other of that as we approach the event." Feeling the strength of their unity, Marissa encouraged the group to brainstorm final touches for their pieces. Let's think about how we can showcase not just our art, but the stories behind them. Each narrative adds to our collective impact. As brainstorming blossomed, Marissa felt the earlier doubts begin to dissolve. The energy in the room shifted from anxiety to determination, and Marissa saw her peers stepping into their strength. With each shared idea and supportive comment, she recognized that this workshop was not just about preparation for the exhibition. It was about solidifying the bonds they had formed and nurturing a community of artists ready to face the world together. In that moment, Marissa felt ready to embrace any challenge that lay ahead, inspired by the collective spirit surrounding her and eager to see how far their journeys would take them. Chapter 31, Returning Transformed. Marissa arrived at the studio the following morning, the sun streaming through the windows, illuminating the remnants of the collaborative exhibition. The vibrant energy from the event lingered in her mind, filling her with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, a part of her felt a newfound pressure. How could she maintain this momentum as she returned to her daily tasks? She set her belongings down and breathed deeply, letting the familiarity of her creative space settle around her. The walls were still adorned with sketches and notes from the exhibition, vivid reminders of the collaborative spirit they had fostered together. Pulling out her notebook, Marissa began reviewing the feedback they had received. As she flipped through pages filled with notes, she felt torn between celebrating the success of the exhibition and facing the realities of ongoing artistic growth. There were aspirations to pursue, goals to set, and commitments to fulfill. She pulled out her phone, a flurry of messages from her fellow artists lighting up the screen, a mix of excitement about upcoming collaborations and reflections on their experiences. The warmth of their camaraderie brought a smile to her face as she realized they were all navigating these post-exhibition feelings together. With each message, her confidence began to build. It reinforced her belief that the community they had created was resilient and grounded in support. Marissa picked up her paintbrush and began to work on a new piece, channeling the energy of their exhibition into her art, eager to explore where it would lead her next. Time slipped by as she painted, each stroke becoming an expression of her commitment to her craft and the community she valued so deeply. It was a refreshing reminder that art was not only a personal journey, but also a shared experience, one that united them all. Feeling invigorated by the creative flow, Marissa made a mental note to reach out to her colleagues later. They needed to continue fostering this connection, and she was determined to keep nurturing the collaborative spirit that had emerged among them. Today would mark the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with connection, growth, and artistic exploration. Marissa sat at her desk, surrounded by sketches and remnants of her creative process, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. The success of the exhibition had invigorated her, but she also recognized a new pressure looming: how to sustain the connections and momentum they had built as a community of artists. With her coffee in hand, she began reviewing her notes from the exhibition, reflecting on the feedback and discussions that had taken place. Ideas began to swirl in her mind, and a sense of urgency to capitalize on their collective success gripped her. Just then, she heard a knock at the door, and Jamie entered, a radiant smile lighting up their face. "I've been thinking a lot about our next steps since the exhibition," Jamie said, brimming with enthusiasm. "I believe we should host a follow-up event with an open call for local artists to showcase their work." "I love that idea," Marissa replied, feeling the excitement rise. It would be a great opportunity to bring more voices into our community and further explore those narratives we highlighted. As they brainstormed ideas for the upcoming event, Marissa felt invigorated. They discussed potential themes, formats, and ways to engage the audience in meaningful discussions about art. The momentum was contagious, and Marissa realized how important it was to maintain the spirit of collaboration they had fostered. However, she couldn't shake a lingering doubt as they talked about the logistics. What if we don't get the turnout we expect? What if we can't create the kind of engagement we had before? She voiced, her worries laid bare. Jamie quickly reassured her. We can't predict everything, but if we keep the lines of communication open, we can adapt as needed. We've built a solid foundation, and that gives us an advantage. Encouraged by Jamie's positivity, Marissa felt a sense of clarity. You're right. Let's focus on nurturing the relationships we've formed and expanding our network. This is about more than showcasing art. It's about creating lasting connections. With renewed vigor, they continued to plan, feeling a strong sense of purpose. Marissa knew that by embracing the unknown and trusting in their collective strength, they would navigate any challenges that lay ahead. Today was about building upon the creative energy they had captured and allowing it to propel them into new avenues of exploration and success. As the follow-up meeting began, Marissa sensed a tangible excitement in the air. The artists gathered around a large table, their faces lit with anticipation as they prepared to solidify plans for the upcoming open call event. Marissa felt energized, ready to guide them in building on the connections they had formed during the exhibition. Thank you all for coming together again, she started, her voice infused with enthusiasm. This is an opportunity for us to expand our community and showcase more incredible talent. I want everyone to feel empowered as we move forward. Theo immediately chimed in, eager to share his ideas. Let's brainstorm ways to promote the open call effectively. Social media has been a huge tool for us. We should leverage that more. Mia nodded, her confidence shining as she added, we can create promotional materials with examples from our last exhibition. Those visuals will really draw people in and give them a taste of what to expect. Marissa was impressed by the team's willingness to contribute and collaborate. Yes, let's highlight not just our art, but the stories behind it. The emotional connections we established are what set us apart. However, as they discussed logistics, Marissa noticed some artists still holding back. One artist in the corner looked lost in thought, unsure of how to participate. Marissa approached gently. Hey, do you have any ideas you want to share? I want to help, but I'm worried my work isn't good enough to stand out, the artist admitted, clearly apprehensive. Marissa felt a wave of empathy wash over her. Every voice here is important. This isn't just about standing out. It's about contributing to something larger. Your perspective adds value to our community. With her encouraging words, Marissa could see the shift in the artist's expression, a flicker of understanding beginning to take root. The discussions continued, and the barriers of self-doubt began to crack as artists shared their thoughts and visions more openly. As the conversation flowed, Marissa could feel the spirit of collaboration deepening among them. Each idea generated excitement, reinforcing their commitment to fostering a creative community. It was clear that everyone was invested in making this event a success, and Marissa felt the weight of responsibility lift from her shoulders. In that moment, she recognized the true essence of their collaboration. This journey was not merely about individual success, it was about nurturing a vibrant artistic community, forging bonds that would last well beyond this event. As they mapped out their plans, Marissa embraced the path ahead, ready to guide her peers as they continued to grow together. As the meeting progressed, Marissa felt the energy of the room shift as plans began to solidify and ideas took shape. The artists were eager, their voices rising in excitement as they discussed how to integrate their individual styles into the upcoming open call event. Let's make sure we're emphasizing the idea of community throughout our presentation, Marissa suggested, her passion for the project radiating. This event should celebrate not just our art, but also the diverse stories behind it. Theo was quick to add, we should have an artist spotlight during the event where we can share our experiences. It could really help build connections with the audience. The group began to respond positively, feeling invigorated by the prospect of engaging with the community. Marissa watched as artist after artist contributed their ideas, envisioning how they could incorporate personal narratives into the event. However, she noticed a slight hesitance from Mia, who seemed to be weighing her thoughts carefully. Marissa stepped closer, hoping to clarify any uncertainty. What's on your mind, Mia? I just want to make sure we don't end up overwhelming ourselves with too many activities. I feel like there's a lot to manage, she replied, concern evident in her voice. Marissa nodded, appreciating Mia's commitment to their plans. That's an important point. Let's prioritize what we can realistically accomplish and keep our focus clear. We can always scale ideas back if needed. The conversation shifted toward practicality, with the group discussing which elements were essential for their exhibition. Lucas, who had been more engaged in discussions than before, voiced his thoughts. We can work together to create a timeline that outlines deadlines for everything. It'll keep us organized. Marissa felt the tension in the air ease as the group began to take ownership of their roles, rallying behind Lucas's proposal. The atmosphere transformed into one of determination, each artist feeling the weight of the community they had built together. With plans beginning to take shape and the earlier hesitations dissipating, Marissa felt a surge of gratitude. The collective strength they had nurtured was empowering, and together, they were ready to embrace the journey ahead. As they rallied around their vision, Marissa understood that they would navigate the complexities of the art world, not just as individuals, but as a thriving community. As the meeting reached its conclusion, Marissa sensed a wave of excitement and purpose enveloping the room. Artists were buzzing with ideas, eager to share their thoughts on the upcoming exhibition and the direction they would take. The camaraderie was palpable, and she felt proud of how far they had come together. Thank you all for your contributions today, Marissa began, gathering everyone's attention. It's clear that we're building something truly special, and I appreciate each of you for your commitment. Smiles spread across the room, and the shared energy was infectious. Jamie stood up, animated and ready to contribute. Let's not forget to capture the moments during the exhibition. We need to show the audience the process, not just the outcome. I completely agree, Marissa replied, feeling a spark of inspiration. We want to engage our visitors and invite them into our creative journey. Let's include opportunities for them to participate and share their own stories. As they began discussing logistics for filming and documenting the event, Lucas leaned in, a contemplative expression on his face. How do we ensure the audience understands the narrative we're presenting? If it's too scattered, it might confuse them. Marissa took a moment to acknowledge his concern. That's a valid point. We need to establish a clear narrative thread that guides the audience through our work. Perhaps we can create signage or pamphlets that highlight our individual stories and how they connect. The dialogue flowed smoothly as artists began brainstorming ways to incorporate those elements into their plans. Marissa felt her confidence grow. Each contribution felt like an important building block in their collective vision. However, she also sensed the inevitability of challenges arising once the exhibition began. Let's be prepared for feedback and criticism, good or bad. It's all part of the process, she added, her tone encouraging. With the group nodding in agreement, Marissa felt the tension dissipate, mistrust turning into collective resolve. They were committed to supporting one another, knowing that together they would face any obstacles that might come their way. As the meeting concluded, Marissa felt invigorated by the strength of the connections among her peers. Their commitment to navigating the complexities of their artistic journeys together was a powerful reminder that they were creating not just art, but a thriving community ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited them. As the follow-up meeting came to a close, Marissa surveyed the room, feeling a swell of pride at the spirit of collaboration that enveloped them. The artists were animated, their discussions filled with excitement about their next steps. Each one was actively engaged, and she knew they had built something remarkable together. Thank you all for your incredible contributions today, Marissa began, her voice resonating with warmth. As we move toward our next workshop, I want to ensure we keep this momentum and community spirit alive. Theo nodded, his smile infectious. We should definitely plan more of these sessions. It keeps us connected, and it shows that we're all willing to help one another. I agree, Mia echoed, her demeanor bright. The support we've given each other has been invaluable. We need to keep fostering that relationship. Marissa felt a deep sense of satisfaction at their willingness to engage. Let's set some specific dates for our next meetups to build on this energy, and let's make sure to incorporate individual check-ins for everyone to feel involved. As they began discussing potential dates, Marissa noticed a few artists glancing at one another, the undercurrent of doubt still present. If anyone feels uncertain about their role or the direction we're heading, please don't hesitate to speak up, she encouraged, making eye contact with those who appeared hesitant. One artist finally voiced their concern. What if we don't have enough time to prepare? It's hard to balance everything. Marissa took a moment, understanding the weight of their worry. I appreciate your honesty. We can break down our tasks into manageable pieces and create a timeline that everyone can follow. It's about working together and supporting each other. Feeling the shift in the room, Marissa sensed the earlier hesitance begin to fade as her peers rallied around the idea of mutual support. They began discussing how they could communicate regularly and assist one another with tasks, fostering a sense of unity. In that moment, Marissa realized the depth of her growth as a leader. She felt empowered to navigate the uncertainties and challenges ahead, ready to celebrate not only her journey, but also the journeys of the artists alongside her. They were transforming into a strong, resilient community, poised to take on whatever artistic adventures awaited them. Chapter 32, Mending Bridges. Marissa arrived at the Community Art Center early, the sun gently warming the space as she prepared to address the unresolved conflicts that had surfaced during their recent workshops. The vibrant walls filled with mixed media pieces reflected the creativity she hoped to cultivate further in her peers. Today was about healing connections and reinforcing the bonds they had formed. Standing at the front of the main room, she surveyed the area, noting the tables where artists would soon gather, ready to share their experiences and delve into discussions. But first, she knew she had to set the tone for what was to come. As her fellow artists began to trickle in, Marissa greeted each of them warmly, making an effort to connect on a personal level. Good morning. I'm glad to see everyone here again. Today, let's focus on reinforcing our connections and addressing any feelings or concerns we might have. Jamie stepped forward, a supportive presence. Yes, this workshop is all about opening up and reflecting on how we can move forward together. Marissa nodded, her heart racing with anticipation. I want this space to feel safe for everyone. If there's anything on your mind that you'd like to discuss, please don't hesitate. As the artists settled in, Marissa felt the tension in the room begin to shift. She wanted to encourage vulnerability, knowing that it was crucial for healing and growing as a community. Let's start by sharing anything that might be lingering from our last meeting. Fears, frustrations, hopes, whatever you feel is important. Slowly, hands began to rise. One artist voiced their concern about feeling overshadowed in their previous discussions. I just want to make sure I can contribute, but I worry that my ideas don't hold up next to others, they said, their voice trembling slightly. Marissa stepped closer, wanting to reassure them. Every contribution matters, no matter how big or small. Our strength lies in our diversity, and it's essential that everyone feels heard. Encouraged by Marissa's support, more artists began to share their reservations, and the atmosphere transformed into one of openness and trust. Marissa could sense the walls breaking down as artists revealed their fears, creating a space of solidarity and understanding. As the dialogue grew richer, Marissa felt empowered to lead them through any unresolved conflict, determined to cultivate an environment where creativity could thrive. This was not just about overcoming challenges. It was about reinforcing their relationships, embracing vulnerability, and nurturing the artistic community they had built together. As the workshop continued, Marissa felt a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The artists around her had begun to embrace the spirit of openness, each person sharing their insights and personal journeys with a newfound confidence. It was inspiring to witness their collective growth as the room filled with laughter and engaging discussions. Marissa moved between tables, offering encouragement and facilitating connections. She could see the artists supporting one another, their earlier doubts melting away as they shared their artistic stories. Let's take a moment to focus on the relationships we want to repair, she suggested, wanting to create space for honesty. It's essential that we address any lingering issues that may be affecting our community dynamics. One artist raised a hand, their voice hesitant. I feel like I've been holding back some of my ideas to avoid stepping on toes. It's hard to contribute when I'm unsure how others will react. Marissa approached them, feeling the urgency of the situation. Your voice is important, she said gently. We all have experiences that shape our art. If we don't share those, we risk losing what makes us unique. Another artist nodded in agreement. We should all feel free to express ourselves without fear of judgment. That's how we can truly support each other. Marissa felt the collective resolve building in the room. Yes, let's encourage one another to be vulnerable. Open communication is key to nurturing our creative community. Mia, who had been listening intently, added, maybe we could even set aside some time today specifically for sharing what we hope to improve in ourselves and our art. It might help clear the air and strengthen our connections. With the suggestion resonating throughout the group, Marissa sensed the atmosphere change. The earlier reservations began to dissolve. Encouraged by Mia's input, she felt a new energy washing over the room, one that reinforced their commitment to understanding and supporting one another. As they prepared to dive deeper into their discussions, Marissa felt confident that they were creating a space where every artist's story mattered. The collaboration stood as a testament to their shared journeys, ready to navigate the complexities ahead together. Marissa felt the atmosphere shift as she encouraged the artists to dive into deeper discussions about their individual experiences. The room was a blend of anticipation and vulnerability, a mix that sparked creativity and openness among the participants. Let's share what we've learned about ourselves through our art and how it ties into our identities as artists, she suggested, her voice resonating with sincerity. This is a chance to reflect on what has shaped us and how we can support each other moving forward. As they began to share their thoughts, the stories that emerged were rich with emotion and insight. One artist opened up about their struggle with self-criticism and how it had hindered their creativity. I've always felt that my work wasn't good enough, and it's held me back for so long, they said, their vulnerability palpable. Marissa stepped closer, fully engaged in the moment. You're not alone in that feeling. We've all faced doubts, but overcoming those obstacles is part of what makes us grow as artists. Your experience resonates with so many. Another artist chimed in, sharing how their own battles with fear had transformed into a driving force for authenticity in their work. I finally realized that if I don't take risks, I'll never discover my true voice, they said, a sense of determination in their tone. Marissa felt a wave of encouragement as the group began to connect their experiences. The earlier hesitation that had lingered faded as artists supported one another, sharing insights and ideas without fear of judgment. During the discussion, Marissa noticed Lucas listening intently, a reflective expression on his face. She hoped he was beginning to embrace the spirit of collaboration and understanding that had emerged within the group. Let's keep this spirit alive, Marissa urged, watching as everyone leaned into the conversation. Every story matters, and every voice is significant. We can uplift one another as we navigate our artistic journeys. As the dialogue continued and more artists shared their experiences, Marissa felt a sense of unity building among them. This workshop was more than just an exercise. It was a transformative space where collaborative exploration shaped their identities. Marissa recognized that the bonds they were forming would carry them beyond this workshop. With each story shared, they were not just practicing art. They were establishing a supportive community, ready to face any challenges together. As the workshop reached its midpoint, Marissa sensed the energy shifting to a more introspective tone. Artists were deeply engaged, exchanging stories, but now the conversations delved into the challenges they faced as they navigated their artistic journeys. Marissa decided to guide them through a reflective exercise. Let's take some time to think about how our past experiences have shaped our art. What obstacles have you overcome, and how has that influenced your work? The artists around her began to share, their voices rich with emotion. One artist spoke of their struggle with acceptance in the art community, explaining how it had fueled their drive to create pieces that reflected real emotions instead of simply following trends. Marissa listened, her heart swelling with empathy as she witnessed the courage it took for each artist to be vulnerable. "That's powerful," she said, encouraging them. "It's those unique experiences that resonate with others. Art is a reflection of our truths." Another artist shared how fear of judgment had held them back. But now, with the support of the group, they felt empowered to embrace their authentic voice. "I finally understand that I can create freely without seeking approval," they said, conviction shining in their words. "Exactly," Marissa replied, feeling the climate of the room shift from hesitation to empowerment. When we let go of that fear, we open up pathways for real creativity to flourish. What matters is that we remain true to ourselves. As the group continued to share their journeys, Marissa sensed a powerful bond forming among them. These narratives were not only enriching their understanding of art, but also fostering trust and support in the community. In those moments, she realized that accountability and encouragement were essential in facing fear and uncertainty. Together, they were redefining what it meant to create, exploring the myriad of emotions that shaped their artistic endeavors. Marissa felt invigorated, ready to guide her fellow artists through the rest of the workshop, knowing that each step they took in embracing their personal stories would enrich their shared experience. As the workshop progressed, Marissa felt the momentum of creativity peak. The artists around her, once hesitant, were now fully immersed, sharing their thoughts and ideas with a newfound confidence. The room was alive with energy, laughter, and the exhilarating chatter of inspiration taking flight. "Let's take this enthusiasm and turn it into action," Marissa encouraged, her excitement palpable. "I want everyone to think about how we can transform our stories into compelling visual art. Let's dive into the creative process together." With renewed vigor, the artists gathered their materials, and Marissa could see the spark igniting within each of them. They were no longer just collaborators. They were a community, united by their shared experiences and aspirations. "Remember, our goal is to create pieces that connect us all," Marissa reminded them, moving among the tables as they began to sketch and paint. "Feel free to draw on the discussions we've had about our narratives and let that guide your work." As she ventured around, Marissa paused to observe an artist who had previously struggled with expressing their story. Now they were deep in concentration, colorful paints splattered across their canvas, emotion radiating from their movements. It filled her with a sense of joy to witness this transformation. But in the midst of the creativity, Marissa felt a twinge of anxiety as she remembered the feedback she had received during the exhibition. What if they stumbled again? What if their stories didn't connect? Shaking off the doubt, Marissa returned to her role, encouraging everyone to share their progress. "Let's take a moment to reflect on what we're creating. I want us to support each other as we explore these emotional depths." As artists began to discuss their pieces, Marissa listened intently, her heart swelling with pride as they articulated their fears and triumphs. Seeing them open up reminded her of her own journey, reinforcing the belief that vulnerability could foster strong connections. In those moments of sharing, Marissa knew that this workshop was not just about individual expression, but about building a community where everyone felt valued. She recognized her role had evolved, and she was ready to navigate the complexities of their artistic journey together, embracing both the challenges and the triumphs that lay ahead. As the workshop drew to a close, Marissa felt a wave of accomplishment wash over her. The atmosphere was filled with satisfaction and a sense of shared purpose, each artist reflecting on what they had learned and contributed. The conversations that flowed around her were rich with enthusiasm and mutual encouragement. "Today has been incredible," she announced, gathering everyone's attention one last time. "Thank you all for your openness and for sharing your stories. It's been inspiring to witness how we've all grown together." Heads nodded and smiles spread across their faces. The sense of community that had blossomed over the course of the workshop was more apparent than ever. Mia stepped forward, her confidence shining through. "I feel like we've created something meaningful today. Let's make sure we keep this energy moving forward." Marissa smiled, encouraged by Mia's enthusiasm. Absolutely. I want to continue fostering these connections and making this space a place for all of us to thrive. We can build regular meetups into our calendars to ensure that we keep supporting one another. Lucas, who had been more engaged throughout the workshop, chimed in with newfound clarity. I didn't expect to enjoy this experience as much as I did. Working collaboratively really opened my eyes to different perspectives. Marissa felt gratitude bloom within her as they all embraced the meaning behind their efforts. Discussions began to spark around how they could bring these ideas into future projects, with excitement radiating from every artist. As the meeting wrapped up, Marissa took a moment to absorb the growth she had witnessed, not just in herself, but in those around her. They were all prepared to face the challenges ahead, understanding that their collective efforts were what made their artistic community strong. Let's commit to carrying this spirit forward, Marissa suggested, her heart filled with hope. Together, we are ready to embrace whatever comes next. I believe in each of you, and I'm excited to see how our journeys intertwine. With a renewed sense of purpose, the group shared smiles and affirmations, solidifying the bonds they had formed. Marissa felt invigorated, knowing that they were now on a path that celebrated creativity, vulnerability, and collaboration. Together, they were poised for whatever adventures awaited them in their artistic endeavors. Chapter 33, A New Beginning. Marissa stood at the entrance of the community center, a wave of nostalgia washing over her as she reflected on the journey that had led her here. Today marked the beginning of a new venture, and the air was filled with a sense of promise. The space was alive with activity, artists mingling and setting up their work for the open call event. The vibrant colors and diverse creations evoked memories of the collaborative exhibition they had recently completed. As she took a deep breath, Marissa felt both excitement and determination bubbling within her. She greeted familiar faces with warm smiles, eager to reconnect and share their latest inspirations. I'm so glad to see you all. Today isn't just about showcasing our work. It's about celebrating our community and the stories we've built together. As she moved deeper into the center, she saw flickers of anxiety in some artists' eyes. The thrill of presenting their art was intertwined with the fear of judgment. Marissa sensed the need for reassurance. Let's remember that this space is built on support and trust, she said, gathering a small group around her. We are all here to uplift one another, and every piece shared is a testament to your journey. With her words, the mood in the room began to shift. Artists nodded, encouraged by her confidence, and echoed her sentiment of solidarity. We're in this together, one artist reminded the group, and a sense of camaraderie washed over them. Marissa felt invigorated, proud of how far they had come as a community. Together, they would navigate the challenges of the art world, striving to inspire and empower one another. As more artists trickled in, Marissa positioned herself at the heart of the gathering, ready to lead discussions and celebrate their creativity. She knew that today would not only be about their individual expressions, but also about the connections forged through shared experiences. The potential for growth and collaboration was bright, and she felt prepared to embrace the journey that lay ahead. Marissa stepped into the community center, her heart racing with anticipation for the open call event. The space was alive with chatter and activity, the air thick with creativity and excitement. Artists were busily setting up their booths, arranging their works with care, and she felt a surge of hope as she moved through the bustling atmosphere. Let's make sure we're encouraging each other as we set up, she called out to a few artists nearby, eager to foster a supportive spirit. This is a chance for all of us to shine together. Jamie, arranging their display, looked up with a wide grin. I've been working on this interactive piece that should really draw people in. It'll be great to see how everyone engages with it. That sounds fantastic, Marissa replied, the excitement of collaboration evident in her voice. Let's create an inviting environment where visitors feel inspired to contribute their own stories. As the artists prepared, Marissa moved strategically from table to table, offering encouragement and assistance. But as she observed, it became clear that some artists were still grappling with moments of self-doubt. She noticed Mia standing apart, looking uncertain as she evaluated her own setup. Hey, Mia, you've got this. Just remember the journey we've all shared, Marissa said, stepping closer. I know, it's just, I want to make sure my work stands out, you know? Mia replied, vulnerability flickering in her eyes. Marissa felt a pang of empathy. Your work is unique, and you've grown so much. Embrace your story. You have something important to share. As Mia considered her words, Marissa felt the energy in the room shift. The earlier tensions began to dissolve as artists rallied around one another, reinforcing their commitment to encourage and support each other's creative expressions. With the audience beginning to filter in, Marissa felt invigorated by the idea that they were all embarking on this journey together. The open call was more than just an exhibition. It symbolized the strength of their community, built on trust and shared experiences. In that moment, she felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead, knowing they would navigate the challenges of the day as a united front, excited for the connections they would foster along the way. As the morning sun spilled through the windows, Marissa felt a renewed sense of purpose. The community center buzzed with activity as artists finalized their booths for the open call event. She moved through the space, greeted by the sounds of laughter and the shuffling of supplies, feeling the energy pulse around her. Marissa exchanged warm greetings with familiar faces, her heart swelling with gratitude for the supportive community they had built together. Thanks for being here. I can't wait to see what everyone has created, she said, her enthusiasm infectious. As she approached Jamie's booth, she was met with a flurry of creativity. Look at this interactive display, Jamie exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. I think it's going to draw in the audience perfectly. That's amazing. I love how you're inviting participation, Marissa replied, impressed by Jamie's ingenuity. Just then, she spotted Lucas helping another artist set up, his demeanor focused. Marissa felt a flicker of trepidation but reminded herself of the progress they had made as a team. Taking a deep breath, she stepped closer, ready to bridge any lingering gaps. Hey, Lucas, I just wanted to check in, Marissa called out, meeting his gaze with determination. How are you feeling about everything? He paused and straightened, a hint of a smile breaking through his earlier seriousness. Honestly, I'm excited to see how this unfolds. I didn't think I would get so invested, but it's been great to collaborate. Marissa felt relieved at his words. That's the spirit. We're all here to support each other's journeys. Let's make sure we showcase our unique stories. As the event began to take shape, Marissa felt the collective energy shift into something even more dynamic. Artists rallied around each other, sharing ideas and light-hearted banter while preparing for the audience. Marissa quickly gathered everyone together for one last pep talk before the event opened. Let's remember that we're not just presenting art. We're sharing our stories and connecting with our community. If we can keep that focus, we'll create a meaningful experience for everyone involved. With the final words of encouragement echoing in the air, she watched as the artists rallied, ready to embrace the opening of the exhibition. Every heartbeat of anxiety faded away, replaced with a sense of unity and purpose. Marissa felt invigorated, knowing that they were all embarking on this artistic journey together, prepared to inspire and uplift one another in the vibrant community they had created. The day ahead promised to be filled with possibilities, and she was ready to see where it would lead them. As the open call event kicked off, Marissa felt an electric excitement pulse through the gallery. Visitors poured in, their chatter blending with the vibrant backdrop of artwork displayed by her peers. She stood at her booth, ready to welcome attendees and share the stories behind her creations. The atmosphere was alive with curiosity, and Marissa saw guests approaching with wide eyes, eager to engage. One visitor stepped closer, admiring the emotional depth of her work. This piece really caught my eye, they said, pointing to a canvas that embodied her journey of vulnerability. What's the story behind it? Marissa felt her heart soar at the connection. Thank you. This piece reflects the complexities of my experiences, the struggle to embrace vulnerability, and the strength that comes from sharing those emotions. As she spoke, she noticed other attendees gathering, drawn in by her passion. The energy shifted, and Marissa could feel the audience leaning into the dialogue. They were not merely spectators. They were becoming part of the experience. Just then, Mia joined her, carrying a stack of flyers for their next community event. The response has been amazing, Marissa. People are really connecting with the art and the stories. Marissa smiled, buoyed by Mia's enthusiasm. That's exactly what we hoped for. It's a celebration of our creativity and the journeys we've taken. Feeling inspired, Marissa turned her attention to a small group of younger artists who seemed hesitant but curious. We'd love to hear your thoughts too. Everyone's voice matters, and sharing your unique perspective can enhance our understanding. The young artists exchanged shy glances, but Marissa encouraged them to share their thoughts. One of them finally stepped forward, expressing admiration for the emotional authenticity they had encountered at the exhibition. Marissa felt her heart swell with pride as the conversation flowed, voices joining in a chorus of support. She recognized that each shared story woven into the dialogue would further enrich their collective experience. As the event continued and discussions blossomed, Marissa felt herself connecting not only with her audience, but with the entire community they had fostered together. This exhibition was not merely a showcase. It was a vivid tapestry of shared narratives and artistic expression that celebrated every artist's journey. With a sense of fulfillment and purpose, Marissa was ready to embrace the future, eager to witness where this creative path would lead them all. As the open call event continued to unfold, Marissa took a moment to step back and absorb the atmosphere around her. The gallery was filled with laughter, excitement, and the sounds of artists engaging with attendees. It felt as if the energy of the entire community was converging into this moment. She watched as guests moved between booths, captivated by the stories behind each piece. Marissa felt a profound sense of accomplishment wash over her, realizing that their hard work had paid off. The connections being made were larger than just her art. They were threads of a shared narrative, binding everyone together. Marissa, come look at this, Jamie called from across the room, an adrenaline-fueled enthusiasm evident in their voice. Marissa turned to see Jamie standing near a group of visitors who were admiring the collaborative canvas they had created during the exhibition preparation. As she approached, Marissa noticed the visitors were engaged in lively discussions about the evolving nature of the work, sharing their own interpretations and experiences. The energy was infectious, and Marissa felt a smile spreading across her face. This was the kind of connection she had envisioned from the very beginning. They want to know how we came up with this idea, Jamie explained, gesturing to the canvas. It's so exciting to see them curious about our process. Marissa stepped forward, eager to share. This canvas represents the community we've built together, the stories, struggles, and successes of each artist involved. It's a testament to the power of collaboration. The visitors leaned in, eyes wide with interest, as Marissa narrated the journey that had led to the creation of the collaborative piece. She could see how her words resonated with them, igniting a spark of inspiration as she spoke. Just then, Mia joined the conversation, her excitement palpable. What's incredible is how people are engaging with the interactive elements we set up. They're adding their own thoughts, creating a dialogue that enhances the experience even further. Feeling invigorated, Marissa looked around at the crowded gallery, realizing that this event had become a celebration of not only their art, but also their shared experiences and vulnerabilities. It was a profound moment, a reflection of how far they had all come together. With renewed determination, Marissa knew that this was just the beginning. The connections formed here would extend beyond one exhibition. They were laying the groundwork for a thriving artistic community. As she engaged with the visitors, her heart swelled with pride and hope, ready to embrace all future endeavors together. As the open call event came to a close, Marissa looked around at the thrumming crowd, satisfaction washing over her. The responses had been overwhelmingly positive, with visitors sharing their own stories and experiences alongside the artists' works. It was a beautiful melding of voices and visions, a testament to the collaborative spirit they had nurtured. The vibrant canvases that lined the walls were alive with color and emotion, each piece reflecting not just the artist's journeys, but also the connections that had formed throughout the exhibition. Marissa felt her heart swell as she noticed guests animatedly discussing the narratives behind the art. their faces alight with understanding. Gathering her team for a final reflection, Marissa called out, "Can we all take a moment to appreciate what we've created? This has been a powerful experience for each of us." A cheer rose among the artists. Buoyed by the shared success, Theo stepped forward, his expression one of triumph. "I didn't think it would feel like this. Such a sense of community. It's inspiring to see how our stories have resonated with others." Mia nodded, her voice filled with gratitude. "It's incredible. Everyone has come together to make this work, and I feel more connected to all of you than ever." Marissa looked at each of them, her heart full. They had transformed their earlier anxieties into collective strength, and the journey was evident in the bonds that had formed. They were now a cohesive group, ready to explore new narratives in the future. As guests continued to engage with their art, Marissa felt the embers of creativity glowing brightly. She had liberated herself from past fears and doubt, empowering herself and others to embrace the authenticity that made their work powerful. With their collaborative approach thriving, Marissa knew this was just the beginning. They had set the stage for future artistic endeavors that promised to inspire and connect, weaving their stories into the fabric of the community. As she surveyed the scene, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement for all that lay ahead. This was not merely an exhibition. It was the dawn of a vibrant artistic renaissance.